This wasn't his first time being summoned, nor his second. For him, being isekai'd was just another Tuesday. Each summoning chipped away at his humanity, until he was just an empty shell. The system itself gave up trying to balance his power. Now, he's stuck in a world with stats so broken, they're practically illegal. And this time, he's not here to play the hero. He's here to end things, his way. This is no longer an adventure. This is the endgame. Let's go. One day, Taka Fujinori had a strange dream. In it, a girl appeared, touching his face and calling his name. It seemed like she knew him, but he couldn't recall her name. Then, without warning, she plunged a dagger straight into his chest. He stared at her face, wondering why she was crying, and how she knew who he was. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his classroom, surrounded by the familiar chatter of his friends. He stared into space, questioning if it was all a dream. He looked around. It was the same old classroom, just another painfully normal day. But that peace was about to be shattered. Suddenly, a magic circle erupted on the floor. A blinding flash of light consumed them all, and when they opened their eyes, they were in a different place, a void of pure white. He got to his feet and scanned his surroundings, recalling they were just at school a moment ago. His classmates were starting to freak out. One of them cried out, "Is this a joke? Where the hell are we?" A goddess appeared, telling them not to worry. They had entered the path of souls, or more accurately, the crossroads between worlds. She was the being they would call a goddess. They weren't just being summoned to another world, they were all being summoned as heroes to overthrow the Demon King. They were stunned. She continued, explaining their souls would be sent to the world of sword and magic, Benja, in the kingdom of Hin. Inori thought to himself that this was straight out of a light novel, as the goddess assured them no one would stand in their way. Their journey to the new world would begin soon. But as a final parting gift, she would bestow a power upon each of them. She reached out to each student, granting them an ability suited for the new world. She only hoped they wouldn't become drunk on their new power. She urged them to walk the path of righteousness and lead others. With a final good luck, she sent them on their way. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a throne room, surrounded by knights, nobles, a king, and the saintess responsible for the summoning. She breathed a sigh of relief that the ritual was a success, as nobles began praising her holiness. Now that the heroes had been summoned, the world would surely be saved. The king called for order in the throne room, then rose and approached the otherworldly visitors to introduce himself. He was Rysen Hagen, the king of the Hagen kingdom. He knelt before them, formally welcoming them and begging them to defeat the demon lord. Inori was impressed by his greeting, and a classmate turned to the king, telling him to raise his head. But first, he had one question. Would they be able to return to their original world? Right? The king said the Saintess Issei would answer that. The Saintess stepped forward, confirming they would have a chance to return. But not just yet. In exactly 1 month, on the night of the next full moon, they could return to their world. If they chose not to fight the Demon King, they would only have to stay in the castle for a month. The girls began to cheer, excited about a month of luxurious living. Our main character, however, thought this was less of a summoning and more of a vacation package to another world. One girl asked how much time would pass in their old world during that month. The Saintess told them not to worry. They would be returned to the exact moment they were summoned, as if no time had passed at all. Inori suspected something was wrong. It all sounded way too convenient, almost too perfect. Issei asked if any of them wished to wait for the next full moon, adding that even if they all chose that path, the kingdom had no right to stop them. However, she pleaded with them to save her country, to save this world. She clasped her hands and began to cry. But our hero knew better. He thought that after this display, they would all naively see themselves as great heroes. It was a classic, cheap trick to manipulate their emotions. His classmates started murmuring amongst themselves, and he just hoped none of them were foolish enough to fall for the act. When the discussion ended, his classmates announced they couldn't make a final decision right away. They asked for a month to think it over. The king fell silent, considering their request. Inori looked at his friends and thought it was a brilliant move, one he fully supported. The king agreed. In 1 month, they would all have to decide, become heroes or return home. But for tonight, there was a celebratory feast, and they should enjoy themselves to their heart's content. They erupted in cheers. Our main character let out a sigh and a smile, thinking he was pretty lucky. On the very first day, he was getting a taste of another world's delicacies. He wanted to try something interesting, a dish combining many ingredients at once. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, just like the one in the classroom. He stroked his chin, wondering if this was how they were transported to the dining table. Now he was curious about magic's storage capacity. Could he use it to collect all the delicious food? He was eager to try some fantasy world cuisine. A worried classmate called his name, asking why the circle only appeared under him. He looked down, confused, and then he was warped back to that same white space. The goddess welcomed him and began her celebratory speech, but she paused, realizing there was only one person here. Inori casually said, "Long time no see. It's been, what, a few minutes?" She pointed at him, flustered, recognizing him from before. This threw her for a loop. This wasn't supposed to happen. He dryly asked if she'd summoned him again. She said it was a possibility and reached her hand towards him, stating that no matter what, the rules are the rules. If he was summoned, he had to receive a gift. The magic circle appeared under him again, and she remarked that this was truly a mysterious case. She bid him farewell and wished him luck. He muttered that she really had no idea what she was doing. He was transported to yet another world, this time to some kind of laboratory. He noticed the last summoning circle was purple, while this one was yellow. And from what he could tell, the runes were different too. But that wasn't important right now, because he was strapped to a chair, surrounded by what looked like mad scientists. An old man rejoiced that the summoning was a success, as his colleague declared him to be experiment number 12. The old man approached Inori, saying perhaps he would be the one to possess the mystic eyes. He had a bad feeling about this experiment title and wondered if the difficulty for his second run was already being cranked up this high. The two men grabbed their tools, and the old man told his subordinate that the experiment was paramount. He had to be careful. Our hero simply called him doctor and said that he understood everything perfectly. Was this old man really a doctor? He had the unhinged look of a maniac. The old man brandished a scalpel with a twisted grin, raving about finally getting his hands on a real magic eye for his experiment, a legendary power gifted to those who cross over from another world. Revealing a terrifying array of tools hidden under his cloak, he called it their life's work. So, Inori thought, my reincarnation gift this time is a magic eye? The crazed doctor cast a spell on him. It would be a shame if the specimen struggled, so a little hypnosis was in order. Nothing would ruin this perfect experiment. His eyes were locked on the glowing magic circle, but no matter how much mana the old geezer poured into it, the hypnosis simply wasn't working. The failure left the old man baffled. High-level hypnosis should have been absolute. But just then, his assistant shouted in excitement. His right eye was clairvoyance, and his left, the eye of creation. Hearing this, the mad doctor's face lit up with pure ecstasy. This was a perfect specimen with heterochromia. They decided to scrap the hypnosis and just see what would happen, brandishing their surgical tools again. A cold dread washed over Inori as he realized they were serious. They were going to cut him open while he was awake? This wasn't an experiment. It was torture. He knew he had to act fast, deciding to gamble everything on the power of his new eyes. Just then, a brilliant green magic circle erupted beneath his feet. The two mad doctors stared in utter disbelief, but a smirk crossed Inori's face. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. He was transported back to that familiar space, where the goddess looked at him, completely stunned. To say she was surprised would be an understatement. She dryly noted that this was the third time. Was he really that obsessed with her? He demanded to know what was happening to him, but she confessed that this was a first for her too, so she had no real answers. However, she promised to look into it before his next visit. Inori mused that he'd already befriended a goddess. But what new trial awaited him this time? And why was she so certain there would be a next time? His thoughts were cut short as he was summoned once again, this time by a noble lady and an elf. The woman proudly announced to her master that she'd summoned a humanoid monster on her very first try. He didn't appreciate being called a monster one bit. Mistaken for a beast, he was about to be forced into a slave contract when the summoning circle flared to life again. He reappeared before the goddess, who let out a long sigh, asking if he ever got tired of this. He pleaded for an explanation. She told him she didn't have much time, so she'd be brief. The summoning ritual targets those with powerful souls to cross the veil between worlds, she explained. But his soul was simply too powerful. He stared back, dumbfounded, saying he was no saint, not even a good person. The goddess simply replied that none of that mattered. Simply put, it was about his raw, innate power. If his soul had been anchored by a hero's contract upon arrival, this endless loop would have been avoided. Reaching out her hand, she bestowed upon him another ability. This time, it was skill plunder. He was then summoned by a beautiful girl, and as a result, he received 4 gifts at once. He tried to form a contract before being pulled back, but the magic circle was always faster. For his 5th summoning, a girl skilled in black magic called him forth. It seemed his gift was tied to the summoner's nature. On the 6th try, he found himself resurrected as the Demon King, surrounded by loyal subjects. But his reign was cut short, as he returned to the goddess yet again. She noted with a wry smile that he was collecting quite the arsenal of her gifts. He had to agree, and she declared that the next jump would be his last. As a final parting gift, She would merge all his skills. The moment he was summoned, she warned, he should check his system status immediately. He would understand what she meant. And with that, he found himself once more in a world of swords and sorcery. Hearing a king's voice welcome the heroes, Inori felt a wave of relief. This time, it seemed like a proper summoning, but his relief turned to confusion as he saw 3 other Japanese high school students beside him. Shinzaki Ryuto gazed around the throne room, completely lost, while Karasawa Tamaki rushed over to people she recognized. A girl named Isobai Ai was also part of their group. The king looked at the 4 of them, puzzled, because the prophecy only spoke of 3 heroes. Hearing this, Inori's mind raced. 4 people, and the other 3, all know each other. A scowl crossed his face as he muttered, "Don't tell me I was just thrown in as an extra?" His voice cut through the silence, and all eyes snapped towards him. The king pointed a trembling finger at him and demanded to know the meaning of this. 3 heroes, and 1 commoner. Inori simply replied that he had it exactly right. The king looked bewildered. Just then, his daughter, Princess Amanda, stepped forward, turning to the heroes and asking if they were the ones from another world. She announced that she was the first princess who had personally summoned them, so they should be grateful. Inori sighed internally. It was another cliché, the arrogant princess trope. She raised her hand dramatically, declaring she had brought them to the glorious kingdom of the rising Sunday. She explained this world was home to humans, demi-humans, and demons. And they were to make no mistake, the demons were their enemy. Led by a powerful demon king, they had forged their own nation and were invading human lands. Therefore, the central power of the Makai Empire had ordered every nation under its banner to summon heroes. But only those of royal blood, like herself, could perform the summoning ritual. Each kingdom was to train their summoned heroes, to build an army and strike back at the demon king. She smiled smugly and asked what they thought of her grand plan. Inori stared at her, unimpressed, thinking that they were relying on numbers, not quality. Were they just hoping that at least one of the summoned heroes would be strong enough to succeed? Was that their master plan? The princess droned on, telling them that as representatives of the kingdom of the rising sun, they must stand proud and become strong. Inori bit his lip, silently praying she would just stop. He was struggling not to laugh at the ridiculous name of the kingdom. Ryuto, however, turned to the king with a serious question. Could they return to their own world? The princess's smile vanished. She told him bluntly that there was no way back. The 3 students froze in shock and despair. Amanda scoffed, asking why they would even want to return. They should be grateful to become this kingdom's revered heroes. A chill went down Inori's spine as he wondered what she meant. No way back? The king quickly changed the subject, apologizing for their bluntness and instructing them to touch a stone tablet. It would reveal the divine blessings bestowed upon them. The royal magician presented the slab, and Inori watched as Ryuto's lit up with the words, "Blessing of Limit Break." Ai's blessing was creating barriers, while Tamaki received magic compatibility. But when he touched the stone, it revealed his blessing was detection. The king was baffled, and honestly, so was he. His blessing was underwhelming. It felt more suited for a common thief than a legendary hero. Next, they measured their physical strength and magical power. Ryuto's physical results were superhuman. Meanwhile, Ai and Tamaki unleashed an inhuman amount of magic. But as for him, his power was utterly depressingly normal. He felt like his body before the summoning was stronger than this. He even lost to the girls in every sport. It was a complete disgrace. Still, it was expected. They were heroes for a reason, after all. Later, they gathered in Ryuto's room to plan their next move. As Inori stepped inside, he noticed it was far more spacious than his own. Tamaki's voice shattered his thoughts. "What are you doing here, Ryuto?" she snapped. "You're not a hero. You have no power. Why did you even call him?" Inori gave a bitter smile. She really didn't hold back. Tamaki scoffed, claiming she wasn't worried, just curious. He immediately saw through her. So she actually times worried about him? A classic tsundere. But Ryuto stepped in, defending him. His detection skill is incredibly useful. In that moment, Inori realized not every hero saw him as worthless. Ryuto admitted he probably couldn't fight on the front lines, but he'd much rather be protected by Ai's barrier. She simply nodded, understanding. Inori observed them all, the energetic Tamaki, and by contrast, the quiet Ai, whose sweet and beautiful face said it all. These 3 were the lucky ones, the chosen ones. He broke the silence, asking if they really thought staying in this country was a good idea. Ryuto paused for a second, but just as he was about to speak, Inori suddenly shouted, "Isn't this place great? They've welcomed us with open arms. What is there to complain about?" He then raised a finger to his lips, showing them a note that read, "We're being listened to. Don't say anything careless." The tension in the room skyrocketed as they fell silent. Thanks to his detection skill, Inori had known from the start. It was hard to believe, but his ability was unbelievably powerful. It allowed him to sense the presence of any living being, even through solid walls. And right now, a pair of ears was pressed against their door. A maid who should have left long ago had returned. Or was it someone else? He looked down and wrote a new message for Ai. Create a soundproof barrier. She nodded, then stood in the center of the room and cast a dome of silence around them. She confirmed it was a success, but warned it wouldn't last long since she wasn't used to it. Ryuto smiled and thanked her, making her blush slightly. Inori silently wished they would get a room. Tamaki demanded to know why they were being spied on. Ryuto's expression turned grim. Whether you realize it or not, he began, our power is far beyond the standards of this world. How can they be sure we won't decide to plunge this entire country into chaos? They're taking precautions. What are you talking about? Tamaki exclaimed, annoyed. They're the ones who summoned us here. Inori chimed in, saying he believes this kingdom is going through a difficult time. He couldn't be certain, since they knew next to nothing about this world. But it was highly likely the kingdom was facing a major crisis. The king was handling too much on his own. If things were stable, he wouldn't need to be so hands-on. Plus, he had very few vassals and almost no guards. Tamaki had to agree. She'd been thinking the same thing. But the food they gave us was amazing, right? That must have cost a fortune. He countered that the food was just average. They just loaded it with garlic and spices to mask the bland taste. He grimaced, wondering, she actually liked that? To me, the flavor was just too strong, he continued. And notice how this room feels less like a hero's quarters and more like a private soldier's barracks. My room is even smaller. He recalled his previous summonings. For these three, this was a new experience. But for him, he had a baseline to compare this kingdom to. We should seriously consider escaping this country, he declared. With my abilities, we have a good chance of slipping past their army and finding a way back home. They fell silent, weighing his proposal. Finally, Tamaki spoke up. Maybe we're this country's last hope. We can't just abandon them. I pointed out that they were told there was no way back. But what's stopping them from hiding the truth? Inori argued that revealing their hand now would be foolish, and Ryuto agreed. They lacked the power and the knowledge to make a move. For now, they had to wait. Suddenly, Tamaki stepped closer to Inori, her eyes fixed on him. Your left eye. It's yellow. Realizing he'd completely forgotten, he quickly covered his eye with his hand. So obvious, he thought. Of course, I'd be found out. Seeing his reaction, Ryuto told the girl that some things are best left alone. It's a little late for him, he said, but everyone goes through that phase. Just let him be. Inori realized Ryuto thought his eye was just some kind of teenage fantasy syndrome. It was the perfect cover. He decided to play along. You shouldn't underestimate the power of this eye, he said ominously. Back in his room, he wondered what this power truly was. In theory, if he willed it, his stats should appear. Instantly, a system window materialized before him. All of his stats were 1,000 or higher. The numbers seemed massive, but without an average to compare them to, they were meaningless. He remembered sweating profusely during the physical test, while the other three chatted casually, and he wondered why his results had been so pathetic. He decided to check his skills first. He possessed a magic eye of insight on the right, and a creation eye on the left. On top of that, he had skill plunder, black magic, and detection. He had built up quite the arsenal from his endless cycle of being summoned. However, the third time he was branded a monster, he had become a vampire. Because of this, he was afflicted with a terrible debuff, the sun god's hatred. During the day, the stats of all night races rejected by the god are reduced to 1/10 of their normal power. That was the reason for his abysmal test results. He had been in the harsh sun for far too long. That also explained his splitting headache and why the garlic-heavy dinner was so repulsive to him. Even his fascination with the two girls, it wasn't just attraction, it was their blood. He had been so focused on using his detection skill that he'd ignored his own primal instincts. Still, he knew he could survive this. Having two different eye colors and being a vampire wasn't a death sentence. He would find a way to manage. But first things first, he needed to understand this new body and the skills that came with it. Recalling his countless summons to other worlds, he knew this place had to have its own vast skill system. His senses flared, detecting living creatures within his perception. That's it. Grabbing a candlestick, he decided to test his magic. Forging a weapon from mere scrap, he discarded the wax candles, needing only the iron stand. Channeling his magic, the metal twisted and reshaped itself, becoming a deadly sharp dagger. Now, to explore the power of his right mystic eye, the Eye of Omniscience, its abilities scrolled through his mind. Pinpoint accuracy on moving targets, perfect distance calculation, microscopic sight, night vision, clairvoyance, illusion breaking, future prediction, eidetic memory, even a third-person viewpoint. It was the ultimate package. This single eye could do almost anything he could imagine, but since fully understanding it would take time, he decided to check the description of his left magic eye first. It could absorb any magic circle it saw directly, allowing him to activate it at any time. He didn't quite grasp the full implications of this insane ability, deciding he'd figure it out while practicing magic here. His skill list was stacked with other abilities like accelerated blood flow, dark arts, and weapon creation. But one skill stood out: blood sucking. If he drained a victim of nearly all their blood, they would rise again as a ghoul, and if he gave his own blood to a virgin, they would become his vampiric kin, a true subordinate. But if they weren't pure, they'd just degrade into a mindless ghoul. By anointing a ghoul with his blood, upon its second death, it would be reborn as his loyal servant. Even more terrifying, if he drained a victim completely, all of their memories would flow directly into him. A dark chuckle escaped his lips. Just what kind of monster had he become? And the final, most broken ability, by draining someone dry, he could absorb every single one of their skills. Even with a weakness to daylight, it was far too soon to count him out. But first, he had to acclimate to this new world, and this powerful new body. A new day dawned. As they gathered on the training grounds, a woman approached with an authoritative air. This was Irina E., captain of the Knight Order of the Rising Sun, tasked with teaching them the art of physical mastery. Inori was a bit thrown off. A female knight captain? He mused that while this was a fantasy world, he wondered if this was due to some economic crisis, or maybe just a push for progressive social views. Irina addressed the group, stating she understood the girls leaned towards magic, but that wouldn't excuse them from mastering the fundamentals of physical control. She mentioned normally starting with strength conditioning, but that it seemed unnecessary for them. Inori frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Of course it is." A quick glance at the other three revealed their stats to him. Ryuto's were well-balanced. Tamaki boasted the highest mana pool. Aoi was similar, but significantly weaker overall. Still, from Inori's perspective, all three possessed stats that were completely inhuman. The Knight Captain explained that once they mastered the basics, the three heroes could choose their preferred specialization. But for Inori, it was different. He wouldn't get a choice until he reached the level of an average soldier. And so, his training began. As he struggled through push-ups, the captain loomed over him, never leaving his side, relentlessly pushing him to continue. Our main character was in hell. His vampiric nature made him utterly drowsy during the day, and the harsh sun felt like a hammer pounding against his skull. Irina promised to encourage him with close supervision, but his head was already spinning. There was no escape. And then, a familiar voice cut through the air. Inori instantly recognized yesterday's tsundere princess. But she wasn't alone. A girl he'd never seen before stood beside her. He wondered, who's that? A handmaiden? Or maybe another princess? She was beautiful, but her expression sent a shiver down his spine, a plastic smile, as fake as a doll's. The Knight Captain addressed them both as princess and asked the reason for their visit. The second princess smiled sweetly, saying they'd simply come to observe the heroes' training. Amanda, however, declared they should be grateful she'd spent her precious free time to grace them with her presence. Our hero let out a small scoff. The second princess then walked right up to him. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you," she said with that same unnerving smile. "My name is Arya. I'll be spending the rest of the day with you." After the grueling training session ended, they moved to a room in the castle where Arya announced an afternoon of theory lessons. He looked at her, a bad feeling creeping in. So, this was it. He was being segregated for private lessons, while the three heroes were taught together by the first princess herself. The reason was simple. Amanda declared she wouldn't deign to teach a non-hero, calling it an insult. He let out a long sigh. Now wasn't the time for anger. One day, he'd make her pay for this. Arya decided to begin. She picked up a textbook, but before she could start, Inori raised his hand. She asked what he wanted, and he voiced his confusion. "Aren't you the first princess's younger sister?" She replied, "Unfortunately, no. I'm actually a year older, but for certain reasons, she is the heir to the throne." He immediately sensed a complicated political situation. Age wasn't always the deciding factor in succession. He decided it was best not to press the issue. With that, they returned to the lesson. He learned that the Kingdom of the Rising Sun was founded by a powerful female sorceress. She had been a member of the Heroes Party that defeated the last Demon King. Because their very founder was a sorceress, magic-wielding women were deeply revered, and women in general held a higher status in society. For generations, the throne has been passed down through a line of queens. The current ruler is no exception, and her husband holds the title of Prince Consort. This matriarchal system was the foundation of their government. The queen could strip the king of all authority with a single divorce decree. And so, The second princess lectured him on the kingdom's history and the fundamentals of its magic. Night fell quickly. Back in his room, he flipped through a book, his mind already on tomorrow's lessons about this world's magical principles. The day after that, he would finally begin practical magic training. He'd borrowed a grimoire on basic magic from the second princess. Of course, asking for it right after nodding off during her lesson was incredibly rude, but that unsettling doll-like smile never wavered. He was sure she was seething on the inside, though. He found a diagram of a magic circle in the book. Now was the perfect chance to test the skill that failed him yesterday. He activated his left eye, the magic forging eye, the one that was supposed to store any magic circle he saw and let him use it at will. But nothing happened. He felt no sensation of the circle being stored. He tried again with different magic circles from the book, but the result was the same. Absolute failure. Slamming the book shut, he seethed with frustration. A complete bust. But then, a thought struck him. He still had his other eye. Grabbing a pen and paper from the nightstand, he began to draw a magic circle from memory. This wasn't from the grimoire, it was from the world where he'd gained these eyes. It was the advanced hypnosis technique used by that twisted old doctor. Normally, recalling such a complex design would be impossible, but his right eye's eidetic memory captured it perfectly, allowing him to replicate it with flawless detail. R model. Gazing at the completed diagram, he activated his left eye, theorizing that the eye and the magic circle shared the same origin. In that instant, an entirely new sensation coursed through him. It seemed he had succeeded. Deciding to test his new power, he summoned the maid, Nala. When she entered, he told her he had a small favor to ask, then activated his hypnosis ability. She looked startled for a moment, but then her eyes slowly went blank. He waved a hand in front of her face, wondering if it had truly worked. To confirm, he decided to ask a few test questions. The first question, what color was her underwear? She gave her answer, and he used his other eye's clairvoyance to see for himself. It was the truth. The basic hypnosis had worked perfectly. Did this mean his left eye couldn't store magic circles from other worlds? Was it limited to just hypnosis for now? He knew that couldn't be the case. He remembered being summoned countless times, and each time, that same magic circle had appeared beneath his feet. He should be able to recall it, and if he could transfer it to his left eye, he could teleport at will. Just then, a magic circle blazed to life beneath him, and an identical one materialized deep within the forest. In a flash, he teleported to a forest on the outskirts of the capital. It was a technique that combined his right eye's farsight with his left eye's perspective shift. With this, he could now leave the palace whenever he wanted. It was night, a time when his powers were at their absolute peak. So, he decided to run a few more tests. He approached the ruins of an old structure and unleashed his dark magic upon it. Instantly, the rubble began to float, suspended in midair. Any inanimate object was subject to his dark magic, allowing him to move them freely or even store them within his own shadow for later use. However, the controlled objects were intangible, unable to physically affect anything that wasn't under his control. But the moment he released them, their properties returned to normal, a power that was both incredibly convenient and completely inconvenient at the same time. And that wasn't all. He also had shadow magic. With a single skill, he could merge into the darkness and travel through it freely. He sank into the ground, re-emerging from a tree's shadow, thinking how unbelievably useful this was. Plus, it was quite spacious inside. Now it was time to master his weapon creation skill. He focused his energy, forming a sharp sword from the surrounding stone. During the hero's training, he had secretly used his clairvoyance to memorize every single one of their movements. At night, he would return to the same spot, practicing them over and over until he couldn't stand. He swung the stone sword a few times before he was already gasping for breath, but despite his exhaustion, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. And as he looked up, a system window materialized before him. He had acquired swordsmanship, level 1. Now he understood where that feeling of victory came from. Time passed. His training wasn't instantaneous, but he was making progress. Soon, it would be time to level up. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he heard a noise from the bushes behind him. Peeking through the leaves, he spotted a gigantic bird in a clearing, having just captured a rabbit. Suspecting it was a monster, he immediately used his appraisal skill. The system window identified it as a demon bird species called a K2. He wondered, were all the monsters in this world this powerful? He then realized that these birds were a common commodity. In fact, the bed in his room was stuffed with their feathers. The people of this kingdom actually hunt these giant demon birds. He had to rethink his strategy. Perhaps he should start with simpler monsters. He began appraising the other creatures in the forest. But apart from their intelligence, their other stats were all around 500 or 600. Some were even stronger than him. Either the monsters in this forest were overpowered, or he was just pathetically weak. Of course, in a one-on-one fight, he might stand a chance. But if they swarmed him, it would be game over. If he didn't level up, he wouldn't survive. Meanwhile, back at the castle, the second princess was walking the hallways alone. The knight captain blocked her path, saying, "Even in the castle, you shouldn't be out this late without an escort." Arya simply smiled and asked if they could speak for a moment. She had been told that the captain wasn't using magic tools in her training with Inori and the heroes. The captain confirmed this was true. The three heroes were practicing with training weapons. Inori, on the other hand, was stuck with physical conditioning. Giving them powerful artifacts before they mastered the basics was simply unacceptable. Arya cut her off. What was the issue? They would have to use magic tools eventually. So, why not explain them from the start? Irina stared at her, and after a moment of silence, she conceded. "You're right. If they mastered them, they would become stronger. But if they rely on that power from the very beginning, all discipline will be lost. I believe it's more important to forge their bodies and spirits first, far from such temptations." Arya didn't like that answer, but she immediately forced a smile and said the captain was right. After all, there was nothing to worry about when the strongest knight of all was overseeing their training. Irina looked at her with a hint of sadness and said, "It has been a long time since I've seen your old smile." The princess fell silent, turning away. "My smile hasn't changed at all," she said flatly. Irina cautiously asked what she thought of the future queen. Arya glanced at a portrait of Amanda, her sister, saying, "Of course, she is talented, principled, and beloved by all. She is worthy of the throne." "Do you truly think so?" the captain pressed. The princess shot back, "What are you implying? One never knows where they might fall. One day, the kingdom might see your words as an insult." Irina simply replied, "I understand." As the princess walked away, the captain thought to herself, "Don't worry about that." 2 weeks had passed since their summoning. The three heroes were progressing at a rapid pace. Ryuto had already bonded with his holy sword. Now, his training was focused entirely on swordsmanship. Tamaki chose a magic staff, which should have helped her focus her spellcasting. But in her case, the staff was little more than a common club. It seemed she was all muscle and no magic. The third hero, Aoi, was learning archery, a role completely defenseless while aiming. But with her barrier magic, that wasn't a problem. A melee master, a long-range powerhouse, and a support with defensive capabilities. It was a perfectly balanced team. 3 days ago, Inori also began his official training, not with swords but with daggers, throwing weapons, stealth, and occasionally, trap disarming. He understood their plan. They wanted to make him a scout. It made sense. Combined with his detection ability, it was a perfect combination. But what about his other, hidden abilities? He certainly didn't need a babysitter to help him develop those. Every night, he honed his deadly skills in the forest, manipulating a dagger mid-air with dark magic. Waiting for the perfect moment, he severed his link to the blade, letting it plunge deep into the beast's flesh. Looking at the scene, he knew his daytime lessons were completely useless in a real fight, and none of that trivial knowledge ever stuck with him anyway. This curse from the sun god was a constant thorn in his side. Could he ever escape it by leveling up enough? With his dagger training complete, it was time to master his shadow movement skill. He stalked a demonic bird, and the moment it was distracted by its meal, he exploded from his hiding spot, darting towards the creature through the long shadows on the ground. The bird noticed him far too late, so he quickly sprang his trap. Using a weapon artifact, he summoned a cord of pure dark magic, instantly binding the demonic beast. The creature shrieked, struggling to break free, as he stared directly into its eyes, activating his hypnosis skill. A golden glint of success flashed in the monster's eyes. Carefully, he reached a hand toward the bird and waited a few seconds. It didn't move. He then plunged his dagger into the beast, ending its life in an instant. Living creatures couldn't be controlled by his dark magic, but their dead bodies could easily be moved and stored within his shadow. Tossing the bird's corpse into his shadow space, he submerged himself as well, confident that he didn't have to worry about the other monsters in the area. He sank his fangs into the bird's neck, hoping that draining its blood would trigger his vampiric lineage, helping him level up or at least boost his stats. Afterwards, the hunt resumed. This time, his target was some kind of reptile. The beast didn't look appetizing, but he had no choice. As long as it made him stronger, the hunt would go on. Just as dawn broke, he teleported back to his room and collapsed into bed. Every night followed the same brutal pattern. In the morning, a maid would wake him. Of course, he knew he couldn't keep her under his hypnosis forever. He only used it when he desperately needed to get away. Over the past 2 weeks, he had extracted a goldmine of intel about the kingdom from her, all thanks to his incredible hypnosis skill. The current queen, it turned out, was unable to bear children, and this kingdom operated on a matrilineal system. The queen was supposed to produce a daughter to inherit the throne. This was the only way the kingdom could continue. But for some unknown reason, many royals had died from a mysterious illness, a tragic situation that threatened to end the entire bloodline. To save the royal line from extinction, the daughter of a count, a distant relative of the queen, became the king's concubine. From that union, a child was born. She was named Arya, a name meaning heir. A diligent student, she was beloved by the people. Everyone celebrated her bright future until she turned 7 years old. That year, the king and queen finally had a daughter of their own. They named her Amanda, which meant one who is loved. The queen doted on her own child, who was also blessed with immense magical talent. Suddenly, Arya's tireless efforts to become the heir were utterly meaningless. When Amanda turned 7, she was officially named the first princess and the true heir, casting Arya aside into the shadows. The meaning of her own name was lost to history. Everyone lost interest in her, and the princess was left all alone, forgotten even by the queen. She lived out her days in the castle like an empty doll. Now, sitting through another boring lecture, he glanced over at her, thinking they were the same, expecting nothing from anyone. Seeing him slumped on the desk, she woke him up, telling him he was blocking the light. "If you keep sleeping, you'll end up with nothing," she warned. He let out a massive yawn. It had been a long time since he'd heard such a preachy lecture. She then remarked how tragic it was that he lacked magical talent, but at least he was being taught espionage and intelligence techniques. He didn't think that was his talent either. He mulled it over. It was true. He was completely unable to use this world's magic. Even the most average person could cast simple spells. So, in the eyes of others, someone with zero magical ability was a bizarre anomaly. Arya pointed out that the Knight Commander was an incredibly busy woman, yet she still made time for them. Could it be she sees some potential in us, she wondered. He stretched and replied boldly, "It's because we're heroes." Her expression turned serious. "To become stronger, you must put in more effort." Her sharp tone was starting to get on his nerves. She then ordered him to follow her, leading him to a tower. They descended a staircase and found themselves before a set of massive doors. She opened them with magic, explaining that today's class was crowded, which they could use to their advantage. "You're a hero, and yet they call you a weakling. Do you enjoy hearing that?" She turned to him, her voice sharp. "I didn't think so." He looked at her, surprised. She'd locked away all her emotions, earning her the nickname the doll from the kingdom's residence. But looking at her now, he couldn't see a doll at all. As she released her magic, a vast training hall was revealed before them. Arya stepped into the center of the room. "If you don't put in the effort, you'll be thrown out of this castle. They have no obligation to feed freeloaders." She was already playing her trump cards, he noted. "So, is using my detection ability not considered work?" he shot back. Arya admitted that she also found his treatment unfair, but insisted he still wasn't making the necessary effort. "Is it so hard to straighten yourself out a little? Not everyone receives such a blessing." He thought about sleeping through her class and training all night. "I'm already doing my best," he replied. She clenched her fists in frustration as he continued. "I'm nowhere near the level of the other 3 heroes, and I'm not gifted academically. Everyone has their limits," he finished. She countered. "This special training room is protected by a powerful magic barrier. No screams, no noise. No one will hear a thing, so you don't need to worry." He asked how to open the doors, and she silently approached from behind, glaring at him with pure fury. Then she kicked him hard in the back, slamming his body against the doors. He spun around in confusion as she yelled, "You've never even tasted a real battle, and if you get kicked out because of your own laziness, your life will end the moment you face your first real monster. Even if you aren't as flashy as them, live with what you have and don't you dare give up." He looked at her, realizing she wasn't a doll, but a truly noble girl. "You have a chance to change," she cried. "Don't throw it away." This brought a smirk to his face, which quickly turned into a genuine laugh. "You really are a good person," he said. Her face instantly flushed red at his words. "I underestimated you," he admitted. "I didn't expect you to be this strong." She suggested they stop getting on each other's nerves, but he just told her not to worry. "I love my life more than anyone. Just like you do." She stared at him, completely stunned. After a moment of silence, she said, "Perhaps. I underestimated you as well." For some reason, she found his strength of spirit unbelievable. He admitted he was being cast aside, but simply stated he'd figure out what to do next. He wasn't leaving just yet. His information gathering wasn't complete. When the next training session began, he resolved to find a way to prove just how critical his discoveries were. But there was a problem. No real dungeon raids were even on the schedule. As training ended, he caught his breath, wondering if he could ask the Knight Commander to persuade the Queen. Perhaps then, his voice would finally be heard. Just then, Adriana led him into her office for a private conversation, and when he told her his request, she simply said it would be difficult. He asked, "Is it because you think my abilities aren't enough for this?" He confessed he lacked motivation for daily training, but she cut him off, saying he was mistaken. She didn't underestimate him in the slightest. Then she asked, "Have you ever considered joining the Night Order?" The offer caught him completely off guard. She explained that his unique abilities would be indispensable on the battlefield. They would serve him well as a knight. Whether exploring dungeons or fighting the Demon Lord, he would grow stronger with every challenge. The difficulty wasn't her lack of faith, but her inability to change his fate as a hero. But if he gave up the title of hero and became a soldier, he could finally start forging his own destiny. By doing so, he could escape the threat of exile. He understood that agreeing meant shouldering a mountain of responsibility, something that didn't suit him at all. He told her he appreciated the offer, but needed time to think. She agreed, telling him to find her when he had nowhere else to turn. And with that, he had made his position clear. After he left, the Knight Commander walked to the window, her suspicions confirmed. A few days passed. Inori was half asleep in another lecture when a question arose. Will the heroes from the neighboring kingdom be visiting? What are they coming here for? The princess announced a meeting for the next day. Since she would be attending, all classes and training were cancelled. The news surprised him, but she just smiled and added that he wouldn't be present either. He wondered why he instantly understood. He was the disposable one, the outsider. The next day, the guests from the neighboring kingdom arrived to a grand and lavish welcome. Meanwhile, Inori watched the celebration from his window with a bitter thought. What happened to their so-called financial crisis? Was there truly no room to invite him? But honestly, who would want to explain to foreign dignitaries why a fourth hero suddenly appeared alongside the other three? It would only lead to investigations, and he didn't need any more trouble. With a heavy sigh, he got off his bed, hating the feeling of being sidelined while others celebrated. He activated his skill, the omniscient demon eyes, to see what was happening in the grand hall. He saw the princess in her formal attire and, with a pang of pity, noticed his favorite instructor was also dressed up. He could immediately spot the forced smile plastered on her face. His eyes then fell upon the rich appetizers on the tables, which only soured his mood. Through hypnosis, he'd learned from Nala that these welcome ceremonies were a primary cause of the kingdom's economic troubles. The queen loved showing off to other nations, completely ignoring the king's concerns about their dwindling treasury. And then, he noticed a few strangers standing beside Ryuto and the girls. These must be the visiting heroes. One guy in particular stood out. His long bangs fell over his eyes, giving him a gloomy aura. Inori thought they might actually get along. The blonde one next to him, was he Japanese too? To find out, he activated his appraisal skill. The name that appeared was Masayoshi, meaning justice. Wasn't that a bit too flashy for a guy like him? He then saw him start yelling at Ryuto, wondering what his problem was. He couldn't hear a thing. Maybe it was time to try lip reading. Masayoshi was furiously demanding, "Bring Inori here at once. I'll duel him myself." Later, after the banquet, Inori was summoned to meet the heroes. The moment Masayoshi saw him, he immediately issued a challenge, stunning everyone in the room. His own teammates looked slightly embarrassed. Inori asked for a reason, and he declared he wanted to prove to the goddess that Inori was unworthy. Inori feigned ignorance, asking which goddess he was talking about. Masa told him to stop playing dumb. "You were there too, weren't you? In that white space where we met her." Inori asked what that had to do with a duel. Masa proudly replied, "I proposed to her." He then grabbed Inori by the collar, yelling that the goddess said she'd consider it if he could defeat him first. Inori let out a long sigh, realizing he was starting to understand the whole picture. Simply put, that goddess had dumped all her problems right onto his shoulders. He swore he'd get his revenge the next time they met. Just then, a confused Ryuto asked, "What white space?" Masayoshi's teammates also had no idea what he was talking about. This was strange. Inori realized they must have been summoned through a different method. Deciding to end this farce, he told the guy that while he didn't quite get it, he would accept the challenge. Masa's face lit up. "Now we're talking," he boomed. Then Inori asked, "So, have you decided on the format of the duel?" Judging by his reaction, the thought hadn't even crossed his mind. Inori stated that his blessing was completely unsuited for conventional combat. Unlike the other heroes, he had the body of a normal person. A simple duel would be unfair. However, he added, "If you're the type of hero who enjoys tormenting the weak, that's a different story." Provoked, Masayoshi yelled that he accepted any condition. The other heroes were shocked he agreed so quickly. This played right into Inori's hands. He said there must be a dungeon near the capital where the knights train. The winner would be the one who defeated the first-floor boss first. Masayoshi grinned with absolute confidence and agreed. Meanwhile, Ryuto whispered to Inori, "Are you sure about this? This isn't just reconnaissance. How do you plan on beating a boss with your abilities?" Inori simply replied that it would be fine. He already had a plan. They agreed to hold the duel the next day. But after the match, the queen summoned him. He had suffered a crushing defeat, and she began to berate him. He had chosen the battlefield himself, only to lose in such a humiliating way. The queen was right. The guy was a monster. His sword skill allowed him to cut down anything in his path, rivaling even the knight commanders. The first floor boss stood no chance. Masayoshi dispatched it instantly. Inori, on the other hand, used his detection ability to slip past every monster, every trap, and even the boss itself. To any outsider, it looked like a truly pathetic failure. Her most trusted advisors had once vouched for him, speaking of his boundless, untapped potential. But that time was over. He had disgraced the nation, and she was done giving him chances. A suffocating silence gripped the throne room before the queen's voice boomed, decreeing his exile. His response? A simple, knowing smile. The onlookers remained impassive. They had all seen this coming. The queen demanded to know if he had any objections. He replied that something else had tarnished the nation's honor. What could that be? She reminded him that he lost the duel. He agreed, but said nothing more than dignity was at stake. She didn't understand, so he clarified, the dignity of being the goddess's chosen man. There was an agreement that this duel would remain a secret from everyone but them. After all, he was no hero. He was a man who hadn't even been officially introduced to the public. Clearly, he wasn't the one who could dishonor the kingdom or her majesty. This duel was nothing more than a simple farce. However, that didn't mean he would sit back and take it. At his signal, guards entered the throne room. They dropped 2 massive sacks overflowing with gold and gems at his feet, as he claimed it was just a small token from the dungeon. Seeing the sheer volume of treasure, the queen and princess could only gawk in astonishment. But Inori simply stated it was the treasure from the first floor. He couldn't compare to a true hero, but he wouldn't leave empty-handed either. Pleased with the loot, the queen inspected the gold. He smiled, adding that thanks to his blessing, it was laughably easy. This was all done to show them just how valuable that blessing was. The second princess was stunned. She truly thought he was about to be cast out. And just like that, the troublesome guest had secured his victory and returned to his homeland. With no obstacles left, the threat of exile was gone. Inori could finally begin his hunt in earnest. That very night, he ventured deep into the forest. Having already feasted on someone, he emerged from the shadows, thinking he was getting tired of hunting birds, but sensing something strange, he glanced around. What now? He wondered. What surprise did this forest have in store for him this time? Surrounded by trees, nothing seemed out of place. And yet, his detection skill was screaming at him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. He realized this was beyond his simple detection skill. Something else was needed. Activating his all-seeing demon eye, he shattered the illusion, revealing a magical dome before him. So that's what was causing that prickling sensation. Was his detection skill this weak because it was a power from this world? It didn't matter. No defense could stand against his all-seeing demon eye. He wondered what was inside. Perhaps demons far stronger than mere birds. He decided to take a quick look. After all, he could always escape in an instant. The moment he stepped through, a nearby wolf pack sensed his intrusion. Inside the barrier, he heard the rustle of leaves as several gray wolves burst from the bushes, lunging at him. He instantly melted into the shadows, a thrill of excitement running through him. He'd never fought an entire pack before. He summoned black threads from his own shadow, dispatching the wolves in an instant. Once it was over, he touched a wound on his face and winced. Even a single one of these was surprisingly strong. An entire pack was here, yet he handled them all. Storing the wolves' corpses in his shadow space, he began to sink into it, thinking that if this worked out, he wouldn't need to hunt birds anymore. Still, he'd bring one back just in case. He then ventured deeper, toward a lake with a giant tree on an island in its center. He glanced at it, hesitant. He could feel a boss-level presence lurking. Deciding to play dumb, he took a single step forward. Instantly, a colossal wolf leaped from the forest, swiping at him. The boy recoiled in shock, his arm nearly torn off in the blink of an eye. He was expecting a monster, but nothing like this. In the next moment, the wolf attacked again. A single swipe sent him flying into a nearby tree. As he regained his senses, he stared at his foe. What in the world just happened? His appraisal skill identified it. Fenrir, a wolf-type magical beast. So, not a demon? He glanced at his mangled arm. This was just a mini-boss? What should he do? Escape into the shadows? It would just wait for him at the exit. Just then, Fenrir charged. As it closed in, Inori's mind raced. He had to think fast. The moment the beast pounced, he vanished. He had managed to leap into the air just seconds before the attack landed. And now, his title as a monster from another world came into play. His vampire lineage wasn't just for show. It was time to test his true capabilities. Fenrir looked up, speaking, "Why have you come to our domain?" He made a mental note. It could talk. But that made sense for a magical beast. He landed on a nearby rock, claiming he was lost. The wolf was not satisfied. No one could simply wander past the illusion by accident. Then it clicked for the beast. It understood. He was curious about what lay within. The illusion was there for a reason. This meant he was the intruder who had slaughtered its kin. For that, he would not be allowed to leave this place alive. The boy assessed it with a thoughtful gaze and asked, "How important is this place to you?" Fenrir declared it would give him something to ponder in the afterlife, pleased that it could now tell him everything. The wolf explained that they had a contract with a witch of this land. They were its guardians, tasked with eliminating any demon deemed a threat, including nosy intruders like him. "Do not resist, and your death will be swift," it warned. "Otherwise, you'll end up like your arm." But as it glanced at his arm, its words caught in its throat. While it had been monologuing, Inori had completely regenerated the wound without the beast even noticing. He realized it was his vampire ability. "I didn't expect the regeneration to be this powerful," he mused. Fenrir bared its teeth, wary. This being was clearly no mere human. It lunged forward again. "You're not getting away!" it roared. The attack was unbelievably sharp. He leaped aside just an instant before the wolf's powerful jaws could snap shut. It was all thanks to his right eye. He could predict its attacks, but this was still going to be a tough fight. He flew higher, thinking that even with flight, getting over the cliffs would be hard. He needed to get to the forest's edge. Making a sudden dive, he watched as Fenrir repositioned itself on the cliff top, observing him. Suddenly, Inori spotted something gleaming, hurtling towards him at incredible speed. He instinctively threw his hands up to shield his face. A storm of razor-sharp projectiles shredded the trees around him. It turned out Fenrir had launched volleys of its own fur, each strand as sharp as a blade. He cried out as several quills embedded themselves in his body. Before he could even catch his breath, Fenrir appeared before him with a thunderous roar. Dodging the blow, Inori realized his hypnosis skill was completely useless against this beast. It was just too ferocious. What could he do? Seeing the waterfall ahead, he realized he was trapped in a dead end, and a wave of panic washed over him. In that instant, the wolf was already above him. With a whip of its tail, it unleashed another volley of sharp fur. The quills tore massive holes in his wings, and the beast grinned before lunging in for the kill. He waited for it to get closer, then unleashed giant wooden stakes from his shadow storage. The sudden attack took Fenrir completely by surprise. It barely managed to dodge, and Inori grimly noted that his preparations had saved his life. However, victory was a distant dream. His wounds were already regenerating, and the wolf bared its fangs, ready for another round. He desperately wanted to use a teleportation magic circle, but his left eye was still set to hypnosis mode. To switch the effect, he needed to physically look at the teleportation circle with that eye. That meant he had to buy himself some time. He summoned prepared knives from his shadow space, thinking that just one clean hit was all he needed. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the daggers flying toward Fenrir. The beast simply walked towards him, a curious look on its face as if wondering what trick he'd try next. The daggers simply bounced off its impenetrable fur. Inori's heart sank. As the wolf pounced, he leaped aside, summoned more knives, and started running for his life. Again, the blades deflected harmlessly off its body. The beast sneered, "That little toy won't kill me." It whipped its tail, firing a spray of sharp needles in his direction. He instantly threw his arms out to defend himself. As a needle pierced his abdomen, he had a grim realization. Trying to protect his whole body was futile. As long as his heart and legs were intact, he could fight. The wolf howled in frustration, cursing his stubbornness. Then, Inori waved his hand, casting a net of black threads that covered the beast and the entire area. Trees creaked and groaned under the immense tension of the threads, and the wolf found itself completely immobilized. It let out a furious roar, while Inori celebrated, thinking he'd finally restrained it. But just then, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the forest. The threads snapped the trees they were anchored to and then broke apart, freeing Fenrir. The wolf roared that his efforts were useless and charged forward, making him wonder how it shattered his unbreakable black thread. Now, he had only one option left. He created more threads and began weaving them around the surrounding trees, desperately keeping his distance from the pursuing wolf. Hoping his plan would work, he climbed a tall tree. Fenrir mocked him from below, shouting that fleeing to the sky was a foolish move that only made him an easier target. Meanwhile, Inori activated his left eye. The threads began to glow with a golden hue, pulsing with magical energy. As a massive magic circle appeared beneath the wolf's paws, he smiled. The magic circle rewrite is complete. He had just used the unique ability of his left eye. When another magic circle appeared behind him, he began to fade into thin air. The wolf watched in shock, exclaiming, trying to run away, but he reappeared directly above its head, replying, I considered it, but I changed my mind. With those words, he plunged his daggers straight into the beast's eyes, robbing the monster of its sight. A burning agony washed over Fenrir as it let out a deafening shriek. Inori smirked. I don't enjoy being on the losing side. The wolf thrashed wildly, destroying everything around it as it roared. How dare you? He dodged a wild swing of its tail and thought, don't you like this? He then leaped onto a nearby tree to observe the beast, but when the wolf's blind gaze locked onto his position, he froze in confusion. Could it actually see him somehow? Fenrir seemed to read his mind and spoke. You're mistaken. I can smell you. He gave a strained laugh, feeling the beast's intense killing intent. Suddenly, the wolf's massive jaws appeared right in front of him. He instantly jumped from the branch, thinking, now's my chance. He teleported just an instant before Fenrir could snap him in two. The beast roared that he could live for now, but next time, it would surely kill him. Meanwhile, Inori found himself back in his room. He gasped for air, realizing Fenrir had systematically crippled him, but chose not to kill him. Next time, he swore, he would have his revenge. From that day on, he worked tirelessly, crafting new equipment and sneaking into the fifth armory. He managed to acquire rare metals and a few other crucial materials. He also undertook the dangerous task of acquiring some of Fenrir's fur for research. It was incredibly difficult, but he finally placed a tuft on his desk and used his appraisal skill. Under the influence of magic, this object is granted extraordinary properties: crystal hardening, compression. He channeled his magic into the fur, and it transformed into several needles. Now he understood why he couldn't pierce its hide. The beast was completely covered in this nigh indestructible material. He decided to craft a weapon from it, and the image of his black threads appeared in his mind, but with a different effect. The legendary Gleipnir, a material that crystallizes when it comes into contact with magic, unless that magic is strong enough to shatter it. He stared at the materials, realizing that according to legend, this was the very substance used to bind Fenrir. Could he truly get his revenge with this? An idea sparked in his mind. He would forge gloves from these threads. These gloves would activate special properties upon contact with magic: darkness enhancement, crystal hardening, and constriction. He tested them, and as parts of the glove crystallized, they formed a beautiful, glowing magic circle. This gave him an idea to craft even more items from the threads. And just like that, he had an entire suit of Gleipnir armor. Now, he was ready for vengeance. He immediately teleported back to the forest, and Fenrir turned its head at the sound. He greeted the beast, saying it had been a while, to which it growled, "Wasn't last time enough for you? I never thought you'd dare return." It lunged at him, but he just smiled and remarked, "Your eyes look quite beautiful now." Fenrir responded to the mockery with a vicious swipe, roaring at him to shut up. He dodged, surprised that even while blind, its attacks were perfectly accurate. Fenrir declared this was the second time he had trespassed on its territory, but this time he wouldn't leave alive. He realized that it wasn't being blinded that enraged the beast the most. It was the violation of its domain. It was a creature of principle, so much so that now it was absolutely determined to kill him. As the wolf charged, Inori summoned a pack of wolves from his own shadow. As they pounced on Fenrir and began tearing at its flesh, the great wolf froze in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. Inori smirked and asked, "Can you feel it? Even without your eyes, you can see how warmly your own kind welcomes you." Fenrir raged. "What did you do to them?" He replied that he had done them a great favor, and just like that, they became his loyal new servants. But Fenrir suddenly roared, kicking the wolves off its body. The surprise attack forced Inori to leap aside, narrowly dodging the blow. This time, the damage he took was far less. His armor didn't negate the hit completely, but it certainly did its job. Enraged, Fenrir charged him once more. He parried the attack just as a pack of shadow wolves burst from the surrounding bushes. Seeing Inori distracted, Fenrir lunged, screaming that this was vengeance for its fallen brethren. Inori instantly teleported, leaving Fenrir to bite down on a useless log. It roared in frustration that he'd escaped again. Sensing a surge of magic from above, the wolf poured all its strength into its legs and shot into the air. But a calm voice echoed from above. "Who said I was running?" "You're mistaken." Fenrir sensed something was terribly wrong, and in that instant, a net of threads descended from the sky, slamming it back down. During the chaos, Inori had meticulously spread his threads throughout the area, and his new shadow wolves had been more than happy to assist. This was why Fenrir couldn't sense the trap, not even from its own kin, and panic began to set in. It demanded to know what this was, only to be told the threads were woven from its very own fur. Now, the beast was truly trapped. With a wave of his hand, Inori commanded his skill, Grepnar, to constrict. The threads immediately began to tighten, slowly wrapping around the great wolf's body. In the end, it couldn't resist Grepnar's overwhelming power, and was pinned to the ground. It snarled and thrashed, but all its struggles were in vain. Inori landed nearby and said, "It must be hard to smell something made from your own fur, isn't it?" Every taunt, every provocation, every blow he took, it was all part of the plan to distract Fenrir from the unfolding trap, and at the final moment, he teleported out of the way, leaving the beast caught in a prison of its own making. Wishing it luck, he tightened the threads, and the shadow wolves stepped forward to send off their former comrade. Fenrir lamented that it had fought so hard to live, but now, its oath was broken. Sometime later, Inori consumed its blood, gaining a massive 5 levels and several new skills from the fight. A new unique skill now appeared in his list, King's Vessel. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from below. It was one of the shadow wolves. He was shocked that they could speak, and the wolf apologized for addressing him so suddenly. Could this be the effect of King's Vessel? Had they become his true subordinates? He wondered what it wanted, and it asked if he could turn their former master into a subordinate, just as they were. Inori looked at Fenrir, as the wolf explained that he had protected this land until his dying breath. They wanted their master to serve alongside them once more. Inori promised he would try his best, and the wolf thanked him. Afterward, he let out a long sigh, thinking there probably wouldn't be any consequences. An overwhelming exhaustion suddenly washed over him. He returned home and went to eat with the other heroes. During the meal, they started talking about the princesses. Ryuto mentioned that he'd been thinking about it, and it seemed the princesses didn't get along very well. Tamaki added that it was more that the second princess was hard to approach, and Oi awkwardly agreed. As she wondered about the reason, Ryuto clarified that it wasn't like they hated each other. The second princess would occasionally steal glances at the first princess. Inori, however, was just poking his food with a fork, his mind completely preoccupied by the pile of garlic on his plate. Suddenly, Ryuto declared that it was time for their Inori to make his move. Inori's head snapped up from his plate, his face filled with indignation as he demanded, "What does this have to do with me?" There were 2 ladies in waiting right in front of him. He should be the one to ask. Ryuto pointed out that they weren't nearly as close to the princess as our hero was. Since he was her disciple, it was up to him to speak with the Grand Princess and bring the 2 sisters together. He protested, claiming an arrogant princess like her would never agree to speak with him, but Ryuto told him not to worry. He would personally request that she hear him out. Inori asked doubtfully how he'd manage that, but Ryuto just laughed, saying it was a piece of cake. After all, the Grand Princess was head over heels for him. The girls disliked his boastful tone, and watching their reactions, Inori felt Ryuto's image was starting to crumble. The man insisted there was a good reason for all of this. How about a 7-day vacation as a reward? He would even ask the Grand Princess for it himself. Inori agreed in a heartbeat, and soon, the time for his audience arrived. He knocked on the grand door, thinking he'd agreed far too easily. But what now? From within, the arrogant princess commanded him to enter. Apparently, Ryuto had already informed her about his visit. He stepped into the room, feeling that once this door closed, there was no turning back. Amanda announced she was giving him a chance to speak, and that he should be grateful. At that moment, his eyes scanned the room, and he realized it was different from the other royal chambers. The room was luxurious, but there was absolutely no harmony in its style. Noticing his contemplative look, she smirked and asked if he was struck dumb by the splendor. To be fair, he was surrounded by things he had never even dreamed of. He pointed to a particularly striking vase and asked if she was fond of it. She confirmed it, boasting that it was a gift from her mother, the queen, and from people all over the world. Royalty, she explained, never has to buy anything for themselves. He'd do well to remember that. Wanting to leave this suffocating room as quickly as possible, he decided to get straight to the point, asking if she was worried about her current relationship with the second princess. She glanced away, a hint of embarrassment on her face, and insisted she wasn't worried in the slightest about that girl. So, what did he really want to talk about? In that instant, our main character realized this was not going to be an easy task. Amanda said she heard he was here to reconcile them, but it wasn't as if she wanted to make peace. He asked with a touch of irritation if that meant she didn't want this at all. Flustered, she began to tug at her hair, snapping that it was absolutely none of his business. He tiredly covered his face with his hand, thinking this approach was failing. It was time to play his trump card. He let out a sigh and said this was all Ryuto's fault. He explained that Ryuto had arranged everything so he could help her, but if she truly didn't want his help, then so be it. Of course, when Ryuto found out, he would be heartbroken that all his efforts had gone to waste. Hearing his words, Amanda grew anxious and told him to wait. She claimed she was just about to explain everything, but he was simply being too impatient. He had finally gotten her to open up. To distract herself, she began brushing her hair and admitted that things used to be very different. They were once much closer. Her little sister was a bright child who always played with her, following her around like a shadow. But at some point, they began to drift apart. Then, when she turned 7, the title of Grand Princess was officially bestowed upon her. At the same time, she was told that her sister was not the queen's biological daughter. From that day forward, everything began to change. To become a worthy queen, she had to study diligently every single day, and over time she came to realize just how wonderful and kind the second princess, her little sister, truly was. She longed to relive those precious moments with him, but the world around them refused to allow it, forging a deep chasm between their hearts. Her gaze fell, filled with sorrow, as she turned away from Yori, claiming her story was finished. Now, he finally understood the Grand Princess's true nature. Her arrogance and abrasive behavior were merely the products of her upbringing. The chaotic, mismatched style of her room was just one piece of the evidence. There wasn't a trace of her own taste to be found. Everything had been forced upon her, including her very personality. She could only cling to her royal status, so she wouldn't lose herself completely. Embarrassment washed over her as she demanded, "Say something, will you? Who else could I possibly tell this to?" She was even willing to consider his advice. But just as quickly, he retracted that thought. It seemed her arrogance wasn't just a shield. It was the innate pride of a royal. He challenged her, asking why she didn't just go to her sister and call her family. Flustered, she declared she would never say such a thing. What would her attendants and servants think? A smirk played on his lips. "In this country," he asked, "are the servants more important than the princess herself? Aren't you the one who makes the decisions?" After all, she was the Grand Princess. But she fretted that such choices would only bring her trouble, while he insisted her sister was stronger than she imagined. Amanda seemed to genuinely ponder this. Then, with a blush, she announced she could handle things herself and didn't need his counsel. In fact, he should be grateful she even listened to him at all. With that, he left her chambers and returned to his own. He explained everything to Nala, who honestly admitted she wasn't thrilled with the idea, but she promised to discuss it with her princess. He silently noted that this was hardly the most reassuring answer. Well, that was to be expected from the second princess's loyal attendant. The next morning, Nala arrived with a message from her master. He had clearly just woken up, and groggily asked what she was talking about. She smiled, explaining that this time was different. Today's lesson would be special, a statement that filled him with a terrible premonition. The two of them eventually dragged him from the palace. Standing in the middle of the street, he demanded to know what kind of lesson awaited him out here. Arya declared that studying the flow of commerce and the mood of the people was just as vital as any other training. As a member of the upper class, his job was to escort her and carry her things. He eyed her suspiciously, wondering what shopping had to do with hero training. She decided to browse for jewelry first, and he thought to himself, didn't she claim she never buys anything? What was this all about? Arya's brow furrowed in deep concentration, but she just couldn't decide on a single piece. So, she turned to Inori for help. He told her that anything she chose would suit her, but she shyly corrected him, saying it wasn't for her. He gave her a puzzled look, until Nala whispered in his ear that she was choosing a birthday gift for the Grand Princess. When she told the second princess what they'd discussed last night, Her Highness declared they would go buy a gift for her sister immediately. He said he understood, but why did he have to be the one to choose the gift? Arya paused, then carefully explained. You met with her yesterday, didn't you? That's why I thought you could pick something out. Unfortunately, he replied, even after yesterday, I don't understand her any better. But I can tell she's used to receiving gifts. A simple present won't have any effect. She looked a little crestfallen and asked, So, you're saying a gift is a bad idea? The person giving it is what's most important, he answered. So your choice is already the best one. Nala smiled, thinking how sweet he was, while he was just trying to figure out how to get back to the palace. Arya smiled at his words and finally chose a present. While she was speaking with the merchant, Nala revealed that if it wasn't for him, she never would have thought to convince her lady to buy a birthday gift. Arya smiled down at the box in her hands, and Nala's heart filled with joy. She was finally seeing her master's true smile. Just then, Arya approached, asking what they were whispering about. Nala panicked and quickly changed the subject, suggesting they get a snack. 5 days later, Inori received an invitation to the Grand Princess's birthday celebration. He dressed for the occasion and made his way to the Grand Hall. Standing in a corner, he scanned the room, thinking the party was as extravagant as ever, and it was filled with the usual preening fools. A wave of applause suddenly echoed through the hall. The crowd was welcoming the star of the party. Amanda entered, basking in the attention. Her parents watched her with proud smiles on their faces. Ryudo gave the princess a slight bow, and she lit up seeing him. He wished her a happy birthday, adding that she was even more beautiful today than yesterday. Yesterday? She laughed, delighted by the flattery. As they chatted away, Inori thought they were completely shameless. Across the crowd, he noticed Ina speaking with a man. He wondered who the man was, as he didn't look like the other nobles. His appraisal skill revealed him to be the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Shore. They were likely discussing national security, but this wasn't the time or place. His eyes searched the hall for Arya, finding her hiding behind a pillar. She was watching her sister, too afraid to approach. He found the sight pathetic. Was it really so hard to call out to her own sister, or was it too difficult to cut in? He decided to give her a little push, all for the sake of his weekend. When he got close, she asked him for advice on how to approach her. He just said, "I'm about to do something, so try not to hold it against me. Remember how powerful 𝑹𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒅 was?" Where has all that energy gone? Before she could react, he shoved her directly into the center of the hall, her feet carrying her towards her sister on pure instinct. She stopped just in time, realizing she was standing right in front of Amanda. Panic set in. Everyone in the room froze, waiting to see what would happen, while Inori casually looked away as if he had nothing to do with it. Amanda stared at her sister in shock, who was now hiding a gift box behind her back as guests began to whisper. Inori figured the commotion was just because the two sisters had finally collided. He shot a piercing glare at Arya, a silent command to act. They hadn't gone through all this trouble for her to freeze up now. Arya swallowed nervously, held out the box to her sister, and wished her a happy birthday. Then, with a surge of courage, she loudly declared that she had a gift for the Grand Princess. Amanda hesitantly took the box, opened it, and gasped at the beautiful jewelry inside. She excitedly asked Arya to put it in her hair right then and there. This request initially stunned Arya, but when Amanda added a please, she began to work with a smile. The gift she'd chosen was a pair of matching hairpins. She skillfully wove them into her sister's hair. Amanda shyly turned and asked how it looked. Arya smiled and told her the pins were beautiful. A radiant smile spread across Amanda's face as she thanked her. Then, the entire hall erupted in applause. Everyone was truly moved by the sisters' reunion, and then Amanda asked her sister for one more gift. She paused for a moment, a blush of shame on her face. Then she asked if Amanda would simply call her sister. Arya's eyes widened, remembering their childhood bond. With tears welling up, she whispered she would be overjoyed. Overwhelmed, Amanda collapsed into her sister's arms, finally reunited after so long. Watching them, Inori felt his mission was complete. But then, his senses detected something deeply wrong. The king and queen were also weeping with joy for their daughters. Ryudo approached Inori, apologizing for leaving everything to him, but grateful for his help. Inori brushed it off, saying he was already calculating his hefty compensation. Ryuto just laughed, promising to consider it and expressing his sincere gratitude. Ryuto hated seeing them struggle, relieved they had finally reconciled. He smiled, whispering how happy he was, and wondered if he was just too soft-hearted. He was about to boast about his heroic deeds, but Inori had already vanished, muttering about needing some fresh air on the balcony. As he watched the sunset, Arya approached, saying she needed to speak with him. Realizing they might be overheard, she corrected herself, politely asking for a private word. He told her to speak freely. With not another soul in sight, she smiled wryly. "A gift from your detection skills, I presume? A rather practical blessing," he mused, looking at her intently. "You should listen to your own heart more often." She immediately scoffed, declaring he was the last person she'd ever take that advice from. At that exact moment, a chilling sound echoed from the hall. The flick of blood from a blade. And in an instant, everything went silent. Inori thought to himself, if only she'd trust her instincts, no one would dare call her a puppet. Suddenly, horrific screams erupted, and they both spun towards the chaos. Arya rushed back inside to see what had happened, but Inori grabbed her, holding her back. Before them, the princess stood frozen in horror, as the queen's head rolled across the floor. The prime minister had murdered them both. The hall filled with the shrieks of horrified guests, but he roared for silence, damning them all as a cursed rot on the kingdom. The royal guards didn't move an inch. This was a coup. The assassins shouted that the royals did nothing to stop the nation's collapse. A queen who bled the treasury for her own whims, and a king who turned a blind eye to the chaos. Their reign had finally ended. The next ruler would be none other than the true heir. As Agena stepped to his side, he proclaimed that she would be his new queen. Inori gritted his teeth as he saw Amanda, standing paralyzed beside her mother's severed head. Her shock turned to pure rage as she unleashed her full magical power, screaming, "You're insane!" She raised her hand to cast a devastating spell, but in a flash, 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒅, appeared before her, swinging her sword with lightning speed. Her chance for revenge was stolen. The blade sliced through her arm and hair. Her hairpin clattered to the floor as the heroes cried her name in despair. Ryuto tried to rush to her aid, but the knight captain blocked his path, warning that if they moved, they would all share her fate. The minister roared that they were all children of the Witch Queen, blindly following her whims and allowing the summoning of heroes. They had committed a sin so great, only death could atone for it. Amanda looked at her fallen hairpin, tears streaming as she thought of her little sister. And then, 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒅 executed her. The minister screamed that she would see her witch mother in the afterlife. As her head fell, Arya's face twisted in a silent, horrified scream. Inori saw she was about to shriek her sister's name and instantly clamped a hand over her mouth, muffling the sound. "Be silent," he hissed, "or they'll discover us." He glanced at 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒅, his mind racing. This was a full-blown coup d'état. The knights surrounded the remaining nobles. The minister gave the order, "Send them all to their beloved witch to pay for their sins." As terrified nobles fled, they were cut down without mercy. Reveling in the massacre, the minister spread his arms wide, letting the blood rain down as he listed every one of their crimes. Embezzlement, bribery, apathy. With their power, they have destroyed this nation. Therefore, they all deserve to die. Arya watched the horrifying scene, trembling. "Calm down," Inori whispered. "If we move now, they'll kill us instantly. You have two choices: die here for nothing, or escape and survive." As the slaughter continued, Ryuto knelt by Amanda's body, shouting that no one deserved this fate. The minister sneered that every noble there deserved death for their neglect. Ryuto roared back, "That's no reason for a massacre." After a moment, the minister replied, "If you had seen what we've seen, you would not say that. One day, this kingdom will show you its true, ugly face." He ordered 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒅 to arrest the heroes. She approached Ryuto, her voice like ice. "Do not resist, unless you wish to experience hell." Ryuto instantly activated his gift, summoning a sword of pure light and launching a powerful attack against his former mentor. But even that mighty blow didn't scratch her. A barrier from her blade absorbed the entire impact. "Not bad," she commented coolly. He gritted his teeth, pouring more power into a second furious assault. She parried his every blow with ease, the force of their clash causing the grand hall to crumble. As a pillar began to topple, another hero quickly erected a barrier to protect herself. "We have to help Ryuto," one hero yelled, but the other replied, "It's useless. There are too many soldiers." Tamaki swore under his breath. They didn't even have their weapons. Meanwhile, 𝒔𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒅 stared at the panting hero. "So, you've chosen to fight back after all. What a pity, because now there is no escape." She swung her sword. Ryuto barely managed to block the attack. "What will you do now?" she mocked. "You can fight until you collapse, but you will never defeat me. Surrender. We will capture you, and then we will find the second princess." Tears streamed down Arya's face, and Inori knew it was time to act. "I'm sorry to interrupt your grief," he said softly. "But if we stay here, we share their fate. It's your choice. Surrender and die, or escape and live." He saw her fists clench. "Are you going to give up again, like you did back then?" Arya's eyes flashed, remembering her sister. Her gaze hardened with resolve. "I will not give up," she declared. "I will live on for Amanda. Until my last breath. No one has the right to command my fate." Inori looked at her, a surprised smile on his lips. "Arya," he said, "in that case, we need to get out of here." Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Ryuto's sword couldn't handle the pressure from Aina and shattered into pieces, leaving him in shock. Declaring it was over, she landed a vicious kick to his gut, launching him into the air. The impact was so powerful, he was knocked unconscious instantly. Seeing this, a worried Tamaki screamed his name. When he didn't move, she knew the situation was critical. They had to run, or they'd be next. But their first priority was to save him. Just then, Arena materialized beside them. With a single slash, she shattered their protective barrier, leaving them utterly defenseless. Then, her cold voice rang out, ordering her knights to capture them immediately. Her men brutally threw the girls to the ground, causing Aoi to cry out in pain. Tamaki instantly moved to shield his friend. Arena ordered them all to be thrown into the dungeon, then glanced at Ryuto with a flicker of concern, wondering if she had dragged the fight on for too long. Meanwhile, the princess and Inori had begun their escape. A fact Arena considered utterly irrelevant. The outcome, she believed, was already set in stone. There was no way the princess could escape on her own. But as Inori led the princess through the corridors, he was constantly activating his unique talent, and the strain was starting to take its toll. He gasped for breath, telling her they couldn't go right. Their only path was to the left. They slipped past knights with an ease that astonished her. She thought he was pinpointing the guards' locations as if he'd had special training for this very scenario. He suddenly called out to her, asking if she could use magic. She told him she only knew the most basic spells. He grabbed her hand, his voice urgent. 3 guards will appear around that corner in about 10 seconds. You need to deal with them somehow. She looked at him, bewildered, and asked, "Isn't running an option?" He replied that it would be far too troublesome. They were completely cornered with nowhere left to run. Swallowing her anxiety, she began her chant and asked, "Are you sure there are only 3? He warned her that she only had 2 seconds left, and the very instant the knight's shadows appeared on the floor, she unleashed her spell. Powerful gusts of wind slammed into their faces, knocking them unconscious immediately. Inori emerged from their hiding spot, remarking that she took down all 3 with a single spell. She explained that she had time to prepare, and they never saw the attack coming. It was a stroke of luck that everything worked out. Noticing him panting heavily, she commented that he didn't look well and asked if he was all right. He told her he was exhausted, but their enemies wouldn't care about his condition. There were almost no guards up ahead. Their first priority was to reach that area. The main character frowned, pushing forward while thinking they could handle regular soldiers, but they stood no chance against the Knight Commander. He himself was not in any condition to fight. He said they just had to get past her, thinking to himself that she was a special case, on a completely different level. He stopped gasping for air, peeked around the corner and said, "This area has almost no guards, and that room is empty. We'll set up an ambush there and plan our escape, all right?" Arya looked at him, surprised, and asked, "Empty? But that's the staff room." They proceeded further and discovered a pool of blood. They looked inside the room, which was filled with countless bodies. The main character turned away and thought, of course there are no guards. They're no longer needed. They killed everyone, even the servants. Their enemies had planned this meticulously. "Nala!" Arya cried out. She knelt beside the girl's body and reached out her hand. The main character recalled a time when they hugged, remembering Nala saying with a smile how happy she was to see the princess laugh again. He silently watched as Arya embraced the body. She started to cry, then turned away and said, "Inori, it's fine. Everything's fine." She was grateful that he had waited. He replied that he was just catching his breath. "So, how are we going to escape?" Meanwhile, Arena touched the prison bars, creating a magical seal. "This is the royal dungeon," she announced, "created to seal away the most dangerous criminals. Without a magical item, you will never escape. You will remain silent and motionless." Tamaki spat that it was cruel, asking if they would even remove their cuffs. Ryuto replied, "It's useless, Tamaki. If the hero summoning was the trigger for this coup, the Hero Alliance won't just sit by and watch." He frowned and added, "They've cuffed our hands to buy time, and bound our feet so we don't accidentally commit suicide, right?" Arena looked at him and said, "There is nothing more to say." His body was filled with rage, yet his mind was unnaturally calm. He glared at her, radiating a frightening aura, and Arena thought she had seen that look somewhere before. She remembered standing amidst corpses, thinking about her own foolishness, her powerlessness, her lack of preparation for this nightmare. It was the exact same look she once had. She turned back and told him he was still naive. "Child, if you want to survive in this world, you should memorize this feeling, and remember to always think with a clear head. If you all had done things correctly back then, I might have considered sparing Aoi and Tamaki." She walked away, and Ryuto roared in fury. "Why are you still acting like a teacher?" At that moment, as Arena walked up the stairs, she placed a hand on the wall and said, "They still haven't found them. He's doing better than I expected. I will join the search for the second princess after retrieving my equipment. Let's go." The guards behind her shouted a resounding, "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, Arya said, "If we're going to start, it's best to start from here." She pointed at a map, and the main character looked at her, asking, "Is there something there?" She replied, "A secret door that leads to the sewers. They could escape the castle through that route." He said they would do it, then asked if only the royal family knew about that passage. She turned to him and replied, "That's right. It's an emergency escape route for royals only. But to be honest," she confessed, "I don't know if it's still accessible." Then he stood up and said, "It's not like we have a choice. We have to go." She frowned, looked back at Nala, and silently apologized for being unable to help, thanking her for everything. After they left the room, the main character ran ahead, looked around, and thought, "This is bad. The number of guards here is increasing." Arya noticed his worried expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Inori looked ahead and wondered if they were being surrounded. It was only a matter of time. He kept running, thinking there were 12 to the right, and even more behind and in front. He then grabbed Arya's hand and told her to stop immediately. She looked at him while he tried to catch his breath and said, "It's an ambush. It's not just a dozen pawns. We can't get through." He looked back and said, "Returning wasn't an option either. The soldiers were closing in fast." She asked, "So we can't sneak past?" Not a chance, he replied. By the way, that secret door? There's an entire platoon of soldiers there too. Arya looked down, and he told her to remember how mercilessly they cut down everyone. Either they tortured your family, or they already knew about this passage. Escaping will be a true nightmare. He looked at her and thought it was over. Could they go any further together? If she still had some way to manage, now was the time. Then, she declared with determination that she would not give up. She looked at him and announced in a loud voice that she would not let them kill her so easily. She would fight to the very end. They looked at each other in surprise. The main character smiled and thought he could still rely on her. Then he said, "My detection skill shows that a part of another country's army seems to be heading this way." She cried out in shock. "The army?" He just spread his hands. "It seems you weren't entirely sure either." "It's not just our soldiers," he explained. "Others have come to rescue the royal family." She gasped. "When will they arrive?" He replied, "Around sunset. If they could just hold on for 15 more minutes, they might be saved." But a brutal battle was unavoidable. She declared, "All right, I'd say our chances of surviving until sunset are 50-50. Then, he dashed forward, shouting that they needed to run toward the path with the fewest guards. "You're just going to leave me behind?" she challenged. "Yes," he replied without hesitation. Just then, the guards spotted them, pointing and yelling, "There's the second princess. Capture her." The enemy captain thrust his hand forward, roaring an order to fire a volley of magic arrows. His men obeyed, unleashing a deadly barrage, but Arya spun around, conjuring a barrier. She created a protective magic circle, yelling, 15 minutes, right, Inori? We'll definitely survive." But in the next instant, several arrows pierced right through her, and the main character screamed, looking to his right. They ducked behind a wall, just as the volley of arrows slammed into the stone behind them. The enemy commander bellowed, "They're getting away! Surround them!" The main character thought they were faster than he anticipated as they raced down the corridor. He yelled, "More soldiers on the left. How are we going to stop them?" "On it!" Arya shouted, immediately casting a massive magical barrier to block the entire passage. The guards skidded to a halt in shock, crying out, "What is that? A barrier?" But their commander ordered, "Don't hesitate. Shatter it." With a mighty swing, a soldier smashed his weapon against the barrier, breaking it into a million fragments. The main character grimly thought that they had barely avoided being encircled. They continued their desperate sprint and finally reached a room. The main character glanced out the window, realizing sunset was just moments away. At that exact moment, Arya cried out in dismay, "A dead end?" He looked at her and said, "Forgive me." With soldiers swarming them, every other path was completely blocked. With only 3 minutes until sundown, they had to make their final stand. They spun around as they heard the guards roaring from behind. "They're here." The commander ordered another volley of magic arrows. Arya erected a barrier in front of them, screaming, "Fall back! Get back now!" At that moment, a soldier turned to his commander and asked, "Sir, do we have the order to charge?" "No," he commanded. "Don't get any closer. They've already killed several of our men. Just keep firing and wear them down." The guards unleashed another volley, their war cries echoing through the hall. The next volley slammed into her shield. Arya gasped for air, her energy almost completely drained. Focusing her remaining mana, she grit her teeth. The defense is starting to crack, but not at its weakest points yet. A storm of magic arrows flew toward them, creating a massive explosion. The commander roared, "Keep firing!" The barrier in front of Arya finally shattered. Panting heavily, she struggled to create a new one. She turned slightly and asked, "Are the reinforcements coming soon?" "Yes," Inori confirmed. Just then, a soldier smirked, thinking, "Pathetic. They can't even launch a single counterattack. We'll have them in just a moment." His eyes then widened in shock as he stared forward and yelled, "One of them vanished." Arya's body trembled as she collapsed to the ground, a pool of dark liquid spreading before her. Her last thought was of Inori. Pushing herself up on one arm, she looked around desperately and cried out, "Where are you?" "Inori," she frowned, wondering if he had used her as a decoy to escape. But he was the one who said they had to escape together. Were all his promises of help just a lie to force her to fight? Was it all just a cruel deception? The soldiers began to shout, "Keep your eyes open. The next volley will finish them." But at that very instant, the sun dipped below the horizon. A voice smirked and said, "My apologies. But now, it's my turn." The soldiers were completely baffled. Darkness? It's pitch black. Light the torches. What is this? Hurry. I can't see a thing. Then, the voice commanded, "Fenrir, my loyal subordinate, deal with them." A low growl responded, "As you wish, my lord." In the next second, a massive jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth lunged forward, tearing through several soldiers at once. The others screamed in panic. What was that? Who screamed? Report. One of the remaining soldiers stared in horror into the darkness, making out the mangled corpses of his comrades. What is that thing? He yelled out. Where's the commander? Sound off, now. Hey, are all of you deaf? Suddenly, a figure appeared right behind him. Are they deaf? A calm voice asked. I find that hard to believe. The soldier whipped around, screaming, Inori, where did he come from? The man looked up into the shadows and asked, Fenrir, are you finished? The confused soldier stared at him. Then, Fenrir appeared behind the soldier, its voice a low rumble. Only this one remains. They were a pathetic bunch of fools, not soldiers. He told his familiar not to compare them to himself. The terrified soldier pressed himself against the wall, shrieking, Why is he saving him? You've slaughtered countless people, haven't you? The man mused. Well, you shouldn't be surprised when someone decides to return the favor. Am I wrong? The terrified soldier screamed. Are you really Inori? Who knows, he replied. In the next moment, Fenrir's jaws closed around the soldier's head. Meanwhile, Arya lay on the floor, weakly calling Inori's name. He looked down at her, noticing the faint magic symbols around her wounds, secretly healing yourself with what little strength you have left. A clever move, but you've lost too much blood. It's too late. She used the last of her energy to look at him and ask, Is this your true power? You've been this strong all along? Don't look at me like that, he said. This power only manifests when the sun sets. That's why I told you to hold on until dark. It's the reason I had to lie. He himself had no need for salvation, but he had to see how desperately she would fight for it. He thought about her eyes, those eyes filled with absolute trust. She kept fighting, even in her broken state. So why not? He then said, I don't have time to waste. So I'll be direct. Have you ever been intimate with a man? She stared in surprise. What? He replied. If you haven't, then you'll live. She frowned at him, and he added, But in return, you must obey my every command. It means becoming my slave. You can either accept death with your humanity intact, or live on by abandoning it. The choice is yours. But she spoke with the last shred of her human dignity. She remembered Nala and declared, By any means necessary, I'm willing to sell my soul to the devil himself, as long as I can live. He smiled. A wise answer. Indeed. I am far closer to a devil than a god. With those words, his fangs extended, and he leaned down to her neck. In the next second, his venom seeped into her body. A moment later, he turned to his subordinates and said, You as well. After you dispose of the bodies, take care of the remaining soldiers, and protect her until she awakens. Arya's eyes were closed as she sat slumped against the wall. He glanced out the window and said, I'm going to have a little more fun. Shortly after, the royal guards kneeled before their king, one shouting, Long live the king. Another knight stepped forward to report, The second princess has been cornered. The ruler simply declared, I understand. The dawn of our revival is near. Do not let them escape. They replied, Yes, your majesty. The king continued, Poverty has swept this land like a plague. He saw himself in the abandoned orphans, a king just as lost and powerless. Lifting his gaze, he declared that a long road lay ahead, but together, they would forge this kingdom into a place worth living. But in that very instant, a shadow materialized behind the throne, its weapon aimed at the king's neck. The royal guards could only scream in chaos and confusion. Standing in a distant corridor, Irina heard the screams and frowned. A deep, chilling unease settled in her heart. At that exact moment, the king's head was severed from his shoulders. The main character held the head aloft for all to see, and the knights cried out in horror, His Majesty? What is this? He raised the king's head higher, announcing that their grand plan was now nothing but dust. With their king gone, they had no reason to fight. What were they supposed to do now? But rage quickly took over as they screamed, You monster! Kill him! For their fallen king, the main character simply gathered his energy, creating several daggers of pure darkness. Excellent, he said. If you've decided to kill someone, you must be prepared to face the consequences. With a single thought, he aimed countless weapons at the knights, adding that he'd be overjoyed if they fought to their last breath. Agonizing screams soon echoed through the halls. Elsewhere, Miranda grabbed her comrade, shouting, Did you hear that? Alice met her gaze and yelled, Yes, someone's screaming. All units, advance. She pointed toward the chaos. It's coming from the grand hall. Move out. Just then, Maria skidded to a halt, her breath catching in her throat. She saw the main character standing in the center of the carnage, radiating an oppressive dark energy. He slowly turned his gaze to meet hers. And you, he began. If I'm not mistaken, you're the elite combat squad under Captain Irina's direct command, correct? Maria's brow furrowed in fury. Inori, is all of this you're doing? He chuckled. If I answer that, will you promise to fight me with everything you've got? But that was the last straw. Elf gritted her teeth in pure rage, gripped her weapon, and lunged forward. Maria saw it and screamed, "Elf!" In the next second, her blade sank deep into the main character's chest. Tears streamed down her face, and the sheer intensity of her raw emotion caught him completely by surprise. Had he accidentally killed her lover? In that moment, through Elf's tear-filled eyes, the man standing before her was not the main character, but someone else entirely. He simply muttered, "How rude." And with that, several dark blades erupted from his own shadow, impaling the girl. Maria screamed in disbelief. "What? You think that makes you even?" Her eyes blazed. "No?" She then yelled to her squad. "Miranda, get ready. He's dangerous. Take him down now." The entire squad began channeling their aura. Maria glared at the main character, her mind racing. Elf had stabbed him, but he didn't even blink. She didn't know what kind of monster he was, but even he couldn't survive without a head. Just then, the main character activated his appraisal skill. His eyes landed on Maria's weapon, and he thought, "A magic artifact? That's not standard issue for a common soldier." He then glanced down to see his feet already encased in ice. Miranda unleashed a wave of frost, shouting, "Take this!" At the same time, Alice gathered power in her fists, yelling, "He's all mine!" She launched a devastating beam of energy, but he managed to deflect it with a wave of his hand. "Another magic artifact?" he thought. The speed and power are on a completely different level. A moment later, the attack still grazed his face, drawing blood. Watching from a distance, Maria allowed herself a flicker of hope. "It's over now. We got him." But in that moment, the main character just smiled. "These little toys are feistier than I expected." In a flash, he leaped high into the air, shattering the ice and leaving a piece of his own frozen flesh behind. Maria gasped. "He's still alive?" She assumed he was just trying to dodge. A fatal mistake. "He'll be a sitting duck the moment he lands," she thought. But then, she heard piercing screams from below. "Miranda! Alice!" Her teammates were pinned to the ground, writhing in agony. "Damn it!" The main character raised a hand to his wounded face and smirked. "On any other day, I would have loved to savor this little combo attack, but today my schedule is quite packed. So, if you don't mind," he said, his eyes locking onto hers, "I'd like to have this dance with you alone. Vice Commander Maria." He took a menacing step forward. "You'll be the perfect warm-up before my final battle with Arena." Maria's eyes widened. "A battle with Captain Arena? You've got some nerve." He activated a skill, his eyes glowing as he analyzed her. "You're the strongest one here, aren't you? It would be so much easier for you to fight if you just abandoned them, but you can't, can you?" The taunt hit its mark. Maria clicked her tongue in disgust and shot towards him like an arrow, yelling, "Shut your mouth!" She swung her blade with all her might, screaming, "Don't act like you know anything about me." Her strike shattered his dark dagger, but he simply pulled another from his own shadow and launched a vicious counter. She parried, frowning. He had talent, but could he truly match her? A memory surfaced, of the captain placing a hand on her shoulder, saying, "Listen up, everyone. This is Maria. I expect you all to get along." The other girls had immediately crowded around her. A cheerful girl took her hand and cheered, "She's joining us? We're short-handed. Do you know the rules?" Miranda asked what kind of books she liked. Alice happily introduced herself. Back in the present, Maria's eyes burned with renewed fire as she screamed, "How dare you look down on my comrades? I will never forgive you for that." He just grinned back at her, looking genuinely pleased. "Now that's more like it. That's the spirit. You have to keep that fire." At that moment, he unleashed a web of shadowy threads toward her, thinking, "Good, now you have no choice but to fight." But in the next second, he was shocked as she zipped right past them, appearing at his side. She slid her blade under the magic threads, severing them in one motion. She yelled to her fallen teammates, "Get up, we will avenge Elf." She faced the main character, a newfound strength in her eyes. Thinking she wasn't alone, she had her squad. In that moment of triumph, Alice sank her teeth into her neck. She grabbed her head, and Maria screamed in pure, unadulterated shock, "Alice!" But then, Miranda lunged, biting into her side. "Miranda!" The main character spoke, a hint of mock pity in his voice. "My apologies. Your friends have already become ghouls." Maria could only scream. "Even Elf," the main character said, sighing. "I truly enjoyed our fight, but ideally, I wanted my warm-up to last just a little bit longer. But alas." He sighed again and turned towards the exit, giving a casual wave. "Do with her as you please." The ghoulish girls closed in on Maria, their hands outstretched, ready to tear her apart as she let out one final scream. "Inori." A moment later, blood sprayed across the walls. The main character stepped out into the corridor and spoke into the silence. "So, The strongest warrior is still standing after all. At the same time, his subordinates finished off the last of the guards, just as Irina raced down the corridor. That terrible premonition grew stronger with every step. She burst into the grand hall and froze, her head snapping to the side. Her eyes fell upon a severed head. Her warrior's instinct had led her here. She slowly knelt down beside it and gently picked it up. She thought to herself, "It seems you never once lied to me." Looking at the king's lifeless face, she whispered, "Your Majesty." Just then, a voice broke the silence as the main character appeared, spreading massive, dark wings. "The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it?" It was a phrase everyone knew. A confession of deadly intent. Her eyes burned with pure hatred as she glared at him. "Inori." He simply smiled and said, "Consider the head a little gift, from me to you." She carefully placed the king's head on the floor. "Inori, must I even ask? Are those the wings of a demon?" He glanced at his own demonic wings as she continued. "This is the fate of all who sell their souls to devils for power. So what could you possibly live for now, having thrown away all of your human pride?" He looked at her, surprised. "I don't quite understand what you mean. I'm just living." "It's not that complicated," she roared. "There's no room for pathetic excuses like just living." She pounded her chest, her voice filled with conviction. "I am fighting for my country." Standing tall, her eyes blazed into his. In this world, there's no way to live without a worthy cause. She could understand fighting for family, for selfish desires, or even for revenge. Then, she clenched her fist, her gaze dropping. "If I had taught you properly, perhaps you wouldn't have become a demon. I'm sorry, Inori." He raised a hand to his face, landing opposite her. "I appreciate the lecture, truly," he said with a smirk. "But you're still treating a demon as your student. Even though I'm the one who killed your leader, your coup is over. What's the point of fighting when your country is gone?" She shot back. "Even without His Majesty, we are still here." He cut her off. "Adriana, you seem to be missing something." Her eyes widened in confusion, and in that instant, monstrous creatures burst from the walls, their jaws clamping down on the guards. The main character declared, "They're not they anymore. These are the ones who hunted you and slaughtered everyone in the castle. Your squad of warrior women. There's nothing left. You are the only one." A twisted smile spread across his face. "Though, the ones in chains could still be saved, if you sacrifice yourself." With those words, he sat on Miranda's corpse and stared ahead, thinking he'd finally gotten a battle against a worthy opponent. But instead, it turned into a clash between a master and her former student. What if she actually gives up? He had to apply mental pressure to force her to fight at all costs. He then stroked one of the creatures, finding the whole situation a bit dull. The next second, he sighed. "All right, forget saving her. Let's rewind to the moment with the archdemon and how you were left all alone. As for the remaining soldiers, this will do." He then watched, surprised, as Irina drew her weapon. "What are you doing?" he asked. She plunged her sword into the ground before her, offering a silent prayer for the warriors who had fallen, and for those she was about to kill. Then, her eyes snapped open as she focused the energy within her body. "Their sacrifices will not be in vain," she screamed. The main character held out a hand. "So, you've decided to sacrifice your entire order after all?" She scoffed. "Sacrifice? Sacrifice the very people I trained my entire life for? I have the right to sacrifice them all." He looked genuinely shocked. "With that kind of logic, the country will have no nobles and no army. It won't even be a nation anymore." She stepped forward, unwavering. "But the people will remain. Even if the nobles are corrupt, the army is in chaos, and the royal line is severed. That doesn't matter. As long as the people exist, I will fight for my country. That is my reason for living." A brilliant aura enveloped her entire body. The main character, however, burst into maniacal laughter. "Why are you so happy?" she demanded. He covered his smile with a hand. "My apologies, Captain. I underestimated you. I'm sorry for my ignorance." He dropped the act. "In that case, there's no point in lying or trying to trick you. I'll be honest." In that moment, the shadow chains fell from the transformed guards. The main character revealed the grim truth. They are all far beyond what they once were. Their bodies couldn't handle becoming vampires. They can't be saved. All of your comrades died a long time ago. Just then, the ghouls surged forward. The main character pointed at her. To them, "You are nothing but fresh meat." Irina's eyes fell. "Inori, you are beyond saving too." She drew her weapon, and a blinding light erupted from it. "My enemy," she declared. The main character spread his wings, grinding his teeth as he flew backward. Irina began to swing her sword, sending everyone around her flying. The main character frowned. This is more serious than I thought, he mused. So this was Adriana's trump card. She was wielding an artifact. He summoned several daggers, thinking that even all his ghouls charging at once wouldn't be enough to breach a single wall. Now that, he thought, that look in your eyes is what I've been waiting for. Their gazes locked. The main character spread his arms wide, concentrating his weapons above him. He roared, "Captain Adriana, I am your true enemy, and I will use my entire arsenal against you." She watched him silently as the arms of the ghouls reached for her, then swung her weapon, severing every limb that came close. The main character grinned wildly. "Those are still your old comrades. Have you forgotten? Let's see just how far you can go." In that moment, her former squad advanced on her. She turned, remembering their smiles, and then unleashed a powerful strike, cutting down all who stood in her path. She carved through several more of the main character's minions. "Are you just going to watch?" she demanded. "Why don't you attack? If you stand still, I will strike you down first." The main character thought, "It's tempting, but I'd better avoid a sneak attack from behind. Her power hasn't diminished at all. I can't face her head on." Not long ago, Arya had asked in amazement, "Why is Captain Arena so strong?" She turned from the chessboard, her expression thoughtful. She was never a coward, but when she was appointed captain and given an ancient weapon by the queen, her resolve became absolute. "An ancient weapon?" the main character had asked. She replied, "If I'm not mistaken, it's a blade whose sharpness is enhanced by any type of magic." Back in the present, Arena continued her onslaught, slicing the guards into tiny pieces. The main character launched his weapons at her, but she shattered his daggers with ease. The main character gritted his teeth. Even daggers infused with dark magic crumble to dust. Is there no limit to this sword's sharpness? In that moment, he stared at the blade in her hand and realized it could truly cut through anything. He then looked forward and saw a compressed magic circle forming, unleashing a powerful blow that slammed into the wall. "What?" he thought in shock as the attack slammed into his wing. She suddenly switched to magic? Arena stared up at him. "You won't be flying anymore. Now what?" He began to slide down the wall, trying to slow his descent by digging his dagger into the stone. At this rate, he thought, she'll close the distance in an instant. He hurled his weapons at her, but she continued her relentless advance, deflecting every single attack. "Stop," he thought, just as she lunged upward. At the last second, he kicked off the wall, launching himself over her to attack from above. He thought he had her, but to his shock, he had to leap aside. Even so, she managed to slice off his arm. He dropped to one knee, looking up at her. "I thought that would work. I can't even get close." She turned to him. "You're quite agile. You could be a circus performer." He laughed. "Too bad. I have no interest in that kind of entertainment." Just then, a system window appeared over her sword. It read, "A sword made of pure Mrin. Ancient weapon. Lost technology. A sword made of 100% pure mithril. Oster enchanted to activate without a single magic circle." So that's the secret to her blinding speed. As he realized the weapon was crafted from mithril, a bane to all demons, she smirked. "You catch on quick. Did the second princess tell you that? How surprising. You're quite the diligent one." He simply replied, "I'm honored." She advanced. In that very instant, our hero commanded a dagger to erupt from the ground, aimed straight for her heart, but with a casual flick of her wrist, she effortlessly parried the attack. She continued her approach, a mocking tone in her voice. "You seem to have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. But what good will they do?" He looked up, his gaze unwavering. "Could I ask you one thing?" She paused. "What is it?" "Your answer," he said, his voice low. "It's about your reaction speed, the power that lets you instantly react to any attack, even those from your blind spots. You're blanketing the area around you in a thin veil of magic," he deduced. "A sensory field to detect anyone who gets close. Am I right?" She smiled faintly. "Detection? Ah, yes. You're not wrong." Inori, the main character, sighed. "Compared to that, my own detection ability is a complete joke." "That's where you're mistaken," she corrected. "My ability constantly radiates mana, making it incredibly easy to spot. Because of that," she explained, "it's useless for reconnaissance or stealth, but in pure combat, it raises my reaction speed to unbelievable levels." Then she took another step. "By the way, I can see this crystal clear too." His eyes widened. She's noticed. The invisible mana threads appeared around Argina, only for her blade to sever them in a single, clean sweep. He gasped in shock. "She cut through even that?" Argina surged forward. But in that moment, Fenrir unleashed a volley of magic bullets right at her feet, kicking up a massive smokescreen. The main character frowned. Even attacks from outside her detection range. "How is that possible?" Argina's voice cut through the chaos. Are these your minions, too? Attacking from the outside is a clever idea, she mused. But at this distance, your attacks take far too long to reach me. It clicked in his mind. She isn't detecting them. She's simply fast enough to react and dodge. The next second, he aimed his air hammer straight at the ceiling. Fenrir leaped aside just in time. The main character turned and roared, "Don't get too close, but keep attacking. Don't give her a single second to rest." In the next breath, he charged forward, unleashing a storm of daggers toward Arjuna. "You're incredible," he yelled. "But how much longer can you last?" Her answer was a single, devastating swing of her sword that shattered his summoned weapons into dust. He dodged back, his mind racing. Could he drag this out until her mana ran dry? Impossible. She had been fighting for so long without slowing down for even a second. At this rate, he'd be the one to run out of daggers and ghouls first. Think. There has to be a way, he muttered, analyzing the situation. An energy field that lets her detect every attack, and seemingly infinite stamina to deal with countless foes. An ancient weapon that can even slice through 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒅 and reaction speed so godlike that ranged attacks are completely useless. He skidded to a halt. How could he possibly get close enough for a fatal blow while staying outside her deadly reach? But for her sake, there was nothing he wouldn't risk. There was no turning back, only forward. Arjuna deflected several more attacks, then turned her gaze on him. "Did you really think I couldn't attack just because I was busy defending?" Then she roared, "How naive, Inori. If you think this is all I have, then think again." With that, she shot toward him, erecting a barrier to cut off his escape. Her blade flashed, severing his arm at the shoulder. "It's over, Inori," she declared. All that was left was to take his head with the pure mithril sword, assuring he couldn't regenerate. But just then, the main character smiled and shouted, "No! It's not over yet, Arjuna." In that very instant, Fenrir's gaping maw erupted from Arina's own shadow, its teeth sinking into her leg. She froze, eyes wide with disbelief. As he explained, "The only thing that could approach you without being detected was your own shadow." Rage flared in her mind. "So, I'll take his head first?" "No. Without an arm, Inori is defenseless. The time to end this is now." But as she looked at the main character, she gasped. "What?" She watched in shock as his severed arm grew back completely. "You celebrated too soon," he yelled, her brow furrowed in frustration. Wrong sword, she thought. It needed to be the one made of pure mithril. Then the main character closed the distance. "He's stopping?" she wondered. "Do you remember my eyes?" he shouted, unleashing a hypnotic magic circle directly at her. But in the next second, she shattered it with her sword. He laughed internally. That damn sword can even cut through magic circles. He thought, "Grebnar, fall back." They paused, facing each other. Fenrir began to emerge from the shadows again, its jaws aimed at her leg, but she just swung her weapon and asked, "What now?" The main character replied, "Who knows?" She demanded, "Why are you so happy?" He grinned. "Because I'm having fun. Isn't it obvious? You're having fun too, aren't you?" She replied, "Who knows?" They smiled at each other, and he roared, "Let's go, Arjuna." He launched a flurry of attacks her way, but she swung her weapon and dispersed them all. "It's time to end this," he thought, adjusting his gauntlet. He created a magic circle directly behind Arina. She turned and thought, "Another circle? Not today." In that very instant, the main character appeared right behind her, causing her to cry out in surprise. "What?" It worked, he thought. She was distracted by the circle. If I can grab her arm before she swings, I can keep her from reacting. He then grabbed her arm and opened his mouth to bite. Arina grit her teeth. "Damn it. I can't dodge with my leg caught. And my mithril sword is in my other hand. It won't reach in time. It's a gamble. Air hammer." She focused a powerful energy into her hand and pointed her weapon at the main character. He stared in shock at her sword and thought, "Is she going to use air hammer on her own arm?" In that instant, the blade sliced through his shoulder and neck, sending his head flying. "Arjuna," he thought, as she grit her teeth, and thought, "Inori." The main character's body and head fell to the ground in two different places. In the next second, Fenrir lunged at Arina, jaws open wide, but she spun around and cut it down with a single swing. She knelt beside the main character's head, panting heavily, and said, "Farewell, Inori." Sometime later, as night fell, all the knights had been slain, their bodies lying in pools of blood on the ground. Arina stood amidst the corpses, covered in blood from head to toe, and looked up at the sky. "I can't remember the last time I fought to my last breath," she thought. "But it's too soon to retreat. This is no time to relax. There's still the second princess." Suddenly, she was attacked. Blood splattered everywhere as she was stunned by the sudden agony. And in that moment, she realized the head wasn't the most important part of the main character's body. Inori had used his remaining mana, and from a headless stance, his body rose up to attack. She turned in astonishment and saw Inori rushing forward, delivering a powerful kick. She collapsed, blood spewing from her mouth. The force of the kick was so strong it sent her flying through a wall, where she lay motionless for a moment. Her body trembled as she watched Inori pick up his own head and casually reattach it. The pain was real, but now it was gone. Arena scoffed that even her ultimate skill, Midrin, was useless. But Inori simply explained, "You use that to deal with demons of this world. I, however, am an existence from another." Arena was speechless at this revelation. Inori added that he confirmed Midrin's ineffectiveness the moment she severed his arm. Realization dawned on her face. "So you didn't heal it intentionally, you cunning bastard?" Inori watched her silently, reflecting that the head was never a vampire's true vital point. In his battle with Fenra, his spine was struck multiple times, yet his body never went numb, fighting on as if nothing happened. Now, he finally understood. A vampire's true core is the heart. 𝑰𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒅. He had suspected this, but never had a chance to test it. With a sorrowful look, Arena bowed her head, admitting defeat. Inori apologized for the fact that he was still alive. After all, he wasn't very experienced in one-on-one duels. Arena admitted she had noticed that during their fight, and Inori remarked it was obvious, since he fought like it was his last stand. Arena let out a wry laugh, agreeing with his assessment. Then suddenly, Inori's gaze shifted elsewhere. He turned back to her. "I'll gladly accept all of your power." He thought to himself that she would be bored as his subordinate, especially as an undead corpse. With those words, he leaned in close and his fangs descended. He bid her a final farewell, ending her existence. A moment later, his footsteps echoed down the staircase. Inori approached the cage. "Ryudo, you look pathetic," he said calmly. Ryudo could only stare, stunned to see him there at all. He stammered, You have a magic tool that can open this cage?" The girls were just relieved to see him unharmed, after worrying so much. Inori told them to worry about themselves first. Such kind people. Ryuto couldn't take it anymore and roared, "What are you doing?" Inori activated his mystic eyes, his gaze falling upon a frozen Tamaki. He told her to calm down, promising he meant no harm. This only enraged Ryuto further, but Inori simply told him to come closer, and suddenly, Ryuto froze in place. His body trembled as he screamed, "What is this? I can't move." Inori was surprised. Ryuto was still conscious, making him analyze the situation. His magic should have completely taken hold. Could it be that this technique's effectiveness depends on the victim's mental fortitude? He placed a hand on Tamaki's head. "I have a small favor to ask. Could you all clean this place up for me? I need you to deliver something to the people of this country, so listen carefully." Ryuto was stunned. "Clean up? You want us to clean up?" Inori continued, explaining that too much had happened in the castle, and he wanted to be considered dead. He handed his staff to Tamaki. "Use this to burn the entire palace to the ground. Leave no corpses behind." She could only ask, "You really need me to burn the whole palace? Do I truly have the ability to do that?" Inori decided to let her in on a secret. "For some reason, you're unconsciously suppressing your own power. If you release yourself from that limit, a task like this will be trivial." He then turned to Āwai, instructing her to create a barrier around them to protect them from the inferno. Āwai calmly replied that she understood. Ryuto, witnessing all of this, screamed for them to stop. "You want to burn the palace?" As Tamaki channeled the staff's magic, she admitted Inori was right. She could feel it would be easy, and she wouldn't leave a single piece of the palace standing. Ryuto desperately yelled that if she burned the castle, all the survivors inside would be annihilated. But before he could finish, Tamaki, under Inori's control, said that everything would be all right. She would try. Ryuto screamed for her to stop, but he was powerless to change anything. Tamaki was teleported deep inside the palace walls. Once there, she truly blew the palace apart from the inside out, and every inch of the building erupted in a violent inferno. Inori watched from a distance, contemplating the scene. Of course, he'd told her to remove her limits, but with this much power, they could feel the heat even from inside the barrier. What a blessing. Suddenly, the main character glanced at the terrified Ryuto and asked if he could appoint him as the one to tell everyone the truth. A moment later, the palace was completely incinerated, as onlookers stared at the blazing fire. Arya walked through the flames, observing the inferno. She looked sorrowfully at the ghosts of the fallen princesses of the kingdom, and all the members of her own family. Closing her eyes, she remembered her former self, before opening a new pair of crimson eyes she received after her transformation. Her very hairstyle had changed as she emerged from the fire. The main character appeared beside her and asked, "Is it over?" Arya asked. "Have you finished your cleanup?" Inori asked. "How did you know about that?" She replied that his knowledge and thoughts had invaded this body along with his blood. She never thought even her hair color would change. Inori stepped closer and said that she had become his subordinate. But the only thing she cared about was this hair color, not what it meant to be his subordinate. Arya noted that she also reacted strangely to his thoughts and words, as if she were connected to them. If she understood correctly, it would be very difficult for her to disobey his orders or harm him. As Inori reached for her hand, she suddenly slapped him across the face and retreated in anger. Inori asked, "But it's not that bad, is it?" Arya turned back and stared at him, bewildered. The main character pushed himself up from the ground, holding a reddened cheek from the blow, and said he thought black hair suited her much better. She watched him quietly with a sad expression as he struggled to stand up. Then a smile appeared on her face as she returned to her destination. She said that she hadn't lost everything. She had kept her life and gained a little freedom, and she was grateful for that. But she also had a goal. She wasn't sure, but she could stop being his subordinate if she became stronger than him, right? The main character looked at her in surprise as Arya continued to shout with a confident expression that one day she would become stronger than him and win her freedom. He silently watched her silhouette, smiled, and said, "That would be fine. Let her have that freedom, if she could earn it." As he stood up, he said the former princess had decided on her goal, and now they could go to his domain. Arya asked fearfully where he had gotten a domain. He replied that he hadn't been idle, and it would be safer for them there than anywhere in the city. A moment later, a brilliant pink light appeared in the sky above them, and Arya stared at it in awe. This place was once Fenrir's home, protected by a barrier that hid it from prying eyes. Here, they would finally have time to explore the depths of their abilities. Inori led her to his domain, and she immediately questioned him about the house. Where did it come from? He explained that it was just a dilapidated shack at first, but as an experiment, he tried creating his own tools and rebuilt it from the ground up. Arya asked in disbelief, "You created the tools yourself?" He told her he'd explain the details later, but for now, she could consider this their base of operations or their fortress, whatever she preferred. Arya noted that he was getting very good at dodging her questions. As they stepped inside, Arya remarked that the space was far too small for two people. He admitted that compared to a palace, it was certainly cramped. But alas, they had to get used to a different lifestyle now, especially since there was only one bed. Instantly, Arya's face turned beet red in embarrassment. She was silent for a moment, before suddenly sitting down next to our main character. She declared she never considered herself royalty and wouldn't mind sharing a bed with him. After all, she only survived because of him and refused to remain forever in his debt. As Inori stared at her silently, Arya added that this was the only way she could repay him right now. Inori turned away, thinking, "I can't believe she acted before I even gave a command." Arya said she was ready, and Inori ordered her to take off her clothes. Blushing furiously, she bowed her head and immediately began to disrobe in front of him, crying out, "Are you satisfied now?" Inori, however, was lost in thought, contemplating his clairvoyant skill combined with his weapon creation and magic. He crafted something special just for her and told her to catch. As Arya held the item in her hands, she asked, "What is going on?" He replied that she shouldn't be seen in such tattered rags, not in front of him or even for her own sake, and that she should get dressed immediately. When he said she would obey him, this wasn't what he meant. He had the entire world in his sight and could choose any partner he desired. He had no need for her to repay him with her body. She was overestimating her own worth. Arya's shame intensified before suddenly transforming into pure, unrestrained fury as she screamed at him. Spinning around, she thanked him for the new clothes and said she would go change right away. As she stormed into the other room, Inori smirked, wondering if this was the same person they used to call the unfeeling doll. A while later, Arya was sitting outside, her body bare despite the harsh weather. To her, this entire situation felt like a complete failure. What had she gotten herself into? She simply wanted to show she was ready for anything. She stared intently at the flames rising from the nearby palace. Lost in her thoughts, she murmured that she must be the only survivor, having abandoned her entire country. Perhaps, deep down, she just wanted to be punished for it. Just then, Inori approached, having heard her thoughts. He asked, "So, being by my side is a punishment for you?" Startled, she whipped around and yelled his name. Inori casually remarked that he never expected her to be so rude. Arya shot back that she just couldn't process everything yet, but she was grateful that he saved her. "Is that so?" he questioned. "Yes," she screamed. She hadn't even had a moment to calm down. Even if she was no longer human for choosing to live, she had no regrets. Inori told her it was all right. He just had one thing he needed to check and required her help. Delighted by this, Arya yelled that she would help in any way she could. Inori opened his system window, revealing several new skills he'd acquired from the soldiers in the castle. Some of them, he couldn't level up on his own. Arya wondered if he needed help with those specific skills. Inori confirmed it, adding that he needed her assistance with his romance techniques. A terrified Arya asked what on earth he was talking about. Inori replied that he wanted to see if touching someone's chest would help him level up. "Stop it right there," Arya shrieked in anger. Inori pressed. "So, just touching you is worse than being together in a romantic setting?" She screamed back that just touching was completely abnormal, that it wasn't right. "Then why," Inori asked, "did you say you would do anything to help?" Arya pointed a trembling finger at him and yelled that he was a demon. He then checked his own stats. Archery level 1, halberd proficiency also level 1. Spear proficiency and shield proficiency were both at level 1 as well. Cooking, cleaning, and laundry were at level 3, while sewing and mental arithmetic were level 2. Sleight of hand, pen spinning, poison resistance, and charm resistance were all at level 1. Poker face proficiency, fake smile proficiency, and so on. From all level 1. Inori carefully studied the stats in the system window, thinking he still didn't know how all these abilities would be useful, but he needed to level each of them up, at least a little. He turned to Arya and told her to come down for a moment. She flew over and said, "All right, thanks to my genius, I can do this with ease." Inori was amazed at how quickly she had mastered the ability of flight. "Do you like your clothes? I can change them if needed." Arya smiled and said everything was fine. The clothes were light and comfortable. Inori watched her silently, wondering how she could float so easily in the bright sunlight while he had to cower in the shadows. Had the sun god's wrath decided to spare her? "Try to draw that sword," he told her. He handed it over, and Arya looked at it inquisitively before agreeing. Taking it, she held it high and exclaimed that it was beautiful. As magical sparks radiated from it, she asked if he made it himself. Inori replied that it was the sword of An, once known as the invincible longsword. He had reinforced it with his dark magic. Arya was stunned, speechless, letting out a huge scream. Inori continued, saying the sword was now called the Absolute Dark Longsword, or something along those lines. Or to put it simply, it was a dark sword. Arya examined the weapon carefully and had a realization. "So, this is what the captain used to fight with. Where did you get it?" He replied that he'd recovered it at some point, but when he tried to use the sword himself, nothing happened. He believed it was because he didn't possess a single drop of this world's magic. That's why the sword wouldn't activate for him. Arya asked, "Does that mean you can't use magical tools?" Inori said that was likely the case, which is why he gave the sword to her. It had resonated with her the moment she picked it up. Somehow, she had already learned how to use this legendary weapon. With a smirk, Arya asked him, "Are you sure about what you're doing? What if I become stronger than you now?" Inori calmly explained that she had nothing to worry about, because he didn't need to rely on toys like that to become stronger. Besides, for a true test of strength, they wouldn't be using weapons, would they? Arya mused. But who could really know? Inori stood up, touching a tree. "All right, let's take stock of our current abilities." Unlike him, she could use this world's magic and artifacts, but she couldn't level up her skills like he could. Arya added that the reverse was also true. He couldn't use magic or their tools, but he could level up his skills and raise his stats. "So, who's ultimately stronger?" Inori asked. "In the end, it's probably me, since my power grows indefinitely over time." Arya simply smiled and asked, "Then what does this mean?" Inori was confused. "What are you talking about?" She pointed to the fangs in her mouth, and realization dawned on him. "I see. So, she could grow stronger by drinking blood, and it wasn't just the wings she possessed." Arya was thrilled, explaining she'd recently tried it and felt an undeniable surge of power. Inori teased her. "So, who was your precious first kiss with? Some kind of demon?" Her answer, "It was a big bird." Arya fell silent, flustered, as they continued on their journey. Inori figured they had the situation under control and could now move forward. Just as Arya asked if he'd truly waited for her to free herself, a voice appeared behind her. That's exactly what our protagonist was waiting for. It was Fenry, who claimed that if he'd been revived sooner, he could have finished them both. Inori shot back. "Don't worry, I chose to sacrifice my own body parts to distract Arya. I just didn't expect the damage to be this severe." Arya's gaze softened as she looked at Fenry. "Who is this little ball of fluff?" Inori explained that this was Fenry, the guardian of the forest. Arya found him absolutely adorable and scooped him into a tight hug, but the creature suddenly screeched, demanding she let him go. Inori explained this was just his current form. Before, he was a ferocious magical beast. At that, Fenry instantly vanished, burrowing deep underground. "He's just running away from you," Inori stated. Fenrir's voice echoed from below, saying he didn't recall ever being called a fluffball. Arya was saddened. Will he ever appear again? Seeing her face, Inori quietly asked if she liked animals. She said she wasn't sure, but she often had to take care of the beasts that pestered her sister. Inori seemed to understand, and suggested they leave that night. Arya asked if he had decided on a destination. Inori admitted he hadn't yet, and wanted to learn more about this world, by traveling to neighboring lands, perhaps starting with countries that didn't summon heroes. Arya's answer sent a chill down his spine. No such countries exist. At those words, the main character turned around in utter disbelief, staring at her in shock. Arya continued the conversation, explaining that there wasn't a single nation here that didn't summon heroes. The main character was stunned. There are really no countries at all? She replied, yes, not a single one. According to a pact, all 12 nations were required to summon 3 heroes each. Inori tried to process this. Wasn't that an absurd number? Arya didn't answer. Somewhere in this world, 33 other heroes were present in 11 other countries. He recalled the appearances of various heroes from the neighboring country, and had a startling realization. Looking up at the sky, he knew they were mages, beastmen, elves, dwarves, and dragonkin. Sometime later, a terrible battle unfolded, recorded in the eyes of a dying creature. Chris, along with a few of her allies, had joined the fray. She was fighting the current demon lord Inoa. He closed his eyes as someone screamed out, "Our demon lord, Lord Noah." Time passed. On a bright and sunny day, Arya walked through a crowded public space. One of the vendors she knew approached her, offering some bread. He wanted to thank her for helping him so much and insisted she take it. Arya asked, "Are you sure? The guild has already paid you for your work." He told her to just eat, not to be shy, and to take some vegetables as well. Arya thanked him for his kindness and accepted the enormous bag. One of the men laughed, asking if she could even carry all of that. Arya looked up at the sky, realizing some time had passed since they moved to this provincial town in the theocracy of Lyn. It was a small trading town, distinguished by its large, paved road. She was surprised by how much more lively it was compared to their home country. And because this nation was a theocracy, the clergy played a significant role, and even this small town had a massive church. They had registered with a local guild to earn some money. Inori was also using an alias, Kiri. However, he slept during the day, so she had to do all the work. Thanks to that, she had met many interesting people. When Arya returned home, she approached and announced her arrival. But he suddenly gave her a heart attack by jumping out right in front of her, crashing onto the steps, shattering them and covering himself in blood. He begged her for help, and Arya was horrified, unable to understand what was happening. It turned out to be related to a strange girl. She giggled, saying it was surprising he was still conscious after her attack. Arya stood frozen, bag in hand, not knowing what to do. The girl kept laughing and said, "He has such talent, even for a terrible person. He's actually made me curious. I am Faunaraskos, a holy knight of the theocracy of Lyn. I shall take him as my disciple and guide him back to the righteous path." Fana grabbed his tie and pulled him towards her, causing a confused Inori to ask, "What is going on now?" Arya looked on at the scene, bewildered. This was her first city, her first job, her first encounters. Her life outside her kingdom had begun just like this. After the main character joined the guild under the name Kiri, he drank in a bar as everyone around turned to stare. He began to drink heavily. The waitress approached and asked when he would pay his bill. He replied that she should just put it on Arya's tab, as usual. Unlike him, Arya diligently completed her guild quests and gradually rose through the ranks. She earned the nickname Black Rose Arya. People called her that because of her black hair, black clothes, and the amazing skills she used to defeat monsters. It seemed she had become quite famous with some people. He was trapped deep in his hatred for the goddess and the sun. All he could do was sit and drink. One of the men at the next table wondered why the Black Rose decided to stay with him. Another wondered if he was blackmailing her. At that moment, Inoa, who was also sitting at the table, asked if he shouldn't be doing some work. The girl worked all day, while he drank all day. Inori told him to leave him alone. This old man was his only drinking buddy from the guild. Together, they would drink their days away. At first, his drinking was a solitary grind, but now an old man sits with him clearly. He's got plenty of time to kill. If anyone asked why he drank all day, he'd just say he was leveling up his skills and poison resistance, all while gathering intel from local adventurers. But as time went on, people grew suspicious of his insane tolerance, and soon, only this old man remained. He couldn't gather any more information, but at least his endurance was steadily rising, so that was a small win in his book. Suddenly, the chime of a bell echoed through the room as someone entered. It was the holy knight, Fona Na, and she was smiling. Inori turned, his mind racing. A holy knight? What was she doing in a place like this? Waving his hand, 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒅 drunkenly called out to her, "Hey, how about joining us for a drink?" Inori hissed at him to calm down and not say such reckless things. Fona addressed them as brothers, her voice deceptively sweet. Drinking so heavily is harmful to both the soul and the body. Everything should be done in moderation. That's when Inori's eyes locked onto the mark on her forehead. He couldn't see it clearly from his seat. He wondered, could he just get a little closer to see what it was? As he reached his hand toward her, Fona moved with blinding speed. "That is a symbol of my faith in the Lord," she declared coldly. "You are not permitted to touch it without reason." Inori, stunned by her sudden movement, began to shout in protest. Just then, Arya arrived at the tavern, carrying a bag full of food. The entire room fell silent. Inori wondered if he had said something wrong. Before he could react, Fona lunged, slamming his head against the ground. He lay there, dazed, staring blankly at the ceiling. As Arya rushed closer, she watched in horror as Fona grabbed his face, her grip like iron, and leaned in. The men in the tavern erupted into cheers at Inori's misfortune. "Yeah, that's how you treat a drunk like him. He shouldn't be sitting around drinking all day anyway. Let her teach him how to live," they roared. Fona's smile never faded. "Of course, I would never abandon anyone. Everything I do is in the name of the Lord." After her declaration, Fona turned and noticed Arya's shocked expression. "Is something the matter?" she asked innocently. Arya struggled for words, finally asking, "What? What are you planning to do with him?" Without another word, Fona effortlessly hoisted Inori over her shoulder. With his head dangling towards the floor, she repeated the question, "What will I do with him, you ask? He's just an insolent brat who tried to join the guild. But don't you worry, there's still some good left in him. Between myself and the Lord, we will teach him a valuable lesson." With that, Fona walked off in an unknown direction, carrying Inori away. Arya could only watch, stunned into silence. The men around her began to cheer, congratulating her on her newfound freedom. "Now that he's gone, why don't we spend some time together?" Arya completely ignored their disgusting remarks. She snatched her bag from the ground and yelled out in frustration. With her resolve set, she broke into a sprint, chasing after Inori. The men watched her go, completely bewildered. "Why is she still chasing after that guy? It seems he's really blackmailing her," one of them muttered. A short while later, the holy knight Fona dragged Inori to the palace, dumping him unceremoniously on an outdoor bench. At that moment, he finally regained consciousness, groaning, "What's happening?" Fona simply extended a hand toward him and said, "I will heal you now." Waves of vibrant magic washed over Inori's face, the light shifting from a calm blue to a healing green. He stared at his body, surprised and curious. Fona then asked, "Did it work properly? You shouldn't get so drunk again." Inori apologized to her and asked who she was. She replied that she was a holy knight. "A real one?" he asked, still dazed. Fona replied that he could call her master, or by her name, whichever he preferred. But that will have to wait. She grabbed his hand, leading him away. "First, we must offer our prayers." Arya, who had followed them from the shadows, watched from around a corner. She wondered if they were holding hands. The sight stirred an unsettling memory within her. She frowned, her anger growing. Was this sort of behavior even normal? That woman. She radiated an aura of pure danger. Arya called out to Fenrir, her companion, who confirmed her suspicions. "I don't know if Master has noticed, but I can sense a divine blessing coming from her." Arya demanded. "What are you talking about?" Fenrir explained. "I sensed it as well, and decided to follow my master." "Just as I thought," Arya replied confidently. Meanwhile, Fona was still leading Inori by the hand, explaining, "This is the largest church in the entire region. You are incredibly lucky today. Truly, extremely lucky." She smiled quietly at him, then asked for his name. "My name is Kiri," he said. His eyes were then drawn to a colossal statue in the center of the church. His jaw dropped in utter astonishment as he asked, "What in the world is that?" She answered, "That is a statue of our Lord. If you don't know how to pray correctly, simply copy my actions. You must press your 5 fingers together, 1 for the Lord and 4 for the 4 goddesses. Then, close your eyes and offer your prayer." Inori did everything as instructed, thinking it was probably for the best not to argue with the holy woman Fona. Thinking back, he had never once believed in anything, nor had he ever prayed to anyone in his entire life. Suddenly, he felt a bizarre sensation. As he continued his silent prayer, he felt a presence take notice of him. Instantly, his senses went on high alert. He couldn't comprehend what this feeling was. It was as if someone was watching him. Perhaps they had formed a connection? Is this her doing, he wondered? No, I don't think so. Then who could it be? His detection skill wasn't picking up anything at all. This wasn't the magic of this world, nor was it even a physical phenomenon. It felt as if someone was peering directly into the depths of his soul. He gritted his teeth in silent rage, thinking, "Who dares to touch me without permission? Whoever you are, you'd better leave me alone." Abruptly, a brilliant pillar of light erupted in the room, descending directly upon Inori, who was still silently pretending to pray. Fona stared at him in amazement. "I never expected you to pray with such utter devotion. Do you agree now? There is nothing more wonderful than prayer. I am so glad your mind is now clear. Let us continue on our way." Inori quietly glanced up at the statue one last time. The strange connection was gone. But now, he found himself intrigued by this mysterious power. One day, he vowed, "I will return here." Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a young woman asked, "Did he just sever the path?" Another goddess, the one who had established the link with Inori, replied, "I never imagined a mere human could possess the ability to do such a thing." These sparks of power emanated not just from the planet, but from the cosmos itself. A moment later, Inori reappeared back in the tavern, and every single person's attention snapped towards him. He looked toward his table where 𝑹𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒅 was still sitting alone. "Still at it?" he asked. 𝑹𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆���� stared back, remarking, "Well, you've certainly gotten a makeover." Inori looked absolutely pathetic, his face a mess of scratches, bruises, and blood. He just mumbled that he'd had a bit of bad luck. Fona had decided to use her magic and slammed her fist into his face. She had screamed at him to stop, and then just kept hitting him. Inori finally understood. It wasn't for nothing that she was known as the Fanatic, a holy knight. Her punches sent waves of agony through him, because a holy knight attacks with the power of light, the ultimate, fatal weakness of a vampire. As Fona was beating him, she had been screaming, "I could feel how sharp your gaze truly was back at the tavern. My apologies, but my body just couldn't keep up." In that moment, he knew she saw right through him. But Fona just screamed that it was fine. She would keep beating him, and he would just have to get used to it. And so, her relentless assault continued. But Inori roared that this wasn't right, begging her to stop and rest because she was going too far. From behind a nearby tree, Arya watched, wondering if this was the moment to intervene. Fenri, also nearby, reminded her of their orders. The master had warned them to step in only under the most extreme circumstances. Besides, Inori could have escaped any time in the last 3 days. If he chose not to, he must have a higher purpose, one they couldn't possibly comprehend. Arya watched in silence until they realized Inori had vanished. He was now at the tavern, recounting the whole ordeal to his friend, 𝑹𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆����, who listened grimly, stating that everything was now clear to him. Inori had finally made his escape. It was probably the most desperate getaway of his life. 𝑹𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆���� confirmed his fears. This was never going to be easy. That girl, it turned out, was a holy knight. Holy knights hunt demons and their kin, offering them as sacrifices to their god. Most wield magic weapons and fight with the power of light, an element that was devastatingly effective against the demon race. 𝑹𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆���� lowered his eyes, adding that, when it comes to attributes, knowing your opponent is everything. But in this world, it was a matter of tactics. And since Inori couldn't use a magic weapon, teaching him any strategy seemed utterly pointless. Inori confirmed this with a frustrated shout, yelling that he didn't understand any of it either, but he never said he couldn't use a weapon at all. Just then, the holy woman Fona stormed into the tavern. Spotting Inori, she pointed and roared, "There you are. You run fast, don't you? Is your break over? It's time to get back to training." Inori cried out in agony, pleading with 𝑹𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆����, but Fona grabbed him by the hair, dragging him away and asking what new torture they should try this time. 𝑹𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒁 didn't move a muscle as Inori's screams faded. "Aren't we friends?" he wailed. 𝑹𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆���� simply sat there, alone, doing absolutely nothing. A moment later, Fona hauled Inori deep into the forest and threw him to the ground. This so-called training was just a relentless, one-sided beatdown. He was furious that he couldn't fight back during the day, but if he didn't figure something out soon, there'd be nothing left of him. An idea sparked. He suggested they visit the church again. Fona was absolutely ecstatic, exclaiming that she never thought he'd ask to go to the church on his own. "My training is clearly bearing fruit," she cheered. Inori forced a smile and agreed with his master. He thought about how he'd cleverly escaped his training session and could now investigate the church, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thanks to this, his fake smile skill had progressed, reaching level 2. He liked the quiet of the church, though he wasn't particularly religious. At this moment, the unsettling feeling of being watched was finally gone. But were the other followers connected to someone else? Since his detection skills weren't working, the powers of this world probably couldn't explain the phenomenon. What if he tried using a power from his other world? He decided to appraise every single object in the room. The followers, their clothes, everything felt abnormal. The ceiling, the floor, the statue, it all seemed incredibly strange. He noticed something bizarre and wondered what it could be. Looking closer, Inori realized he had found exactly what he was searching for. The system announced that he had discovered the unidentified holy stone of the 𝑺𝒌𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒅, born from the root of a divine tree. It had the ability to act as a medium for the goddess's power and was a mandatory artifact in every church. Inori wondered, could this holy stone truly be a medium for a goddess? So this was the stone they used to communicate with everyone in the church? He suspected it was a goddess because the statue had 5 fingers, which in theory represented 5 goddesses. He had a sinking feeling that the goddesses of this world were not exactly fond of him. Well, at least he learned something new. That was good enough. Suddenly, Fauna began to tremble all over and let out a sharp cry. "What's wrong?" Inori asked. She had spotted a man standing nearby and gasped, "That's him, 𝒆𝒍𝒍, captain of the 4th Squad of Holy Knights, the hero of 𝑹𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒅." He's a hero? Inori asked. Fauna explained that 10 years ago, he protected the city from a demon horde and had been guarding it ever since. In any case, he was a living legend. This was the first time she had ever seen him this close. So this was his master's superior officer? Fauna said she was going to greet him and apologized, telling Inori he could head back first and they would meet later. Inori said it was fine and stood back to observe the hero of 𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒅. He couldn't possibly be stronger than Aina, but he decided to appraise him just to be sure. Suddenly, Javen's head snapped towards him with a bone-chilling glare. Inori froze, realizing instantly that he had been noticed. Did he actually detect the appraisal, or was it just his imagination? No, he definitely sensed something. It would be too dangerous to try that again. While Javen tried to figure out what happened, the holy woman approached and called his name. Javen ignored her, noticing the lingering scent of his own bloodline in the room. As Inori slipped out of the hall, Javen's eyes followed his every move. Abruptly, a massive explosion rocked the area outside, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. From a rooftop, Arya observed everything. She wondered if Inori had been training non-stop since that day. She was getting bored, since they had barely spoken to each other. Inori was currently training with the holy woman, Fauna. She commented that he had become much more skilled at evading and maneuvering around her magic weapons. Inori thanked her, thinking to himself that it was all thanks to Arena that he quickly realized how much trouble they could cause him. Fauna then pointed out that he was still too focused on defense and asked if he knew how to use any weapons. Inori was surprised by the question. He possessed dark magic, but he couldn't possibly tell her that. "I see," Fauna said, as she came to a decision. Suddenly she smashed a rock and suggested Inori go buy himself a weapon of his choosing. She had never heard of a traveler walking around empty-handed. Inori replied that he would do just that. Fauna continued, saying she would also be away for a while, as she had finally been granted permission to meet 𝒆𝒍𝒍. "Therefore, I'm declaring a day off from training, but it's important you don't just pick any weapon. Understand?" Inori agreed with her, wondering if this day off was actually real. Fauna headed home at sunset, reminding him that she would inspect everything the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, Arya was still sitting on the roof when Inori suddenly approached. He asked if she was having fun watching him train so much. "Have you figured out how to beat me yet?" Arya replied, "Not yet." Inori looked at her quietly and said, "That was fine. Fenrir and I have been taking turns, and we haven't gotten anywhere either." He sat down next to her on the roof, and after a moment of awkward silence, Arya asked if he needed anything else from her. "Are you free tomorrow?" he asked. "My master told me to find a weapon, so I was hoping you'd come with me." Arya stared in surprise at his proposal. As Inori explained, he had no idea what to buy or where to even look in this massive city. As a local, she knew the lay of the land, but if she was busy, he assured her he could manage on his own. Arya's face lit up at the offer and she shouted, insisting she would go with him. She had no quests from the Adventurers Guild, so her schedule was wide open. This was a huge relief for Inori. Arya added that without her, he'd be completely lost and probably wandering in circles by now. Now, they needed to head back and prepare for tomorrow. Inori asked what kind of preparation she meant. She grabbed his hand and started pulling, leaving Inori flustered, asking why she was suddenly so talkative. Arya just replied that they needed to get a move on. The next day, they ventured into the bustling streets together. Arya turned to Inori, pointing at a food stall, exclaiming that this looked absolutely delicious. He sighed, saying he understood, but that wasn't their mission objective today. Arya looked at him, surprised, then yelled that everything was fine and that the weapon shop was their next stop. When they finally arrived and began browsing the weapons, Inori was impressed. It was a surprisingly high-quality establishment. Arya explained that other adventurers had recommended this place. A massive greatsword caught their eye, priced at 6,000 coins. Inori scanned the inventory but couldn't find what he was looking for, since it was practically a magical artifact. Arya piped up again. "What about that giant, razor-sharp sword?" Isn't it a bit too small for you? Inori shot back that he would never choose a weapon like that. With a disappointed look, Arya mumbled that it would have suited him perfectly. In that case, he should buy her a weapon too. She mentioned her occasional fondness for a black sword, right? And this particular one really stood out. Besides, they needed another blade for regular use. Arya was searching for something simple and comfortable when their eyes locked onto a beautifully crafted blue sword. She stared at it silently, and Inori asked what had caught her attention. He immediately picked up the weapon, causing Arya to yell at him to stop. He asked again, "Isn't this a gammon knife?" This weapon was forged from high-quality mithril, designed as a perfect secondary weapon to a main blade. It suited her perfectly. Wouldn't she agree? But when Arya saw the price tag, she began to hesitate. Inori suddenly told her not to worry about the cost. They had more than enough from the reward he received for slaying the night demon swarm. Besides, she couldn't just sit in the tavern all day, so he wanted to give her something in return. Arya was flustered by the gesture. A moment later, the shopkeeper handed them the sword, thanking them for their purchase. Inori let out a sigh of disappointment, as they still hadn't found anything for him. Arya then asked, "Do you even understand the meaning of gifting a dagger like this?" Inori looked confused. "Is there a special meaning?" A shy blush crept onto Arya's smiling face as she replied, "Maybe there is." They walked a bit further and spotted another weapon shop. Is it really crammed into such a tiny alley? They decided to enter, but Arya immediately recoiled in fear at the sight of cobwebs. Inori turned back, telling her the owner probably wasn't a fan of cleaning, but she should come in and not be afraid. As Inori looked ahead, he saw a perfectly dressed shopkeeper standing before them. The man greeted them, announcing that his shop worked on a commission basis, crafting one-of-a-kind items exclusively for his clients. Inori listened quietly before asking if they could create non-magical weapons as well. The shopkeeper replied that it wouldn't be a problem at all. They would do everything in their power to meet a customer's expectations. Inori activated his magic eye and asked if he could place an order right now. This seemed incredibly fast to Arya, but the shopkeeper simply nodded and said, "Of course." He then invited them to a more comfortable area, explaining that he needed to understand Inori's combat style and physical abilities. Inori asked if his companion could join, and the shopkeeper agreed. Then Inori added, "By the way, don't you think a cleaner entrance would attract more customers? The place is crawling with spiders." The man replied that he was well aware. The owner explained that much like a spider hiding in its web, old men like him prefer a quiet corner of the world. Inori thought the man was bizarre and apologized for the inconvenience. Arya muttered that she was right to be wary of that place, and that the spiders would probably be happy to hear his comment. A while later, they were sitting at a cafe table for lunch. Inori cautiously said, "I thought they could have finished faster." Arya replied, "Well, at least we don't have to scout any more weapon shops. Everything worked out, didn't it?" Just then, Arya took a sip of her tea. "This is delicious." Inori commented that he thought it was the same kind of tea they served in the royal palace. Arya replied that even if that were true, nothing else here was like the palace. The atmosphere and the mood were completely different. And every time she comes here, she just wants to sit down and quietly enjoy her tea. Inori suddenly asked, "You have desires, you have money, so why do you need me?" Arya flared up, shouting that she needed someone to talk to, because that's what truly matters. They had a hearty lunch, and Arya asked why he chose that shop so suddenly. He replied that he had appraised both the shop and its owner. All the merchandise was of the highest quality, so he decided the old man was trustworthy. Although, he still had a lot to learn as a merchant, given the spider-infested entrance. That's not a sight you see every day. Just then, Fauna appeared, exclaiming in surprise, "You actually went weapon shopping?" She approached their table, having overheard their conversation while looking for him. Inori asked her, "What about your meeting?" Fauna explained it had just ended, and she was heading home when she spotted him. "Are you hitting on girls again?" she teased. Arya blushed furiously and yelled that they were party members. Fauna hopped over the fence, asking if that's really all they thought they were. One of the guards beside her pleaded with her not to jump the fence, as the ladder was there for a reason. Fauna just laughed and apologized, saying that as followers of the gods, they should set a good example. The guard introduced himself as Sir Kiri's man, ordered to keep an eye on Fauna, and that they could call him M. Inori immediately questioned why his master was being followed. Did she do something wrong? Fauna explained that the church is incredibly strict, and they were suspicious of her relationship with Inori. Even though she told them they were simply master and disciple, the Holy Knights have strict codes of conduct and must maintain their purity. Simply put, they have to remain virgins. Inori's jaw dropped in shock as Fauna's face turned beet red. M suddenly commented that when the beautiful Black Rose Arya and the drunkard Inori appeared, rumors about them spread through the city like wildfire. Inori said that sounded terrible, but M continued, noting how curious it was that he became Fauna's disciple while living off the Black Rose's earnings. She even had to apologize for it. Inori stared at him, confused, when M suddenly pulled out a special card, declaring it was his Black Rose fan club card number 5. He wanted to know the secret of how Inori managed to conquer this amazing girl. He then bowed deeply, begging Inori to teach him his ways. Fauna cried out, his own words forgotten. As a holy knight surrounded by sweets, he couldn't resist indulging. At the next table, M was deep in conversation with Inori. Arya remarked that men become fast friends when they find common ground. Fauna turned to her, asking, "You're the Black Wall, Virya, aren't you? Are you really friends with that town drunk?" Arya confirmed she was. Fauna then glanced away, his tone shifting as he asked why a Gidran dagger was on their table. Arya was at a loss for words, and an awkward silence fell over them. Fauna explained that the dagger holds a special meaning. It's a marriage proposal. "Kiri isn't so bad," he added. Arya's face flushed as she looked away. Then Fauna stood, saying, "If he knew what it implied, that is." But he quickly turned to M, announcing they had to leave before the cafe closed. M exclaimed, "Is it that late already?" "All right, I'll report that your relationship is strictly student and teacher." Fauna smiled, telling Arya it was a pleasure to talk, and she smiled back. As they disappeared into the distance, Inori commented on what a strange day it had been. M began to ponder the traveler Inori, who remained an enigma even after meeting face to face. Reaching their street, Arya waved, saying she had some business to take care of and would be gone for a bit. Inori questioned this, as she had told him she was free all day. As he put the key in the door, he let out a weary sigh, but suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He stared silently into the darkness. A mysterious voice echoed, "So, you finally noticed my presence. Your senses are sharp." Inori activated his magic, wondering if that voice was truly inside his head. The voice asked, "Shouldn't we go inside first?" He took a step forward and saw her a girl perched on the windowsill, gazing out. She greeted him, "My name is Flux. It's a pleasure to meet you." Inori stared at her silently before demanding to know about the voice in his head. She hopped down from her perch, replying, "You sensed my presence before you even opened the door. Yet you know nothing of spirit arts." Inori's eyes narrowed. "What is that supposed to mean?" Flux explained she'd heard rumors about the town drunk and was curious. "If you wish," she offered, "I can demonstrate the true nature of spirit arts with my own body." As Flux took his hand, she urged him closer, and in the next moment, Inori found himself falling onto the bed with her. She climbed right on top of him, purring. "A strange woman is before you, yet you don't even resist." Inori simply replied, "When a woman is this beautiful, you don't pass up the opportunity." His hand shot out and grabbed her hip, enraging her. She screamed an incantation, mind control. Instantly, the room erupted in a blinding flash of magical energy. Inori knew that at this range, there was zero chance of dodging. Flux smirked down at him, but her spell had absolutely no effect. And she kissed him. Utterly confused, Inori wondered what was happening. A new world materialized in his mind, and Flux's voice declared, "Welcome to my spiritual plane. This is a unique dimension that exists within every living being." Inori was stunned. Flux continued, "This is my world, a place where everything, absolutely everything, is under my control. Do you understand? For example, I can strip you bare with a single thought." A moment later, Inori found himself completely naked. He was speechless as Flux whispered, "I can also drive you mad with pleasure. Wouldn't you like that? I can make your body and soul dependent on me." Inori gritted his teeth in frustration as Flux taunted him again. "What's the matter? You're a man with a woman in your arms. Why aren't you embracing me? Are you truly that afraid of getting involved with someone?" Inori's anger flared. "Silence," he commanded. But Flux refused, sneering that he was the one who was afraid. Suddenly, a strange magical field formed behind her, and her expression turned tense. A thunderous roar of magic erupted, shrouding everything in darkness. The shadows crept across Flux's face as fear began to dawn. Inori commanded once more. I said, "Be silent." Flux panicked, wondering what was happening to her own world. Why was it crumbling before her very eyes? How could a single soul possess such power? Inori reminded her, "You said you control everything in this world, didn't you? What a coincidence. I'm pretty good at controlling things too." Just then, Arya arrived home, noticing the door was unlocked. As she opened it, she yawned, announcing her return and thinking how careless it was to leave the door open. But her words died in her throat. She saw a strange girl sitting on top of Inori. They were kissing. As he realized Arya was back, she became instantly alert, remembering the dagger's curse. If betrayed, she could end his life. A moment later, Flux was violently thrown from the bed, crashing to the floor. Inori had used his own power to expel her, and a tiny spirit shot out of his mouth. The spirit girl collapsed on the floor, soaking wet, and confessed that the goddess had tasked her with seducing him. She had planned to approach him in human form, but had been completely outplayed. Now, her true form was revealed. A supreme wind spirit being controlled by the goddess's betrayer. A status window had appeared. Inori asked dryly, "Is it normal for you to spill all your secrets like this?" The spirit shrieked that he was the one who had commanded her to tell him everything, forcing her to obey. Arya thought she was surprisingly cute. Inori grabbed the tiny spirit, demanding, "Were you the one who contacted me at the church?" The spirit replied that it was possible, but she wasn't sure since she had acted faster than he anticipated. Arya asked in disbelief, "A goddess?" Inori ignored her, ordering the spirit to tell him everything she knew about the goddess and spirit magic. The spirit trembled at his expression but declared, "As a high-ranking wind spirit, I have my pride. You should understand that. Do you really think I'd talk that easily?" Inori scoffed. "You're far too arrogant." He wondered if a little reciprocation would loosen her tongue. A notification popped up. Intimacy level has increased to 3. He then flicked her away. The spirit screamed for him to stop. He shot back. "Weren't you the one who started this in your own spiritual world?" Arya watched, bewildered. Inori told the spirit to reap what she had sown, and Arya instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. Horrifying screams filled the room as the main character's intimacy level rose to 4. The spirit collapsed onto the bed. Inori loomed over her. "So? Do you understand who's in charge now? Besides the goddess of magic, I need to know your personal abilities, and we're going to test them right now." The spirit replied, "Fine, I understand now. I thought you knew nothing of spirit magic and would be an easy target. I tried my trick, but it failed miserably." Inori pressed on. "Was this the real reason you came all this way? Are you really a supreme wind spirit?" The spirit answered that she was just as curious about why her powers had failed. The main character demanded, "So, are you actually useful for anything at all?" "Shut up," the spirit yelled, then stared at her hands. She realized her hair had turned black, a sign that she was now under his complete control. How could a control skill, which shouldn't work on living beings, be so effective on a spirit? Aren't spirits living beings too? Perhaps it was helping him maintain control somehow. He then wondered, where else could he find spirits? She repeated his question. Where? They are everywhere, surrounding them at this very moment. Could they not feel their presence? It was thanks to these spirits that they found him so quickly. They can use spirit magic, observing everything without ever being detected. Inori couldn't imagine anything worse, asking if she meant they were completely invisible to them. The spirit replied that she wasn't sure if they could be seen so easily, but told them to give it a try. A moment later, the forest erupted in a dazzling display of magical power, leaving Arya absolutely stunned. Her jaw dropped in awe as they both wondered, "So, these are spirits?" The spirit guide confirmed. "Yes, these are spirits." Arya was still reeling from the incredible sight. The spirit explained that even though her own magic is currently sealed, as a high-ranking spirit, a little persistence is all it takes to remain undetectable by other spirit magic. Inori gave her a surprised look and fell silent, quickly realizing just how useful that ability would be. The spirit then asked, "Don't I deserve a little respect?" It was only now that she realized she had learned something completely new. Suddenly, a strange power manifested around her. The spirit announced she didn't know if it replaced or was equal to wind magic, but she could now freely unleash something like darkness. It was a black wind, or perhaps smoke, like a shadow suspended in midair. Inori observed these shadows closely, then smiled and declared he would definitely need this power. A brilliant flash of light struck the demon, a perfect hit from our amazing main character. He declared that in his hands, this new power would prove its worth. Gazing at the black orb in his palm, he smirked. "This is good stuff. This black wind." Just then, Sophie asked, "Even so?" "Well," she then added thoughtfully, "if he were a normal demon, his body would have vanished long ago." "Does that mean he's from the demon realm?" our hero asked. "The demon realm? What's that?" she replied. "A legendary species of insect. They only exist in the demon realm." "Where did it even come from?" he wondered aloud. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Was it some kind of rare creature?" She confirmed it. "A being like that should never appear in this region naturally." He pondered the question. Like a fish trying to live on land? Is that it? He himself had never seen one. Arya then looked at Sophie, asking if she had ever been to the demon realm. She zipped past Arya, waving her hand dismissively. "Of course not. Isn't that obvious?" The spirits of the forest seemed to be going crazy. The light spirits are especially displeased. Inori remarked that while he couldn't see the spirits, he could understand their feelings. Arya added, "This entire territory is protected by holy knights. Demons would have a very hard time opposing them. It's strange that a single demon would decide to climb all the way up here alone." The main character then wondered, so how did this one get here? At that moment, Ikunoa was watching them from a high cliff. A short while later, the blacksmith announced that his order was complete. The main character gazed at the blade in his hands and said, "Wow, this sword. It's a longsword forged by Sebastian. Quality is A rank, with stats focused on strength." Arya clapped her hands, exclaiming with joy, "It's simple, yet so elegant." The main character looked at her and said it felt like a natural extension of his own arm. He then turned to Sebastian and asked, "I heard you're planning to move soon? That's a real shame. Here's the payment." Sebastian accepted the pouch of coins, closed his eyes, and said, "I've been planning to move for a long time now. Young Inori, you are my very last customer. Thank you." The blacksmith wasn't sure if they would ever meet again, but he hoped they would. With those words, he gave a final bow. Arya looked at the main character and said, "Great, we've gathered enough money." The protagonist replied, "Master chipped in a little, too." She was shocked. "You just accepted it? Why didn't you politely refuse?" He turned to face her and asked why it mattered. She told him to buy a sword, so he bought a sword. She yelled back in frustration, "That's not the point. You need to go return that money immediately." He just stared at her, completely bewildered. Sometime later, Fnatic looked at our hero in surprise and called out Inori's name. Afterwards, they went outside, and she admired the new sword with delight. She said it was a magnificent blade, perfectly balanced and ideal for real combat. Our hero sat beside her, crossing his arms and saying, "You found a great blacksmith." She added, "He's more than great, he's a master. You could tell it's high quality just by looking at it." He tilted his head back, looked to the sky, and said, "It just seems like a normal sword to me. It's just a coincidence, but I can't use magical items. Even with your guidance, it's going to be difficult for me to get any stronger." She smiled and asked, "Are you saying you don't enjoy my training sessions?" He replied, "I haven't enjoyed them since the very first day." She looked utterly offended. He continued, "What's the point in doing something that's clearly useless? It's just a waste of your time. Don't you think so?" She let out a laugh, admitting he had a point there. With his attitude, a lifetime of training would be pointless. He replied, "I'm not joking." Acting as if she agreed, she then added, "If that's the case, then I'll just have to train you forever until you finally get stronger. If there's one thing I'm confident in, it's my faith." She then looked at him. He closed his eyes and sighed, "You really are stubborn. All right, fine. I guess it's time to waste a little more effort." She asked, "Oh really? Excellent." A while later, the main character looked at a girl blushing from the alcohol and asked, "What about this one?" Raven replied, passion hidden deep within a cold gaze, adorable lips that have never known a man's touch. That is pure innocence. Then, our hero glanced at another girl and asked, "And what about her over there?" He answered, "A powerful body, like an impenetrable fortress against men." Without a doubt, that too is innocence. The main character then burst out laughing and yelled, "You can see right through them. Brilliant." Raven adjusted his mask and replied, "But of course, members of the church must be able to judge the purity of a person." The main character then thought to himself, "A mask. Lately, he started spending time with me at the bar. If he drinks too much, he might let something unnecessary slip." He hoped they hadn't had too much to drink yet. Still, as long as his companion was paying, he wasn't going to worry about it too much. He then pointed forward and asked, "What about her?" Raven looked toward Arya and replied, "Elegant, yet brimming with power." He could sense a beauty intertwined with genuine pain. Deep inside her, there wasn't just purity. There was something wicked lurking there, too. Innocence, or not. A truly difficult choice. She just gave them a forced smile. A moment later, lumps appeared on both of the boys' heads as Arya spoke. "I heard some people were discussing others a little too loudly. You two understand, don't you? Right? You two are about to get banned from this place. You know that?" They immediately fell to their knees, bowing their heads and pleading for forgiveness. Then, Arya turned to the other patrons, bowing deeply in apology. She promised that nothing like this would ever happen again. Our main character then glanced at Javen and asked, "By the way, why is he sitting with you? Isn't his job to keep an eye on Fnatic?" Javen whispered back that he needed to clarify their relationship. Besides, she was currently busy taking a test at the church. The main character's eyes widened. "A test?" Javen seemed surprised. "What? She didn't tell you? The Holy Paladins have returned to the city for their promotion exams." He explained that knights often fail and even die during these trials. So for her to waste precious time meeting a man outside the faith, it was only natural for the church to grow suspicious. So, she came to the city for an exam, the main character muttered to himself. He then looked at Javen and asked how she was doing. He replied that she was currently taking the final test, administered by Javen himself, so she was performing exceptionally well. Wow, our hero breathed. Just then, Arya watched them, wondering if she meant nothing to them at all. In the next moment, the bell on the door chimed. A hooded figure entered. It was Ichinoa. Our main character looked over and said, "Buddy, you're just in time. You've got to give them a hand." Ichinoa shot back. "You made the mess. You clean it up." The main character sighed. "This old geezer. Are you kidding me?" Just then, Raven apologized, saying he had to leave today. He stood up, looked at Arya, and promised to make it up to her later. She looked at him in surprise, while our hero demanded to know where he was going, insisting Raven should be apologizing to him. That's when Ichinoa chimed in. "You should learn to choose your friends more wisely, don't you think?" "You're the last person I want to hear that from," he retorted. "Your reputation is even worse than his." Ichinoa simply said, "Perhaps." The main character threw his hands up and yelled, "Waiter, more drinks over here." Suddenly, he heard Shinfei's panicked voice in his mind. "How can you be so calm? Even from inside your shadow, I can't stand it anymore," she continued. "All of us feel a conflict, a self-preservation instinct." She hugged herself in fear, adding, "That man, he can sense spirits." The main character's jaw dropped in shock, and then Ichinoa spoke. "It seems a new friend has joined us. A spirit this time, is it? You're not denying it. A wise choice." The main character stared at him in astonishment as the old man continued, all right. Don't give me that look. I know you can see the abilities of others." In that instant, our hero activated his skill on the old man. A flood of information filled his vision. Name, Ichinoa. Race, Chimera homunculus. Composition, demon, dragonkin, dwarf, elf, beastkin, and human at 16.66%. Talents, Demon King, Punishment of the Six Gods. Status, the current Demon King. A former Demon King reincarnated from an ordinary office worker, subject to absolute divine punishment, and more. The current Demon King. Ichinoa. The main character's mind reeled in disbelief. Arya stared at the old man in shock as Ichinoa suggested they leave. "It's too crowded here. Shall we, Inori?" Arya looked at the main character, confused. He lowered his gaze and said, "Fine. Lead the way." Arya cried out, "Inori, I'll come with you." But he shut her down with a single command. "You're not coming," she gasped, and he added, "I'm going alone." "How about the forest?" Ichinoa asked. "Outside the city." Our hero simply replied, "Anywhere is fine." As Arya watched them leave, they soon stopped deep within the woods. Ichinoa remarked, "This is a good spot. All right, you can relax now." After speaking, he looked at the main character, who was staring back at him in complete silence. The current Demon King added, "Although, relaxing in this situation is a bit absurd." The next second, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy, and Shinfei was violently expelled from the main character's shadow. She screamed in terror as Ichinoa explained, "I didn't want any evil spirits eavesdropping. I almost forgot it was inside you, so I had to force it out. Well, we're finally alone." With those words, he removed his hood and asked, "What do you think? Beastkin ears?" "No, those are horns. Long ears, long hair. It's a complete mess, isn't it?" Ichinoa said, looking back. "I understand. I'm sick of this form myself. And there's even a tail. I'm a chimera homunculus now." "Something like that, yes. I feel the same. I was originally a demon, but I was reincarnated into this body." The main character stared at him, utterly bewildered. The old man then asked, "You're the same, aren't you?" "Personally, I've lived through 2 worlds. This will be my 3rd life. In my first world, I was born a demon, a former demon king. I had overwhelming power and could do anything I pleased. Anyone who stood in my way, I killed them, and killed them, and killed them. I became the reigning king. I had everything. Fine wine, women, treasure. I laughed in the face of that world. After the demon race, I began slaughtering every other race, one by one. The humans sent heroes to stop me, but they all failed. I crushed the dwarves and stole their wealth. I burned the forests of the annoying elves, devoured the beastkin's kin, and poured poison into the lakes of the dragon race. I was free, and I was happy. My smile knew no bounds. It seemed I would continue pursuing that happiness until my final moment. The main character asked, "You died?" The Demon King looked at him and replied that he'd realized no one existed who could actually kill him. He had lived for an eternity, and when he finally died, he found himself in a blank, white space, where he met God. The main character froze. A white space? With God? Could he be talking about the very same goddess who brought him here? The Demon King continued that this god proclaimed to be the god of that world. No, our hero thought. It's not her. Ichinoa added. She said I had gone too far. My memories, my magic, my power, my talents. She took everything and forced me to reincarnate into an abandoned world. The main character flinched. An abandoned world? I'm sorry, the old man said, pointing a finger at our hero. That's what they call the world you came from, and for good reason. Because it's a world that God has abandoned. I lost everything. Nothing special ever happened to me. I was born with the most ordinary appearance into the most ordinary family. I had no special traits or merits, so I was rarely praised. But I kept trying my best. I was determined to work. I started earning a living and learned to bow my head when necessary. I married a coworker, a very plain-looking girl. But our son, who had my face, was a little luckier. Sometimes we didn't have enough money, and my wife and I would argue. But overall, it was a completely normal life, and in that life, I was truly happy. Sitting on the Demon King's throne, I thought I had it all. I lived with pleasure, sneering at the world, but in reality, I didn't even know what happiness was. It took me 2 lifetimes to find it, and so, now, I want to make someone else happy. Our hero had to ask, who? It's not that I want to make everyone happy, Ichinoa replied, but I will continue for as long as this body allows. With that, he flexed the muscles on his arm as the main character asked, so, you're going to continue the slaughter? He replied, of course not. He revealed his race was the Chimera, an artificial being. Representatives from 6 different races were sacrificed just to summon him into this world. The Beastkin, the Dwarves, the Elves, and the Dragonoids. This very body combines the blood of 6 dominant races. Races that have carved the world into 6 warring factions, trapped in an endless cycle of conflict. The main character could only ask, this world has so many different races? The man crossed his arms and replied, and you, it seems, still know very little about this world. Surely you've noticed how everyone avoids you. It was true, he was despised even more than the Demon King himself. It was as if the gods deliberately created this world so that different races could never find peace. The main character stared at him, confused. The man explained that for someone from another world, mere words could never paint the full picture. But once he journeyed across the land, he would see it everywhere, war erupting in every corner. The discrimination against mixed bloods, the oppression between races. He asked, and you? Want to help them? The Demon King took a long drag from his cigar, exhaling smoke. I want to destroy this twisted world, he declared. And to do that, I need your help. The main character was stunned. The king admitted he originally planned to do it alone, but meeting him changed everything. The boy shot back. So you decided to threaten me into helping you? My apologies, the king replied. That was not my intention. Rather, I am offering you complete freedom. But in exchange for your cooperation, I'm willing to provide an advance payment. The knowledge of this world. The main character was taken aback. An advance? He replied. I would have destroyed everything anyway, even if it wasn't part of your plan. After all, any action I take will inevitably help you achieve your goal of trampling on the lives and fates of others. That's just how you operate. The main character sighed. You're incredibly selfish, but I'll agree anyway. The Demon King smirked. Is that so? Excellent. Our hero smiled, adding, but only if you provide much, much more knowledge. The king chuckled, calling him a greedy one. Very well, he answered. I've been on edge ever since I summoned you. I suppose this is my penance. Not long before, Arya had reached out towards the main character and the Demon King. A moment later, she sat down by a tree, thinking, so I'm not going with them, am I? She had never seen him so tense before. She thought she could finally be of use to him. But that order was a harsh reminder that no matter how far he went, she would always be left behind. She buried her head in her knees. Just then, several demons scurried down the tree trunk, lunging straight for her. In a flash, Fnatic appeared, asking why she was just sitting there. She annihilated the monsters in the blink of an eye. Arya looked at her, bewildered, and offered her thanks. You shouldn't thank me, Fnatic replied. This is hardly a safe place to be sitting under a tree. Arya apologized again. Fnatic smiled wryly. I don't understand how the Black Rose failed to sense those demons approaching. Is something weighing on your mind? Is it about Inori again? Arya quickly denied it, saying it was nothing. Fnatic sighed. Both you and Inori. In the next instant, she pointed her warhammer at Arya and smashed the tree behind her into splinters. Arya leaped back, shouting, Why? What was that for? I wanted to see your true abilities now that we're acquainted, Fnatic declared. Besides, you looked depressed. This should liven things up a bit. Arya screamed back that it was none of her business. Immediately, Fnatic lunged forward again. Arya ducked and dodged the attack. Her opponent smiled. Nice reflexes. Arya yelled in fury. Are you trying to kill me? You should listen to my story first, Fnatic said. When I was young, I used to wonder if gods truly existed. Arya looked surprised as Fnatic continued. I didn't believe in them. My mother was a devout believer who never missed her prayers, but she never forced me to pray with her. One day, a horde of demons attacked our village. Her mother fled with her in her arms, but died protecting her. The demons closed in, and as she prepared to die, she prayed with all her heart to join her mother in heaven. To this day, she still doesn't know who saved her, but after that incident, even she came to believe in the gods. She smiled and added, Now I don't just pray. I can help people like my past self. I am strong. Arya, you have to believe in Inori. You must help him. Arya insisted that she already believed she could help him. Then you need to be by his side, Fnatic roared. Arya shouted back as if it wasn't her choice, that she had no choice but to obey his orders. With that, she punched Fnatic squarely in the face. She immediately recoiled in fear, asking if she was okay. A single drop of blood trickled down Fnatic's cheek. That was a pretty good punch, she said with a grin. But I finally understand your true feelings now. She let out a long sigh and began to collapse. A moment later, Fnatic said, There's still time to make it to training with Inori. Arya thought, Why is she so foolish? Fnatic replied, I don't know. The written exams were always easy for me. Arya sighed, All right, you're just that stubborn. Then Fnatic added, This might sound presumptuous, but you don't understand Inori as well as I do. Arya smiled, looking at the girl now resting on her lap. I was right to think a clumsy girl like you would only solve problems with brute force, but I'm truly grateful to you, Fnatic. I sense a few thorns in the Black Rose's words, she teased. Oh, do you now? Arya replied. And they both broke into laughter. Later that night, Arya sat on her bed, gazing at the rising moon. Suddenly, the main character materialized from the shadows behind her, making her scream in terror. She told him not to scare her like that. He approached her, explaining they'd been so caught up in their discussion that he'd lost all track of time. The fastest way back was through the shadows. But I learned a great deal, he said, and when the time is right, I'll tell you everything. She watched him silently, then sighed and asked, Did you talk that much? He didn't attack you? He answered that he hadn't. Were you worried? He asked. She scoffed. Well, yes. If you died somewhere out there, my story of liberation would become a tragedy, not a fairy tale. And I don't even know if you'd free me in that case, he mused thoughtfully. He then turned to look at her, and she asked, Why so quiet all of a sudden? He closed his eyes and replied, No, it's nothing. Then he smiled at her and said, I can see you're forcing yourself to be cheerful. Next time, you'll accompany me on my little experiment. I want to see what you're truly capable of. She looked at him, surprised. I don't mind. But what's with that smile? You'll understand soon enough, he replied ominously. I have a bad feeling about this, she muttered. Elsewhere, a few girls were sitting near a wall. Raven looked toward a slightly open door and asked, Has the person arrived? The man apologized for the urgent summons. Raven stepped forward. Is there something you require? The figure replied, No, it is nothing. More importantly, how goes the search for the runaway heretic? According to the plan, she should be working by now, shouldn't she? The man bowed his head. My apologies, we need a little more time. Raven then pushed a paladin forward, ordering him to find her immediately. We need more knights for the upcoming trials. Don't you need my authority to gather the faithful? The man replied, In the name of the Lord. A moment later, he sat at a desk, removed his mask, and said with frustration, Crit, don't you dare think you've escaped me. At that very moment, Chris and her demonic horde gazed upon the city. This isn't enough, she declared. We need more. Much larger ones. First, they will devour this entire forest. With a single gesture, she unleashed a wave of dark energy, and countless demons surged into the woods. She then added, After that, all of Rick will fall. A short while later, Shinfi asked, Is he really just going to sleep like this? Arya, holding a bag of snacks beside her, replied, He's not much use during the day anyway. It's better to just let him sleep. Shinfi scoffed. How pathetic. She then thought, So if I want to escape, I have to do it during the day? Just then, Arya announced their arrival. Shinfi stared at the pastry in astonishment. What is this? Arya smiled warmly. It's cake. I absolutely love the sweets here. Shinfi retorted. I know what it is, but what do I need it for? Arya was taken aback. What do you mean why? Don't you like sweets? But you're a girl. Shinfi sighed. I am a spirit. I don't require food. Do not compare me to a human. Arya pressed on. So you don't have a single favorite food? Of course not, she replied. Arya's shoulders slumped. That's news to me. I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to make you happy. Shinfei looked at her and conceded. Very well, I shall give it a try. She placed a hand over the cake, explaining that not needing to eat doesn't mean she is unable to. She took a tiny bite. Her eyes widened as she swallowed. What in the world is this? How can it be so delicious? Arya grinned. I told you so. She pointed to the next treat and said, This one is cheesecake. I highly recommend it. You absolutely must try it. Shinfei was stunned. Cheesecake? How can it have such a perfect harmony of sweet and sour? Exactly, Arya replied. A moment later, Shinfei was sprawled on a plate with a full stomach. Arya smiled. You've finally had a taste. 𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒅. Of the forbidden flavor. Shinfei mumbled. So it seems humans are capable of creating something worthwhile after all. Arya brought a finger to her lips. Don't tell Inori we ditched him to go to a cafe, all right? Next time, we'll all go together. Shinfei studied her and said, You are not like him. Perhaps you are. Kinder? Arya conceded. Well, yeah. Inori isn't exactly a kind person. Shinfei agreed. All he ever thinks about is how to tease others. Then why do you follow him? Arya's hands clenched into fists. So that one day, I can finally defeat him. Shinfei shot up, her eyes wide with shock. Arya punched the air for emphasis and added, That's right, Inori isn't a good person, but he saved my life. Now, I am his subordinate, just like the other one. I am grateful to him, but that is a different matter entirely. In short, I will stay by his side until the day I can finally surpass him. Your relationship is bizarre, Shinfei noted. Is it? Arya replied. Just then, Fenrir leaped from the shadows, demanding, You there, girl! Tell me where my master is! Arya gasped, Fenrir. Shinfei looked confused. Who? We know each other. It's Fenrir. Fenrir sneered. Do not call me by that name. My status is far higher than yours. Shinfei raised an eyebrow. Higher? Such a cute little dog. He growled. I will devour your soul. Arya quickly explained. He should be in bed, but he's probably sleeping in my shadow. If you couldn't find him in his room, then that must be it. He grunted. Fine. Then I shall accompany you to the forest. Arya was surprised. To the forest? He corrected her. More like, to what times use times to be the forest? A short while later, they arrived at a desolate clearing, and Arya gasped in horror. It's gone? Even the trees are gone? Fenrir said grimly. This was no isolated incident. The real question is, who is behind this? Shinfei placed a hand on her chest. There's not a single trace of the lower-level spirits. No human could have done something like this. In the next instant, Arya spread her wings, soaring into the sky and declaring, All right, it's time to find out what happened here. Shinfei flew up beside her, yelling, What? We aren't leaving? And what do you mean you can fly? Arya replied, The more you know, the more you can do. Fenrir raced after them and shouted, That's right. He then looked up at Arya and yelled, Well, girl, do you see it yet? She yelled back, This happened not long ago. I think I know where we need to go. But what could cause this kind of destruction? Shinfei cried out. The spirits ahead are screaming in agony. It's not too late to turn back now. Arya stared forward and shouted, The plains. Beyond the mountain. There's something there. In the next moment, a horde of countless demons marched into view. Arya observed them from above, thinking, These are the same demons from the forest. But why are there so many? Shinfei flew close and warned her, They'll spot you up here. You need to lower your altitude and enter the forest from the left. Got it, she replied. Shinfei followed close behind, asking, Are all of them demons? Did this many escape from the demon world at once? Escape, Arya thought. She had heard stories about demon groups that would break through and attack settlements. So they're on the move. Her eyes shifted as she remembered Regin. She gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking, Regin has dealt with demons calmly for years. But right now, neither the church nor the guild is prepared. They attacked at the worst possible time. Shinfei asked, Shouldn't we wake him up first? This situation is not looking good. Arya asked if they could even make it back to Inori in time. Fenrir shouted that he could, but asked what her plan was. She clenched her jaw, thinking, I doubt Inori would help Regin. He's not ready to reveal his hand yet. If I report this in time, will the guild even help? If I contact Fanatic, the church will intervene. But no, I won't make it in time. She turned back and shouted, I will handle this myself. Shinfei was stunned. You intend to fight them? Fenrir added, I can sense their power. These are no ordinary demons. You cannot defeat them. But she charged forward, reaching for her weapon. She thought, I am not the person I used to be. I will fight. Just then, one of the demons stopped and looked up at them. Shinfi shrieked in terror. They've spotted us. In the next second, the demon opened its massive maw and lunged toward Arya. She narrowed her eyes, thinking, I'm sick of just standing by and watching. A moment later, a blast of energy ripped the demon's head apart. Fenrir noted. She revealed her magic before even drawing her sword, losing the element of surprise. He then tore the demon in two and added, her technique is far from perfect, but fighting to protect something. That is something I can respect. I am weakened and cannot maintain this form for long, but I will help you. I, too, once had a land and comrades to protect. Arya stared at him and said, Fenrir, you got bigger. He simply replied, this is my true form. He then charged toward the next demon and yelled, over there! In the next instant, Arya's blade flashed, carving a path straight through the demon. Fenrir grunted, not bad. You can actually do something. She smiled back at him, shouting that she was more than happy to accept his help. You'd better keep up with me then, Fenrir. With a war cry, the head of the next monster went flying. Fenrir carved his own path of destruction, declaring that they would thin out the horde. His orders were simple, don't stop fighting, and don't let them surround you. Arya's eyes narrowed with focus as she yelled back, crystal clear, that's the spirit. A second later, Fenrir's jaws snapped shut, biting off a demon's head while Arya's sword cleaved it in two. At that moment, Shinfi cried out in shock, Arya the beast? Where were they getting all this power? Fenrir explained grimly, we have to finish them completely. Just splitting them in two won't stop their assault. Arya nodded in understanding. Right. She swung her sword again, slicing through the demon before her. She focused her energy into her hands, wincing at the strain. She knew this sword consumed a colossal amount of mana, but she never imagined it would be this much. She had to pace herself. With a grunt, she launched an orb of energy forward, but it simply bounced off the demon's hide. It was deflected, she thought in disbelief. Fenrir's warning not to waste mana echoed in her mind. Their armor was resistant to magic. She had been far too reckless. She had to place her trust in the sword and fight on. After all, it belonged to times her asterisk. It was difficult to even think about that fierce woman from her past. But that woman, she wielded this blade like no one else. Her mana control was precise, focused only at the exact moment of impact. Not a single drop was wasted. She was a world away from the sword's current, clumsy user. Arya stared at the blade in her hand and thought, so this sword belonged to. Fenrir knew how to use it. She raised the sword high, a new strategy forming in her mind. Just as Fenrir stayed in his smaller form to conserve energy, the sword shouldn't be activated during the swing, but only at the very instant of collision. With a sharp breath, she swung her sword and thought, now! A gasp escaped her as she unleashed a devastating blow. But how many more of those could she manage? 30, 20, or even fewer? They both knew the answer, but the horde was endless. She continued to carve through the demons until, gritting her teeth, she felt her strength failing her. Fenrir growled, is that all you've got? In the next second, Arya let out a primal scream that made the others stare in shock. She leaped onto a demon and tore off a chunk of its flesh with her teeth. What in the world was she doing? Shinfi screamed in absolute horror. Is she eating it? But Fenrir just let out a booming laugh. Vampires recover their strength through blood. She's exactly like her master. The battle raged on. Arya attacked with her blade, while Fenrir followed up with blasts of raw energy. At that moment, Chris raised her hands forward and clasped them together. The demons surged with newfound vigor. Arya felt her body being bound by tiny centipedes, realizing in panic that smaller ones had appeared and were swarming her. Fenrir roared for her to keep fighting. Shinfi screamed desperately, Arya, you have to get into the air! But it was too late. A demon lunged past her guard, grabbing her arm, and tore both it and her sword away. Girl! Fenrir howled in panic. Arya stared in stunned silence at her mangled shoulder, and before she could react, another demon struck, sending them both flying. As Arya hurtled backwards, Shinfi thrust her hand forward, thinking frantically, what was that spell called? Black Wind. Instantly, a void of darkness erupted before the demon, followed by powerful streams of energy that pierced its body. Fenrir delivered the final, hateful bite. As Arya crashed to the ground, a voice asked her how she was still alive. His own strength was fading. They had to fall back. Shinfi realized she had saved Arya purely on instinct, and cried out her name. At that moment, Arya looked forward and saw Amanda kneeling beside her. She heard a whisper, little sister, how does it feel to go through the exact same thing I did? It's pathetic. You decided to abandon me to save yourself, didn't you? You left me, and I lost my head for good." To the illusion's shock, Arya simply smiled. Arya pushed herself to her feet and said, "The real Amanda would never say such things. You're just an illusion born from my own weakness. But I'm still happy to see a familiar face." With that, she raised her sword again and added, "Back then, I was too weak to save you. I'm sorry, but I will change. I'll become stronger, so please, watch over me from above." Shinfi stared, completely baffled, as Fenrir urged Arya to jump on his back. They had to retreat before they were surrounded. But Arya dashed forward again, slicing another enemy to pieces. Panting heavily, she yelled for him to go on ahead. "I can still fight." Just then, a new voice cut through the chaos. "Stubbornness can be a virtue, but it's meaningless if it leads to your death." In the next second, he pointed his weapon at Arya's severed shoulder, causing her to look on in surprise. Inori stepped forward, standing atop a demon's corpse, and said, "For a vampire, blood is life. I didn't share a part of my own just for you to waste it so foolishly. You should know its value." Arya gasped, "Inori? But, since when? Since you became drunk on blood and stopped watching your surroundings." Without another word, he plunged his weapon into the demon's eye, then leaped aside and delivered another powerful strike. He cleaved the monster's head in two. Fenrir cried out with joy. "Master, you have returned!" Arya exclaimed. "Inori!" Inori landed beside her and explained, "Unlike their hide, their insides, like their eyes and joints, aren't protected by magic. If you had realized this sooner, you wouldn't have wasted so much strength, and you wouldn't have lost your arm." With that, he grabbed her arm and her body. He pressed the severed limb back into place and said, "It won't heal as fast as mine. Sit down and focus on your recovery. You've made many mistakes, but the greatest was choosing to stay here instead of abandoning this city. Are you really that attached to this place?" She managed a weak smile and apologized, saying she had been too reckless. Inori added that she had missed something important. No matter how many of these bugs they killed, they couldn't save the city. "We need to confirm one thing." As Arya stared at him in confusion, several more demons charged straight for them. Meanwhile, Chris watched with a cunning smile, clasping her hands once more. But in that instant, Inori appeared with Arya in his arms, directly behind Chris. He pointed forward and declared, "There, the one responsible for this demonic assault." The woman spun around, her face a mask of pure shock. "Don't move," Inori commanded. "You will answer some questions." He bound her body with his Grepnia skill, causing her to cry out in surprise. From the cliffs below, Shinfi looked up in awe, thinking, "Inori, he appeared out of nowhere, and now he's all the way up there?" Fenrir asked, "Where did Master go?" Shinfi thought that almost no spirits remained, and she couldn't be sure, but it looked like they were capturing someone. The main character locked eyes with the hostage. "You're Chris of the Cam family, aren't you?" She gritted her teeth in rage, but he just added, "Your powers gave you away." Ar was stunned. Her? But how could a girl like this possibly control them? He smirked. "So she has the power to command demonic beasts." Regin was constantly under siege by escaped demons, and every single time, the famed Holy Knights of Dovin would drive them back. He was hailed as a legendary hero, and the church's fame, along with the city of Regin, exploded, becoming a hallowed ground for paladins like the main character's own master. Was this a coincidence far too convenient for the church? Or did this girl's ambitions simply align with their own? A knowing smirk appeared on Chris's face as he commented, "You seem to know quite a lot." "True," he admitted, "but not everything yet." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "I have people I can ask, but for the secrets you won't give up, I'll just have to tear them out of you myself." With that, he unleashed the hypnotic power of his left eye, but she just laughed like a madwoman and screamed, "A magic circle? What a surprise!" In an instant, a magic circle flared to life around her, summoning several demons. The main character leaped aside, grinding his teeth. Mental interference has no effect on her? She confirmed his failure with a taunt. "That's right. They orchestrated this entire mess. I did everything that bastard told me to, but I was so foolish. I'm done working for that monster." "That bastard," he questioned. "Is he from the church?" In the next second, a demon lunged toward them. Arya screamed, "Attack!" The main character fired Gladnar into the horde, impaling one of the beasts on his weapon before cleaving it into pieces. He laughed, shouting, "Is a mindless assault all you've got? How boring." But Arya screamed, "Inori, above you." In that exact moment, a demon's massive jaws opened right over the main character's head. Chris cackled. "Didn't you order some minced meat?" But in the next second, a blade pierced straight through the demon's skull, followed by our hero's entire body as he split the monster in two. He casually licked his finger and said, "The blood's not great. Tastes a bit like iron." Chris gritted her teeth in pure fury. What in the world is he doing? Stop getting in our way, she seethed. I don't have time to play games with some wannabe hero. He wiped his mouth. She'd rather tear off her own arm than break my binding threads. Just then, Shinfi stared ahead in shock, thinking, all the demons are moving at once? Arya, the demons are heading for the city. At that moment, a smirk played on our hero's lips as he thought, so she's calling her pets for backup? Looks like she's finally starting to understand who's in charge here. She screamed at him, shut up, I'm talking to Arya. The knightess looked on, horrified. Towards the city? She turned on Chris and yelled, you'd sacrifice your own guards just to send them toward the city? Chris laughed like a maniac and replied, what a shame. Because now, even if I die, you can't stop them. Our hero had hoped that taking out the leader would end this fight, but seeing her resist his hypnosis, he realized with a start that he had seriously underestimated her. Just then, the demons continued their advance as Chris screamed like a woman possessed. Go forth, my family, do as you please. In the next instant, the girl clutched her face and spoke, my dear Chris, destroy those who called us, the children of demons, along with their pathetic city. Destroy the church that played with our lives. Destroy the one who deceived and used us. Destroy them all. At that moment, Chris began to thrash against the binding threads, tearing her own flesh in the process. She roared that nothing could stop the colossal ones now. Go, devour everything in your path. She began to laugh wildly, while Arya gritted her teeth and said, this is bad. Hold on, Arya. Personally, I don't care what happens to that city, but I will take responsibility for underestimating her. Arya looked forward, completely bewildered. In the next second, through the pouring rain, rays of light began to break through the clouds. Our hero began to speak. Hey Arya, do you know why raindrops falling from the sky don't tear us to shreds? It's because of the atmosphere and its resistance. He pointed forward and added that the dense layer of air slows down all the energy that a raindrop absorbs. But, he continued, the objects under my control are not affected by the atmosphere, and of course, they feel no resistance. The air doesn't hinder this, and unlike a raindrop, it can accelerate to impossible speeds. And then, at some point, I realized my black wind leads to the same space as my shadow, but it has the unique ability to float in mid-air. Now, imagine what would happen if the objects I control fly out from my shadow, fall into the black wind, fly out from the shadow again, and fall back into the wind. Just like that, a handful of small stones have been flying back and forth in the sky for exactly 7 minutes and 28 seconds. At that point, Arya looked up, completely baffled, and our hero added, from here, it gets much simpler. I just have to cut off the black wind at the right moment. And boom. In the next instant, a blazing meteor tore through the sky, slamming into the demonic horde and causing a terrifying explosion. Arya shielded her face with her hands, letting out a terrified scream. But our hero just smiled and said, something like that. In the next second, Chris's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief as they stared at the giant craters that now scarred the ground before them. She stammered, what? This has to be a joke. Our hero just smiled. To put it simply, I just threw a rock at you. However, its power is more than perfect for wiping out an entire army. Just then, Arya gasped in shock as Fenrir appeared from her shadow. She turned in surprise and yelled, Fenrir, are you okay? Just then, Shinfi, perched on Fenrir's head, asked, aren't you going to worry about me? Fenrir added, if it weren't for Master Shadow, things would have been much worse. So his new power is this terrifying? But to cover such a massive area? Afterwards, our hero grabbed Chris's face and used his hypnosis. He spoke, and this time, it worked. No matter what, she had finally submitted. Arya wondered if Chris had willingly allowed him to interfere with her mind. But why? She looked at her own severed arm, then turned to the main character and yelled, Inori, aren't you going to ask her why she attacked us? He looked at her, then closed his eyes and said, I'll find out what's most important, not waste time on trivial details. She asked again, I want to know what happened to her. He sighed and said, you were nearly killed, but fine, whatever. Besides, he had a few questions of his own. She possessed some very interesting abilities. He then looked at Chris and commanded her to tell him about herself. She said, all right, I had a younger sister. She was unbelievably kind and innocent. She dreamed of living a peaceful, happy life with me. But that dream could never come true. All because of my black magic, the supposed proof of an impure soul. And just like that, everyone turned their backs on us. However, despite that, the church welcomed us warmly. They let us taste the long-forgotten flavor of hot food again, and I saw my sister's happy smile as she finally filled her stomach. I wished that day would never end. But about a month after we arrived at the sanctuary, he appeared. He toyed with me and tormented me endlessly. I never understood why, but I didn't truly care. either. After all, they had nowhere else to run. In the end, she was powerless to save her sister. Nothing had changed at all. If anything, things had only gotten worse. She recalled Raven's hand gripping her throat, asking if she truly wanted to keep living like this. With her head bowed, she confessed that his actions grew worse each day, and the precious time she had with her sister dwindled to almost nothing. But for now, her sister was safe. She closed her eyes in despair. The main character knelt beside her and demanded to know his name. Who was this man? The one hailed as the hero of Reagan, Raven Virgin. At that moment, Arya stared in shock as our hero thought to himself, the hero Raven? Ah, the name of the instructor he saw back at the church? Chris continued her story, explaining that from that day forward, she did everything she was told and began practicing black magic. She had little strength, but she worked to the point of exhaustion every single day, creating demonic creatures to devour the beasts Javen brought back. For an entire year, she toiled with her summoned creatures. At one point, they were set up to besiege a city, branded as runaway demons. An entire demon army was vanquished by Raven's squad right before the city's eyes. Every last creature was annihilated, and countless people died. It was then she realized the true purpose of her work. Raven received the title of hero. She was locked away, forced to create demons, never allowed to see her sister again. But she told herself it was for the best. She was complicit in the deaths of so many, and she dreaded imagining how her sister would react to the darkness that had consumed her. Her only contact was through letters. Reading those letters, she learned her sister believed the church had recognized her magical talents. She wrote of how incredibly proud she was of her. Tears streamed down her face as Arya asked, "Where is your sister now?" Chris replied, "She's dead." But she wasn't just dead. That same man was the one who delivered the news of her sister's passing. It turned out her soul had been tainted by creating demons. To atone for her sins, her own sister was used as a plaything by the church, all because she practiced black magic. In the end, her sister couldn't endure the torment and died. But Chris was threatened, stop obeying, and she would suffer the same fate. How did it all come to this? Was it simply because she could use black magic? Because no one in the city would accept them? Or because they chose to trust that church? Something inside her finally shattered. At her lowest point, a demon approached her, whispering that she was a summoner, a perfect vessel for his power. The demon, named Neon, was locked in the same cage with her. He then asked, "Do you desire power?" She decided to break free from her prison and made a pact with him, becoming a demon herself to finally get her revenge. But our hero and his party stood in her way, and now, she had nothing left. He asked exactly who this Neon was. "A demon," she answered. That was all she knew. The main character looked away, thinking this didn't seem like the Demon King's usual style. After a moment of thought, he spoke. "Then, a final question for you. Your revenge, the one you cast aside your humanity for, failed because we happened to cross your path. Your life has been a miserable failure. Don't you think you've suffered enough?" In that instant, he grasped his sword, rising to his feet and approaching Chris. Arya screamed, "Inori," begging him to stop. He stated coldly that he wasn't talking to her. "I'll say it again. Your quest for vengeance is over. Don't you think you've suffered enough?" Arya bit her lip and cried out, "Inori, the church just used her. Does she really deserve to die?" She held out her hand, pleading, "She can't do anything to you anymore." He closed his eyes and replied, "It's useless. You saw it yourself. My hypnosis doesn't work on her, and she no longer responds to questions. She's lost all will to live. No matter how much you try to understand her, her fate is already sealed." In the next second, he swung his sword. Just then, a voice echoed in our hero's mind. "You have reached level 15. He was stunned. The voice continued, "Your demonic title has been promoted from Baron to Viscount." A moment later, his consciousness began to fade as he thought, "Oh no, my head is spinning." He started to collapse, and Arya screamed in terror. "Inori!" She lunged toward him. A short while later, a goddess looked down upon the main character with a smile. "Are you awake?" It had been a long time since they last met. He looked at her, confused, then sat up and asked, "What? Is it you?" He feared the goddess of this world had finally caught him. "The goddess of times that times world?" she repeated. The next second, he drove his fist into her stomach. She winced in pain, shouting, "You hit a girl! And a goddess, no less." He shot back, "Oh, my apologies, but I'm a firm believer in true equality. And I still haven't forgotten about that idiot you sent to follow me. He's been a complete thorn in my side." She smiled sweetly and asked, "Oh, did something like that happen?" He sighed and replied, "You wouldn't believe it." He then glanced around and asked, "Is this the place where I was first summoned? And you're the only one who's ever come back this many times." He asked why she brought him here now. She tilted her head. What do you mean? Why? Haven't you heard? You've been promoted to Viscount, he questioned. Viscount? Is she talking about that voice in my head? She explained that his powers come from many worlds, but his vampire title in this current world was something he couldn't change on his own. Therefore, she had to manually upgrade it for him once he reached a certain level. He should be grateful. He crossed his arms. Well, doesn't a goddess have anything better to do? She yelled back. Of course not. She then channeled energy from her hand into his head. He quickly asked, Anyway, why did you summon me here? She replied, Didn't you notice your level suddenly skyrocketed? If I don't adjust the increase manually, it will only become more difficult later. What in the world did you do? He closed his eyes, recalling how he'd wiped out an entire army with a meteor shower. That was probably it. Then, she cheerfully announced, Everything's ready. She had no idea what new things he might have acquired, so she wished him luck, figuring it out on his own. In response, he thanked her. She added, As a final piece of advice, the goddess of that world is a little special. He looked at her with surprise. A moment later, Arya was cradling the hero's head in her lap, her hand on his forehead. You scared me, she whispered. What happened to him? Fenrir approached and said, The master is unconscious, but he's fine. We're lucky his compulsion on this girl hasn't worn off yet. He doubted they could have fought her otherwise. Leaving her alive was too dangerous. Arya looked at the girl thoughtfully, then lowered her gaze, thinking she had let her emotions get the best of her, demanding something she wasn't ready for. But what could she do now? Just then, she heard Inori's voice say that trying to reason with her would have been pointless. She spun around. You did that? At that moment, he suddenly sat up, grabbing his weapon and asking the old man, But why? Arya gasped in surprise. Inori. Our hero had been awakened by the surge of magical power caused by the old man's sudden appearance. 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒅 said he was sorry, asking what else he could have possibly done. But why are you even here? Raven demanded. 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒅 looked away. Just look at the devastation you've caused. The sound and the shockwaves reached the city. You know. I won't be surprised if people come to investigate the cause by sunrise. All right, he replied. I might have gone a little overboard. Then 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒅 said he could return everything to how it was. Do you want me to? He stared at the old man. What do you mean? The old man met his gaze and said he could restore everything to its original state. Literally, everything. He had to ask again. For someone so young, your hearing is already failing? He replied. I will restore this area to its original form so the townspeople don't lose their minds at this spectacle. How? He asked. What's the technique? And what's the price? This sounded serious. The old man closed his eyes and told him not to worry. He then approached Arya, pointed at her, and said he only wanted to speak with her privately. A moment later, he looked at the craters and said he didn't know if he could even pull it off. He sat on the ground, adding that it had been an age since he'd had the chance to do something serious. And in front of a young lady, no less. This is a rare occasion. Arya watched him, remembering Inori's warning to be wary of this old man. It probably wouldn't help much, but she had to stay on guard. Then he said he'd take the other girl home first. If the old man couldn't restore everything, he'd pin all the blame on her and hand her over to the church. As for who this old geezer really was, well, he told her to ask him herself, saying it would be faster. She wondered, who was he really? Then 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒅 said, Very well, we'll talk later. In the next instant, he unleashed his magic, sending stones swirling into the air. Arya stared in utter astonishment, her hair whipping in the wind as she screamed, What is this? My apologies if I'm messing up your hair, he said. The vortex of rocks intensified, and massive boulders rose up to fill the deep craters. He then stood. Thank you for waiting, Arya. But first, let's change the scenery a bit. Standing in this barren wasteland. It feels wrong. He had restored everything, except for the demons and the havoc they had wreaked. I hope this is to your satisfaction. Arya stared at the result. He can't be real. She looked at Noah and said, This power, it's extraordinary. Who are you really? A while later, they stopped in the forest and Arya asked, The former demon king? Well, Iori said, You could say the current one. What does it matter if everyone thinks the king is dead? If you don't believe me, I can prove it. Would you like that? As he spoke, he turned to look at her. No, she said. The power I just witnessed is more than enough. He then pointed to a log. I see. Very well. I apologize for not having anything but a log to offer you, but I invite you to sit and talk. She bowed her head, asking for his permission. It's all right, he replied. You don't need to be so tense. However, considering my past, it's hardly surprising. The fault is mine. Not even 6 million years can erase my sins. She sat beside him, placing her hands on her knees. You've become a children's fairy tale about an evil demon king. She then fearfully asked for forgiveness. But he replied, "It's nothing. Everything you heard is true. But forgive me for asking, where are you from? The way you hold your skirt with both hands is a custom of the northwestern nobility. Are you traveling? With him?" She bowed her head, thinking she'd made a mistake. She couldn't let her guard down. She began to speak, but he interrupted her. "No, I apologize. I shouldn't pry into matters that are not my own. A bad habit. It's just that I couldn't believe he would willingly travel with someone, so I wondered who you were. That's all." Their eyes met, and she said, "You can be sure of one thing. I am Lord Inori's subordinate." He asked, "A subordinate?" "Lord Inori offered me a contract when I was on the verge of death," she replied. "Either accept death, or choose life despite everything." 𝒉𝒆𝒊 moved closer, exclaiming in surprise, "He made such an offer?" "He did," she cried out fearfully. Then she added what happened next, finding it hard to put into words. "He became my savior, granting me freedom, but he also became my chains. One moment he can seem weak, and the next, reveal his overwhelming power. I don't even know how to describe this feeling. Perhaps I belong to him." Before she could finish, he said, "All right, no need to try and put it into words. There can be many answers. Don't rush to a conclusion." He apologized for asking such a question. She was surprised, saying everything was fine. She blushed with embarrassment, while he closed his eyes and said, "I see." That was how she felt. She asked what he meant. He opened his eyes. "You and he are very different in that regard. You don't think about what's going on in his head." He suspected she had yet to glimpse his true nature. "His true nature?" she asked. He looked at her and said that he would threaten to destroy this world and would want to fight against everything in his path. As a living being, he will surely reach his peak and achieve perfection. She looked at him in surprise and asked again. He said that he was concerned for her and imagined her future. "Subconsciously, he's drawn to you because you might be the one who will kill him." She was stunned. "I will kill him?" She didn't understand. He said it was one of the possible outcomes, and that he was fully aware of it. She said that even if she were ordered to sneak up on him during the day, she could hardly succeed. He laughed and said he would like to see that. "Even so, you should think about it." He then lit a cigar and said that youth is a time to be tormented by doubts. "So, could I really?" she asked. Looking at his power, she felt so small. She didn't even know if she could ever break free from being his subordinate. He came closer to her and told her to listen to him. "No matter how important a role he plays in your heart, or how important a master he is to you, he is still just a boy." As he spoke, he exhaled smoke from his mouth, adding that it wasn't long ago that he was helplessly clinging to his mother's breast, growing up well-fed in warmth and comfort. He simply absorbed knowledge that others had approved, in a school that others had built. Even his skills were granted to him when he came to this world. He had never forged anything that was truly his own creation, and perhaps, deep down, he knew that. That is why he's constantly searching for a worthy opponent, someone who can force him to transcend his own limits so he can one day reach his perfect form, and that same principle now applies to her. After all, she's never had to work or earn her own way before, has she? She had everything handed to her. She thought back to her old life and had to admit it was true. The old man added that back in his day, no one liked him either. She was stunned. "For real?" He confirmed it. "That's just how it was. All right, to put it simply, there's absolutely no reason to be intimidated or afraid of that boy. If she has something to say, she must declare it to his face, and it doesn't matter if she's a subordinate or not, she has to let him know what's on her mind." He clenched his fist, declaring that she should be the one to make the first move, to become the very enemy that young man has always craved. He would prefer it that way. That's the kind of person he is. She pondered this and asked, "What if I stand against him? How will he react? Will he fight back? Won't they be helping each other?" The old man just looked at her and said he wouldn't mind at all. Then he stood up and walked away, adding, "A life where everything goes according to plan is a boring one. You should do whatever you want. It's as simple as that." He wished her luck with Inori. As she watched him leave, she thought he was either praising or scolding the boy like a father would, but still, she wasn't ready to fight Inori. But she could, at the very least, stand with him as an equal. Meanwhile, our main character activated his ability to survey the area, thinking, wow, they really restored this place perfectly. And all right, the land, and even the vegetation was untouched by the insects. But could he actually restore living creatures? Well, that's the power of the Demon King for you. Just then, a girl entered the room, announcing her return. She apologized for being gone so long. As they began to talk, he simply replied, "It's fine." She then called his name, stating she wanted to discuss the way he treated her. He asked what he had done. She thought to herself that she had to be his equal. She said, "Very well. Then I have a proposal." Meanwhile, at the cathedral, Raven's voice boomed, congratulating them on successfully passing their final exam. They had endured many harsh trials and proven the strength of their faith. They were the chosen ones of God, selected for the church's great expansion. And as Fauna stood before 3 former church pastors, Javen stared them down, asking if they were ready for their bodies to no longer be their own. He held out his hand, declaring that they would become living shields, called upon to protect humanity from demons. The girl beside Fauna proclaimed, yes, she was ready to become a shield in God's name. Raven then asked if they were prepared to sacrifice themselves to aid the church's followers. Another girl replied, yes, I will save everyone in the name of God. The next second, he threw his arms wide and shouted, excellent! Your determination proves you are worthy to serve the church. From this day forward, we shall all strive towards a common goal. We congratulate you and welcome you into our ranks. A moment later, several church officials sealed the doors shut. Fauna Na heard the sound, wondering if it was the door. Then she sensed it a binding energy, ensnaring the girl beside her as she screamed, Commander, something's wrong. She instantly leaped into the air, narrowly dodging an attack from the magically controlled church staff. The man shouted, impressive. You saw through that quickly. As Fauna hovered above him, she thought, is this a binding spell? But why? Forget it. I'll deal with that later. Then she summoned her weapon, thinking, it's time to appear. Holy hammer on Ritus. The next second she roared, what is the meaning of this? The men looked at her, bewildered, as she swung her hammer, but they managed to erect a barrier in front of her. The man sneered that it was a blessing granted by the church in God's name. That's what this is, you fanatic. A crystal pulsed at the center of the barrier. It suddenly cracked, and the crystal in his hand transformed into a massive scepter. He roared that she must humbly accept this with her body. She cried out in shock, Commander! The next instant, he slammed his weapon into her, declaring, in the name of the church. A moment later, she spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the wall, cracking it on impact. He remarked, unbelievable. To think she's not unconscious after a blow like that. She struggled to her hands and knees, asking, is this also part of the exam? He replied, I wish I could say it was, but of course not. Just then, she grabbed her weapon and charged, but he easily parried her attack. She thought about every strike she made. Then, she glanced back in shock, seeing the other enchanted girls being surrounded by the men. She screamed, stop, you will not touch them. At that moment, Raven's voice cut in, no matter what happens, never take your eyes off your opponent. In the next instant, his weapon morphed into a chain that bound Fauna's body tightly. He held the chain in his hand and asked, do you remember what you were taught here? Then he smashed her into the floor, adding, this is their first opportunity to prove themselves to God. They should be overjoyed. The next second, he approached the girls and began his vile assault. A while later, Fauna Na, now chained to a wall, forced her eyes open. Raven stood before her, asking, are you awake now? You don't need to worry. Your body is still pure. The next second, he threw the other girl to the ground, saying she was no longer needed, and ordered his men to take her away. His subordinate replied, yes, sir. And he added that he was waiting for her to wake up just to hear her screams. He spread his arms wide and offered for them to serve the church together. At that moment, the abuse was still happening behind him. Fauna gritted her teeth and shrieked, what is he doing? What is he doing? Commander Raven, this is unforgivable. He was a holy knight. God would never forgive such an act. He replied, that's right, you fanatic. This is unforgivable. She glared at him, and then he pulled off his mask, adding, completely unforgivable. Tears began to stream down his face as he said, if there is a God, of course. She cried out in shock. The mask, she asked herself. Why? Why wasn't God punishing him? She possessed a sincere faith that he couldn't comprehend, and he could only feel envy for it. He was once a devout believer just like her, fighting for his people alongside his fellow holy knights. It was a difficult time, but he believed that God saw his devotion, although deep down he knew that wasn't true, that something was still missing. And then one day, he was invited to this party for the first time. In that moment, he wanted to kill everyone involved, but he didn't. The innocent girl was completely at his mercy. Such a blasphemous act clouded his mind. His heart yearned for a reward for all his hard work. And now, after satisfying, all the years he had dedicated to God couldn't hold a candle to the pleasure of that one sin. From that moment, everything changed. In the eyes of the townsfolk, he played the hero. The church's congregation swelled with each passing day, and his twisted hunt for young girls continued. A true betrayal of the greedy, duplicitous God he served. Father, surely God must punish you now. He threw his hands to the heavens, screaming, God, if you exist, you must strike me down. I am no longer the saint I once was. He saw the monster he had become, with perfect clarity. Or perhaps he was never on their side to begin with. Just then, the fanatic girl declared he was wrong, but he spun on her, snarling that God himself would be the judge. You think he would allow a true believer to be exploited? Well, they were about to find out. The logic was appallingly flawed. Suddenly, demons surged forward as Raven looked around in confusion, screaming, "What is this?" The demons seized several people, and the main character remarked that to his precious God, it probably didn't matter if he was a sinner. Then Raven saw him and roared in disbelief. "Sir Inori, but they don't care," he replied. The fanatic girl stared in shock as he yelled, "Inori Raven, why are you here? And with demons no less." The church servant screamed, "Why are there demons inside the cathedral?" Our hero placed a hand on his hip, ordering them, "Don't let a single one escape." In the next instant, the demons descended upon the servants. The fanatic girl watched in horror as Raven demanded, "Are these your demons? Have you possessed dark magic all this time?" He replied that he had not. "I borrowed it," Raven snarled. "I know exactly who. Chris." The fanatic girl cried out to Inori, "What is the meaning of all this? Why have the escaped demons suddenly appeared here?" He stated plainly, "The church was the one breeding these demons, so I'm just returning them." Nothing surprising. Is there? That girl didn't like what they forced her to do in this church. Raven seethed. "So Chris sent you. We saved her life, and this is how she repays our kindness. Shameless, and since you agreed to help her, you are no better." In a flash, the crystal in his hand morphed back into a staff as the main character asked, "Are you angry? My apologies for interrupting your hobbies." Raven lunged forward, letting out a furious battle cry. "No, I sincerely regret having to raise my hand against a friend," the fanatic girl screamed. "Inori, you have to run." But as the attack came, the main character dodged to the side with a casual smirk. "Ooh, you should listen to her. Not bad. For a so-called legend of the city, he was decent." Raven roared, "Excellent. A magnificent reaction. But how long do you plan to fight me without drawing your sword?" The main character zipped forward, explaining, "I bought this blade specially for my master. I have no desire to break it on a mere magic weapon." He then grabbed his enemy's staff and said, "Though this weapon is nothing compared to Arena's sword." In the next moment, Raven's weapon reverted to its crystal state. He stammered, "Impossible. I had no idea you were this powerful." The main character waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, I can hide in the shadows, and you've got it a little wrong. It wasn't Chris who sent me." He asked, "Then why?" He replied, "Let's just say I have some unfinished business." "Interesting," he said. In the next moment, the main character summoned a shadow, from which a crystal appeared. Raven gasped in shock. "That's it!" The protagonist smiled and said, "I came for this. The holy polylite crystal. It was installed during the temple's construction." Raven was astonished. "But where did you get it?" He replied, "It was simple. Thanks to your little party, every single church guard was drawn right here." Raven admitted he had been afraid, but our hero was right. Of course, it can be sold for a certain sum, but it possesses no special properties of its own. He couldn't believe he came here just to steal a rock. Then, the main character revealed he had the power to appraise items, and according to his skill, God observes humanity through these very stones. It holds no power itself, but when it senses the prayers of someone nearby, it can become the eye of God. Right now, he was using his control ability to block it, but one day, it activated, and God immediately tried to kill him. He stole it so God would instantly understand his intentions. Raven questioned, "God exists? He watches humanity, and out of everyone, he found you and tried to kill you?" The main character replied that it was something like that. He then looked away and asked if God considered him a heretic, like a kill him quickly sort of thing. Raven bowed his head and admitted that there was something about him that could be considered heretical. Then the main character added, "Though, heretic isn't quite the right word. It's more like a thorn in his eye." Raven said, "Then all the more reason for you to explain it to me." The main character asked, "What?" "It all depends on how you look at the problem." He replied, "If God is watching us, if God takes away life, then why would he try to take your life and not mine?" At that moment, the demons continued their purge of the congregation, and the main character said simply, "Because God doesn't care about humans." The fanatic girl stared at him, stunned. He asked, "Now do you understand why I'm here?" Raven's hand trembled as he raised it to his mask and laughed. How horrifying. But now he realized he wanted to test something. He grabbed the crystal and rushed forward, asking, "Would God care about me if I offered him your head? Would he finally notice me then?" Then the main character chuckled and said he was starting to worry the night would be boring. Now, however, it was a different story. He understood. In the next instant, a chain bound his hand. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as the fanatic screamed. Inori must have let him capture him. Raven said he had repelled all his previous attacks, but this time he had used the divine execution weapon. Just then, a statue's doors swung open, revealing a wall of sharp spikes. Then Raven raised his hand to his mask again and said, "O Lord, you grant him that." He clenched his fist, and the statue's doors slammed shut, swallowing the main character whole. The fanatic screamed in terror, "Inori!" A moment later, blood began to stream from the statue's eyes. The fanatic kept calling the main character's name, but Raven approached her and said he would never hear her voice again. He stepped forward and said, "Farewell, my foolish friend." In the next second, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the statue, shattering it into a million pieces. Raven spun around in shock as the main character, his body bruised, spoke. "You know, it wasn't that bad." He laughed manically and grabbed the crystal, saying he would give him a piece of advice. He threw it forward, striking Raven and shattering the chain that bound the fanatic. In the next instant, Raven collapsed to the ground, thinking, "He's strong. I completely underestimated him." Since when had his vision grown so blurry? Even the light held no judgment or salvation for him. This was the answer to his prayers. In the next moment, the fanatic approached him. He said, "Fanatic, in all honesty, I never even laid a finger on you. Of course God would protect you. You are pure and untainted. I am asking you to take my place. You must find God on my behalf. You are the only one who is worthy, and he will surely answer you." She stood beside him, taking the crystal from his hand as the main character asked, "Is he finally dead? A shame. He was the only one around here with any taste. They had shared such a pleasant drink together." Fanatic looked at him and demanded, "Inori, you must answer me. Who are you?" Inori was surprised. No one had ever asked him what he was before. What was he to her now? A thief who had slaughtered the church's disciples, or just a thorn in God's side? Fanatic narrowed her eyes, remembering a time long ago when she asked if he disliked their training. Inori had replied that she was just wasting her time on him. Fanatic had replied, "It doesn't matter. I can train you for a lifetime, until you become stronger." She certainly had a lot of faith in him. Now, she sighed and said, "It's true. Training you was a futile effort." The main character spoke up, his voice brutally honest. "I don't care. I only went along with it because I was curious to see how things would turn out. First of all, our values and ideologies are not just incompatible, they're in direct conflict. I come from another world, different from yours. So your God took an interest in me. In return, I came here to destroy the church, to shatter God's primary tool. So I killed everyone I deemed necessary, because right now, nothing is more important than defeating your God." All the while, Fauna listened to him, motionless, her mouth hanging slightly open. "That said, I didn't mind participating in your little teacher and student drama." His eyes flashed as he said, "However, it's time for this charade to end." Fauna replied, "Yes, you're right. It is time to end this." She had thought she would never be able to touch the real him. "But now I'm slowly beginning to understand you, and your path has only just begun." She held out her hand and asked, "But will you let me see it?" She placed her palm on the main character's cheek and added, "The real you." Inori shifted back to his human form and said, "That's enough. It's time for me to return." He started to run, and Fauna cried out for Kiri to stop. He turned back and said, "Inori, you can call me that, if we're ever alone again." Fauna watched him intently as he added, "And the apprentices with you, they're still alive." That was news to me too, but it turns out those demons only react to movement. They didn't even think to tell their pathetic pawns the details of their plan. He climbed out of the hole and said, "We will meet again." Master Fan watched him go and said, "Inori." Everything around her began to crack, and she looked around in fear. Monsters began their attack, and Fauna started leading the girls out of the building. People were screaming loudly in the streets. Where did these demons come from? Why were they in the church? Wooha! Where was Captain Raven? For was frozen stiff when she saw the terrifying creature before her. Suddenly, Arya appeared in front of her and slashed the monster's body. She said she knew she would be fine, but she was still happy to see Fauna alive. Fauna cried out in surprise, "Arya!" She turned and ordered her to stop. "They're dangerous even without a head. Help the injured and get them out of here, please." She swung her sword in a flurry of quick attacks. Arya shouted, "Let me get them out now." Fauna replied, "Understood. Thank you for saving me, Arya." An arrow flew from behind and embedded itself in the monster's body, catching Fauna's attention. The archer shouted, "Follow the Black Rose." The girl shouted her approval. "Yes," Arya commanded the guild. "Listen to her and lure all the demons towards us." She ordered them to let the survivors escape. Everyone shouted, "Yes." The monsters began to attack the knights, and everyone tried to save the wounded. The main character watched from a window and thought, I have an idea. A while ago, Arya had entered the room and said, "Answer me. You've wanted to attack the church all this time, haven't you?" Inori had asked. Yes. So what? Arya was surprised he had even come to help them. Unlike her, he seemed indifferent to the city's fate. At first, she was even happy to see him, but he could have avoided the battle with Fenrir if he hadn't disturbed their territory. He didn't stop the coup to save the country, but to provoke Commander Ain and challenge her to a duel. It was the same with Chris. He didn't have to destroy all her demons, but for some reason, he's always looking for a worthy opponent. Inori stared at her in silence as she said that he didn't care about the people who might be attacked, and he wouldn't even think of saving them. Right now, he only cared about the demons, their king, and his desire to fight the gods. Inori turned back and asked if she still wanted to help him now that she knew everything. Arya said that the church was no joke, but there were good people there, including Fauna. She wanted to help her, but she didn't want to kill ordinary citizens. Now, she had enough power to involve the guild in society's investigation. With their help, numbers, and power, they would be able to hide the fact that he was the mastermind, and they wouldn't have to risk hypnotizing witnesses or even killing them. There would be fewer victims. She held out her hand and said, "But on one condition. This girl will be in your care, all right?" Inori waved his hand and said, "Do as you wish. I don't care. She has already lost her will to live." Arya said she understood that this was selfish, but she wanted to try, even if he didn't agree with her on anything. In the present, Inori stood watching the church tower collapse and remembered Arya's words. She belonged to him, but she still wanted to help people in need. She would continue to help him, but she would do it her own way. Inori watched her from the window and thought, well, whatever. This doesn't affect my plans. The key figures of the church had been eliminated, and the stones were stolen. If she wanted to try so hard, then fine by me. That's her problem. He looked at the people who had dealt with the monsters and said, "They're finished." Inori looked up at the sky and said, "That's right. Congratulations on losing an eye. Are you satisfied? Your goddess will suffer the same fate." Sometime later in the forest, Arya said, "It's all over, Chris." She sat near the roots of a tree, her arms wrapped around her knees. Arya looked around and observed, Raven, the church members. They've all vanished. Chris just kept her head down, lost in silence. Arya sat beside her, her voice soft. "I had a sister once too, but she's gone now." Chris turned to look at her as Arya offered a faint smile. She was so sweet, always tugging at the hem of my dress. Brushing her silky hair was one of my greatest joys. We were similar in some ways. Neither of us could ever be honest with ourselves. But we had a chance to make peace before she passed. Chris listened intently, but still said nothing. Arya stood up. "So, what does my story have to do with you?" "What I mean is, you're free now." She handed Chris a piece of paper. "And I found where they buried your sister. Go see her. Give her the farewell I never could." Chris watched Arya walk away, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally rose to her feet. A short while later, voices echoed through the city. It was the latest news. Another demon had escaped. "They're saying the captain was attacked by one. Is he okay? How did demons get inside the church in the first place? Are they raising them like rats in there?" The villagers gossiped in the tavern, talking about how the guild, not the church, had been the one to stop the invasion. After clearing away the wreckage, they discovered something unsettling. Someone had quietly entered the church cemetery and dug up a grave. A scream ripped through the air. Why would anyone desecrate a grave? One mystery after another. The people grew terrified, imagining what disaster would strike their town next. Chris sat in the graveyard, cradling a skull in her hands. She held it close, remembering how she used to embrace her little sister. So cold, she thought. So very cold. If only we could find a place with no winter or hunger. When we grow up, we'll definitely find it. But for now, this is enough for us. Chris wondered. Was that her sister's voice in her memory? The cold is nothing when you have someone to keep you warm. You warm me, and I'll warm you. And together, we'll be so warm. Chris clutched the skull and wept. She whispered, "My sister, you were such a fool, a beautiful fool." Just then, Arya asked, "Are we leaving this place?" Inori replied, "Yes. There's nothing left in this city to surprise me. Don't you like it here? I thought you were settling in quite well, but alas, the decision has been made." Arya answered, "It's fine by me. I'm ready to go too." Inori turned back to her and asked, "Finished already? Excellent. So where are we headed next?" Arya asked. Inori simply replied, "I have no idea." Arya sighed in exasperation. "Sometimes, you really are a handful." A moment later, Chris was seen riding a monster out of the city. "We'll find it," she declared. a place that's always warm. She looked up at the sky, thinking, far, far away from here. Arya too was thinking of the journey ahead, of seeing new lands. Meanwhile, the citizens were abuzz with gossip. Is the Black Rose really leaving the city? One man asked. That's what they're saying. She's moving on. A young boy spoke with tears in his eyes. But I never even got to say a single word to her. A girl burst into the room, shouting, "You fanatic! Here's your water and medicine." She then noticed the open window, confused. Where did she go? Moments later, a voice echoed in their house. Freshly baked bread, her tea set, all the gifts and everything else. I'm pleased to report everything has been safely transported into the shadows. They can depart whenever they're ready. Arya smiled. How convenient, Inori asked. Well then, shall we go? She smiled back and replied, yes. But as they stepped outside, they were met with a chorus of loud shouts. Arya, is she really leaving the city for good? Who's going to protect us from demon invasions now? A man crossed his arms and grumbled. That creep with her must have whispered something twisted in her ear or done something awful. The young boy reached a hand out, pleading, Stay away from him. She doesn't need people like that. She should marry me. Our main character, carrying a bag, sighed. They had barely finished packing, and a crowd had already formed. Everyone cheered loudly. Arya turned back with a gentle smile and a wave. I submitted my notice of departure to the guild this morning, she explained. News certainly travels fast. Inori rolled his eyes. Well, if you didn't tackle every single guild mission with such devotion, you wouldn't have these problems. I told you to learn to blend in a little, Arya retorted. That's easy for you to say. The guild was my first real job. I couldn't help but give it my all. She added, besides, they gave me a nickname. And her eyes suddenly sparkled with pride. As they continued down the road, they suddenly spotted Fauna leaning against a wall. With her hands on her hips, she demanded, Were you just going to leave without a single word? I certainly didn't expect that. Arya said in surprise, Fauna, you're already allowed to walk around? Fauna smirked and asked, Why wouldn't I be? Thanks to you. My injuries weren't serious at all. Then what about Kirio? Arya yelled in a panic. What happened to him? Wasn't he right next to me a second ago? At that moment, our main character had already climbed onto the bridge railing and was lying flat to avoid being seen. He ran off, it seems, Arya said, figuring it out. Fauna smirked. That's just like him, Kiri. No, Inori hasn't changed a bit. Arya looked at her, surprised. So, you knew. Fauna looked up. A little. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Arya asked for her forgiveness. Actually, my name is Arya. I am the former princess of the Sunrise Kingdom. Fauna's eyes went wide with shock as she shouted, Ari, a princess? Arya cringed. Former princess. And please don't shout about it. And it's not Ari, it's Arya. Inori saved me and took me with him. I still know very little about him. But I don't mind following him to unravel his mystery. Fauna smiled warmly. I'm glad you like him. Arya's face turned beet red as she shouted, Why would you jump straight to like? Fauna just shrugged. It's written all over your face. He's the one I chose. My instincts have never led me astray. You should follow him. Arya smiled and agreed. All right. Then she shouted loudly, Inori. He yelped and jumped up in surprise, and Fauna laughed. Normally, I'd catch him every time he tries to escape, but for today, I'll let it slide. Inori clicked his tongue in annoyance as Fauna continued. And for all the lies he's told me, his master is willing to forgive that too. But if you dare lie to Arya even once, I will show you no mercy. And just because you don't fear divine retribution, that's no reason to take my words lightly. If you dare to hurt her, I will personally come down and punish you. After all, I am your master. Fauna turned back to Arya. Ari, thank you for telling me your real name. Take care of yourself, she said. A moment later, Fauna waved as they departed, thinking, this city has changed so much since they arrived. They'll continue to change the world around them. For now, I must say goodbye. But one day, the scene changes. Birds were perched near a waterfall, water crashing down from the cliffs. Suddenly, the cascading water was shattered by a sharp blade as Arya lunged forward, her training already underway. I couldn't escape the castle on my own. I couldn't hold back the demons, let alone stop their invasion. I was blind to so much. The impending coup in the kingdom. The church's dark underbelly. I have so much to improve. But I don't even know where to begin. Inori glanced at her and asked, What's wrong with you? Decided to take a swim? Arya looked back at him, calling out with a hint of embarrassment. Inori, it's not that. The main character pointed to the wild boar and said, All right, have it your way. Let me get a better look. Arya asked again, What is this? The main character replied, Looks like a pig, or maybe a boar. An idea sparked in his mind to try roasting it as is, without draining its demonic blood. Arya protested, "But it's a demon." They had been wandering aimlessly ever since leaving Region. A cave behind a waterfall had become their temporary refuge. Personally, Arya didn't mind it, as their travels served as the perfect excuse for more training. Little Fenrir rested in Inori's shadow. After all, it was his fault she had exhausted all her strength fighting off the demons. Shinfei's inner gourmet had awakened, and she now hunted for strange new fruits every day. And as for Inori, Arya glanced at the stone in the main character's hand and asked, "Did you finally find it?" Inori explained that, at first, he'd hoped to control it, to see through the eyes of the gods just as they saw through his. But the moment he used his magic, the connection was instantly severed. Oh, well, Arya thought, there will be other chances to figure out how to fight the gods. Inori was still relentlessly trying to grow stronger. She held her hand forward, unleashing a sacred flame. Inori questioned her. Magic? But why? Arya explained she wanted to try purifying it with light magic. The main character repeated, "Purify?" Arya elaborated, "Demons are creatures of darkness. Their very nature is poison to humans. But if we could somehow neutralize their attribute, could we at least make them edible?" Inori shot back, "What's stopping you from eating it right now?" "You did it with that bug." Arya retorted, "I want to eat something decent, with actual flavor." Inori replied, Fine. Joking aside, I am worried that the demons here don't seem particularly strong, even after 3 days. He had hoped to encounter more powerful monsters the further they got from human settlements. Arya looked at him intently, then asked, "Perhaps it's not that the monsters are weak, but that you've become far too strong?" Inori looked surprised as Arya continued, explaining that, compared to the beasts in her homeland or Regina, these were much stronger, born from nature itself. But if you compared those demons to the high-level ones summoned by Chris, the difference was night and day, and the way he had single-handedly defeated more than half of them for experience. She suspected there wasn't a single demon left in the wild that could satisfy his hunger for power. The main character paused to think, then said, "Yeah, to gain experience, I constantly need to fight stronger opponents. So, that's a problem." Arya sighed, wishing she had such problems. Although, it's perfectly normal to feel weak at times, to feel like you're lacking something essential. The main character thought for a moment. An opponent as fast and ferocious as Chris's demons. He highly doubted he could find something like that easily. He turned and looked at Arya. He asked, "Your goal is to become stronger than me, isn't it?" Arya answered, slightly flustered, "Yes." The main character continued, "To free yourself from my enslavement, or to put it bluntly, to kill me." Arya asked, "How did you even arrive at that conclusion?" Inori pressed on, "So what will it be? Are you going to try and kill me?" Arya just stared at him, utterly stunned. A moment later, the main character was standing at a crossroads, looking around in confusion. A voice called out from the side, "Inori, long time no see." The girl greeted him and asked how he was doing. "Living well? And how are your kids?" The terrified main character asked, "Who are you?" The girl replied, "What do you mean? I'm a goddess, the one who granted you your power." Inori stared. "A goddess? Then what's with this cosplay? More importantly, where am I?" The goddess answered, "You're in your homeland, Shibuya, Japan." The main character repeated, "Shibuya? But why? Especially since I'm not even from Shibuya." The goddess replied, "Let's just say this. Tuning your abilities affected your soul far more than I anticipated. That's why I sent you home for a bit, so your soul can find some peace. At first, I thought any city would do, but Shibuya just sounded more fun than all the others." The main character deadpanned, "So, you just wanted to visit Shibuya?" The goddess just smiled in response, and Inori told her to learn how to make better excuses. Suddenly, people nearby started pulling out their phones, snapping pictures at the building's exit. The main character turned, asking what they were doing. The goddess replied, "Oh well, it's not like they have anywhere else to go. Why not have a little fun?" Arya raised her hand and said, No, this isn't a cosplay." Someone in the crowd asked, "Are those her everyday clothes? She's so cute." Inori looked at her and asked, "How did you get here?" The goddess answered for her, "Why not?" She handed him a card and told him to buy her some clothes. "It's your beloved goddess's credit card. There's no limit, but please don't buy out everything in sight, okay?" she said. "Go have fun." The main character asked again, "Seriously? A credit card?" She vanished into thin air, and he muttered, "Where'd she go?" A moment later, Arya smiled and thanked him for getting her out of there. Inori said he'd have gladly let her handle the clothes situation herself, but that terrifying goddess told him to go have some fun. "Honestly," he added, I don't even want to be near you. You stand out way too much. Arya ran after him, shouting, Why would you do that? A while later, Arya was struggling to fasten a bra. She covered herself and asked, Inori, how does this thing work? He turned away and said, You're asking the wrong person. Do I look like a girl to you? Go ask the lady at the counter. I have no idea. Just then, a consultant said, Yes. Can I help you pick a size or fasten that for you? Feel free to ask anything you need. The girl frowned and asked, How old are you that you can't even put that on? Arya stared in shock at them and yelled, Nala, Amanda. The girls responded, Yes, one of them is Nala, so what? And the other one is Amanda. That's right. A moment later, the main character swiped the card, paying the 29,800 yen bill. The girls bowed and said, Thank you very much. Please come again. Inori stared at the card and muttered, Using someone else's credit card to pay like this feels a bit much. Arya smiled and said, They looked exactly the same. I almost ran over and hugged them. The main character turned back and said, Even their personalities are similar. It's as if their souls were transferred from that world to this one. Suddenly, they realized Fenrir was gone. As they walked on, she thought, Master. A while later, they stopped at a stall selling dolls. Arya mentioned her hometown sold many strange things, even dolls with unbelievable detail. Our main character cut her off, correcting her. They're called figures. Pointing to a fairy, Arya said, And this one. Wow, she's a perfect reflection of Shinfei. The main character agreed, but then noticed the figure's hand trembling. Wait a second, he said. That's no reflection. That's the real her. Shinfei was trembling, silently praying for help. After a moment, she managed to speak between bites. Thank you both so much. I was so scared you wouldn't recognize me. You're being surprisingly kind today, even treating me. I'll say it because it's free. Just then, a masked server approached their table, saying, Excuse me. Inori shouted, Why are you showing up here? And what's with the mask? The server apologized, explaining it was a store policy for infection control. As for the food order, he revealed it was a gift from the neighboring table. Inori glanced over and yelled, Who are these fools, and where did they come from? Moments later, a crowd gathered around them, snapping pictures. Inori and Arya quickly left the cafe and headed down the street. Shinfei perched on Arya's head, happily eating ice cream. They passed Fenrir again, who simply thought, Master. After a while, our main character complained, That damn goddess. It's already dark, why are we still stuck here? Arya smiled softly. I've enjoyed everything, and I even got to see your hometown. It just reminds me of my own. They stood on a rooftop, gazing out at the city lights. Arya asked, Will you really not come back here again? The main character looked at her and replied, Yeah, everything is familiar, the food too. But it's just too quiet here. He stretched and declared, All right, forget that goddess. Let's go grab something to eat. Arya eagerly replied, I'd love that. Do you have any suggestions? The MC smirked. This is our last time, so let's hit a 3-star restaurant. Arya's eyes widened. 3 stars? Inori cut her off, saying, Spend as much as you want. In that instant, a blinding light erupted behind them, rapidly illuminating everything. The main character asked in confusion, Wait, is this the goddess's space? Arya wondered. Why so suddenly? The goddess appeared before them, collapsed on the ground, wailing, Damn it, I told you not to buy things recklessly. Have you seen my bill? I'm ruined. And who said there was no limit? He turned away, but the goddess shrieked, What? You bought a 1964 model car? Did you even look at the price tag? Inori just smiled. I've always wanted one of those. It's not like I have a license, but I still wanted it. The goddess screamed, I told you not to overspend. I told you not to buy everything in sight. Were you even listening? The main character just grinned. At least let her see how much fun I had, right? Arya smiled along with him. By the way, you still haven't explained why we were sent to Syria in the first place, he added. Exactly. You mentioned something about his soul and… what else? Just then, a cardboard poster in the shopping center came into view, showing a collaboration with Syria. Fenrir remained in the same spot, thinking, Master. A moment later, Inori asked, So, are you going to try and kill me? Arya looked at him, completely baffled, and yelled, Kill you? What are you talking about? The main character replied simply, It's simple. We will fight. I just won't kill you, and you can fight me however you want. There's no point in a battle if your opponent is holding back on purpose. He gave a sharp grin and asked, You want to get stronger than me, don't you? Arya wondered just how close she had gotten to his level. She had to know. She shouted with all her might. Yes, let me fight you. Inori smiled. Excellent. Fenrir, come here. The The beast materialized from the ground, asking, "You called for me?" "Master." Inori declared that he wanted his subordinate to wipe out every dangerous monster in the vicinity. He wouldn't be pleased if they accidentally interfered with their battle. Fenrir agreed to the task, but added, "Master, there is no need for you two to fight." Inori challenged him. "Aren't you also thinking of joining her? What if deep down, you want to kill me too?" Fenrir cried out. "What?" Sinfi screamed in terror. Fenrir insisted he was only expressing his humble opinion as the master's subordinate. He claimed he had no right to fight his master. Once was more than enough for him. Sinfi shrieked in fear. Was he being serious? Inori smirked. "Besides, the only one I haven't fought yet is Arya. This is getting interesting. Will she agree?" Arya narrowed her eyes slightly, remaining silent. Inori held out his hand and said, "All right, let's grab a quick bite, and then we'll discuss the rules of the battle." Suddenly, his hand burst into flames. He yelped in shock as Arya deadpanned. "Put the fire out before you offer your hand." Later, Arya announced the terms. The battle would begin in 3 days, when the sun reached its peak, regardless of where they were or what condition they were in. She continued, stating that until then, her master would not use any tracking or clairvoyance skills, and would not set any traps. Sinfi, sitting on a rock, noted that it was good of Inori not to use his command skill on his subordinates. Arya spoke up, admitting she didn't expect him to propose a fight in 3 days. Of course, at night, she was no match for him, but she remembered Inori's words. It was naive to think he would only ever be able to fight at night. Her own power level during the day had to be taken into account. Arya had said as much, which is why he claimed it wasn't really a handicap. Fenrir called him out. "He's lying. It's a massive handicap. It's obvious. At night, it would barely even be a fight." Sinfi asked if that was too much. He didn't even use his shadow room. He threw her out of it and left. And she could have led him to these very springs. Arya smiled warmly and said, "Thank you, Sinfi. Inori will be just one more obstacle." She replied, "Exactly." Fenrir then asked, "But what comes next?" Master said, "You have to kill him." Arya looked down, and Sinfi pressed, "What do you mean? What's next?" "You go and kill him. And in doing so, we'll all be free." "Don't you want your freedom back, you little puppy?" Fenrir growled back. "Who are you calling a puppy?" Arya thought about how Inori had saved her, but to be free, she had to surpass him. She wanted to be free from him. Fragments of memories with him flashed through her mind, but she had abandoned everything for this second chance. Her homeland, her royal duties, everything. She sank beneath the water's surface, then burst back up, clenching her jaw. Thinking, "I gave up everything to be free." Arya asked herself, "Inori wants a battle, does he?" She gripped the towel in her hand, thinking, "This is it. My chance to seize my freedom." She looked up, her resolve hardening. "Even if the price is Inori's own life, I must follow my own will." She stared at the sky and declared, "He'll get his fight. It's infuriating that they're giving me these handicaps, but Inori isn't the only one who's learned a few things. I'll show him what I've learned on my own." 3 days later, just before dawn. The status of Kakafuji Inori, a demon, a vampire, who possessed a very long list of skills. He held a monster's corpse in his hand while staring at his system window. Inori mused that he had accumulated a huge number of skills through skill theft. He thought it over. He had no single, overwhelmingly powerful skill. Instead, he had countless passive abilities, like heat resistance and poison immunity, but those would be useless to him in the coming battle. He needed his own unique skills. Sinking his fangs into the monster's corpse, Inori's mind raced with possibilities: blood-sucking, skill enhancement, the dual mystic eyes, and the legs of dark magic. He acquired them all when a goddess dragged him across 8 different worlds. But along with these powers, he also earned the seething hatred of the sun god. Because of this curse, during the day, he was limited to just one unique skill from this world, his detection ability. She probably saw it as his greatest weakness. And in a way, she was right. But if her plan was that shallow, their encounter could hardly be called a battle. The war against Chris's demons had dramatically raised his level and enhanced his vampire title. Not only had his unique skills grown stronger, but he could now choose up to 4 of them to use during the day. However, the selection could only be made at the break of dawn. At that moment, he had to lock in his chosen skills. To counter the sun god's hatred, his heart skill would be the first. It was essential for combat, allowing him to launch a preemptive strike. Second would be his right mystic eye. It granted him clairvoyance and sharpened his focus during high-speed movement. His most versatile tool. Third was the legs of dark magic. This skill allowed for telekinesis, shadow stepping, and related stealth abilities. For the fourth, he thought, maybe I'll try taking the very skill she used to kill me. Just then, Fenrir asked if she was absolutely certain. Arya smiled and said, yes, let Inori get a taste of his own medicine. Xin-Fei declared that she didn't believe it. That was enough for her. She simply didn't believe it. Fenrir said he didn't mind lending it, but he had no intention of fighting his master. Arya replied, that's all I need. This magic tool has entered my body along with Inori's blood and memories. She thanked Fenrir for helping her obtain it. Unlike Inori, she stated, I can wield magical weapons. The sword he gave me, now a simple longsword, will be a huge help in this fight. I've done everything I could these past 3 days, and I hope this will be useful too. Xin-Fei sighed. It's pointless. He's underestimating her. Utterly pointless. Let her seize this opportunity and kill him. Then Arya spoke. Master said he wouldn't kill you, but please, don't let yourself be killed. Arya smiled back. It's fine. If I push Inori to the point where he's willing to kill me, then let it happen. A moment later, the main character hovered in the air, contemplating vampires. They are incredibly sensitive to the sun's movement. They can feel the exact moment of sunset and its zenith as if the sun were right in front of them. I bet Arya is the same. Just then, Arya's voice counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The main character smirked and said, let the battle begin. He thrust his hand forward, thinking, legs of dark magic, shadow teleport. First, he needed to pinpoint their positions relative to each other. With the detection from his right mystic eye, it should be a piece of cake. He unleashed his mana, thinking he'd seize the initiative and strike before she even realized what was happening. A brilliant wave of mana detection spread through the forest, but Inori realized, even with his enhanced senses, he couldn't find her. Could she be even farther away? Of course, they hadn't set any boundaries for the combat zone, but there had to be a trace. No matter where she hid, the clairvoyance of his right mystic eye should spot even the faintest clue. Suddenly, a glowing stone flew toward his eye as a sword plunged into his back. Arya gritted her teeth as Inori spun around in utter confusion. Her mind was focused, aim for the heart and head. A few more thrusts, and Inori roared, that hurts. He swung his leg, and a brilliant blast of mana tore through the forest, felling trees as it spread further and further. He was horrified, realizing he'd instinctively kicked her with his full power. Arya was sent flying backward as falling tree trunks crashed down upon her from above. Blood sprayed from her mouth as her body trembled. She thought, was that a kick? Just how much stronger has he become to do this during the day? She pushed herself to her feet, thinking, but the first strike was still mine. The main character shot forward, his mind reeling. How could this have happened? At first, his detection failed, and then Arya appeared instantly, striking his most vulnerable points. She sensed that the heart was a vampire's core organ, because she was now a vampire herself. It could have been a fatal blow, even if not instantly lethal. But he had been prepared, using Grepnir's threads to shift his heart aside, just in time. When was the last time he'd been this close to death? He had underestimated her. He had badly underestimated her. A moment later, he landed where Arya had just been standing. She was already gone. Another strike from behind. So, his right mystic eye and clairvoyance were useless. She must have intentionally targeted it, knowing how poor his regeneration was during the daytime. But, frankly, he looked up and declared, I don't need my eyes when the scent of your blood carries for miles. Hiding is useless. Arya's eyes widened in shock as Inori suddenly launched threads of energy directly at her. He bound her and said, you've lost a lot of blood, and alas, you've missed your only chance to end this in one move. Arya thought, legs of dark magic. Telekinesis. She used her sword to slice through the threads, and the blade shattered. The main character observed her carefully, wondering if she had any strength left. No matter who his opponent was, they shouldn't be able to stand after a hit like that. Or was this another trick? Arya enveloped herself in healing mana, as Xin-Fei commented, hey, this is going pretty well, isn't it? If she's lucky, she might even win. Fenrir replied, let's not get ahead of ourselves. In terms of power, stamina, and recovery, Master still surpasses her in every way. However, she's done brilliantly. She managed to neutralize his clairvoyance and detection. Without that, she wouldn't have stood a chance. Xin-Fei asked, and what happens when he recovers them? Fenrir answered, she'll lose instantly, but her wound no longer allows her to hide. Her only remaining option is to fight him head-on before he can regenerate. From this moment, the real battle begins. Xin-Fei asked, she'll lose instantly? Even with my stone, Fenrir said. A sanctuary created by a witch. The witch's mystic stone is a magic tool, and since ancient times, it has protected their lands from invasion. It blocks detection, which is why Master couldn't find them immediately. It used to be hidden in the hollow of a tall tree. I lent it to that girl. Fenrir suspected his master had recognized the stone but showed no interest, because he couldn't use magic tools like them. Xinfei asked if it was worth giving it up. Fenrir replied that he no longer had anything to protect, but she did. Arya gripped the hilt of her sword and charged. She frowned, realizing his strategy. He was keeping her at bay with a constant barrage of knives. She didn't mind a long-range fight, but at this rate, unleashing her mana, she prepared a counterspell aimed directly at the main character. He recognized it instantly. This was the same spell they'd used when escaping the castle. Wind magic was too easy to spot, even without mystic eyes. Arya decided to finish this before Inori's vision recovered. Wind blades. A storm of attacks shot toward Inori, striking his body. He channeled mana from his hands, activating a dark magic art. Shadow space. He tried to shield himself with a tree, but Arya's attacks tore right through it. A sense of dread washed over her. The smoke completely obscured Inori from her sight. A voice then echoed from within. "You're quite good at hiding. But am I better at finding?" He activated another dark magic art, Shadow Step. In an instant he appeared behind Arya, and a swift strike sent her crashing to the ground. As she fell, the main character noticed a stone around her neck, and thought, Elnaya. He bound Arya's hands, telling her that only the black sword could sever the restraints. Checkmate. Inori closed in and began raining a merciless flurry of punches upon her. He warned that the sooner she surrendered, the better it would be for her. But suddenly, his fingers went slack. The main character's eyes widened in pure disbelief. Gritting her teeth, Arya had used her own sword to sever her own hand. With her free fist, she slammed him in the face, sending him flying. Arya's voice was ice cold. "Don't think you're the only one who's gotten stronger. Are you satisfied now? I can kill you," she declared. "Don't you dare underestimate me." Inori stared at her for a long moment before a slow, chilling smile spread across his face. "You sold your soul to survive, and yet you still fear death. Aren't you overestimating yourself?" Arya stared back, confused. Inori continued, "Very well, just don't come complaining to me, if today is truly the day your life ends." "This involves you too," Arya screamed back at him. The main character's mind raced to his fourth chosen skill, Berserk. He thrust his hand toward Arya's face and launched a devastating attack. He rocketed forward, grabbing Arya by the face and soaring across the pond. "I tried using this when I killed Mask," Inori roared, "but controlling it was incredibly difficult." He swung his arm and slammed Arya down into the water. She crashed onto the sand, coughing up blood that stained the area around her crimson. The main character let out a wild laugh and charged toward Arya again. She had just struggled to her feet. Leaping aside, she barely dodged Inori's fist. Arya was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing into a wave. The main character's voice rang out, "I told you this when you fought Chris's demons. Stubbornness isn't bad, but it's meaningless if you end up dead." As Arya sat on the ground, he continued, "I know how you've been able to fight for this long. It's thanks to Xinfei," Arya snorted defiantly. Inori noted his own wounds were healing faster than he'd expected. "But now, you have no chance of winning. Through Xinfei's black wind, you're supplied with blood to restore your strength and mana. You've done well. You used your 3 days of preparation perfectly. You collected the blood of those you killed to use in this battle. That's commendable. So, your goal was to win a war of attrition, but unfortunately for you, you chose to sever your own hand to escape. You've lost far too much blood. You can no longer win a battle of attrition against me, and without the hand to wield the black sword, you've lost your main weapon for close combat." Arya lowered her head. "Yes, I didn't have many trump cards, and now I have even fewer. But that's no reason to give up," she roared. She summoned a massive wave and pointed her blade forward, charging in for one final, desperate attack. Her blade pierced Inori's palm. He grinned. "You fell for it." Arya shot back. "No. You're the one who fell into my trap. Xinfei's black wind also passes through his shadow. It would be a shame not to use it." She bound them together with a crimson thread and said, "You can only cut this with the black sword, remember, right?" She unleashed her holy fire and said, "Be patient. Now we'll see who burns to ashes first." He thought, light magic. How did she know vampires were vulnerable to light magic? Because she's a vampire too. No, unlike him, she was fine in the sun and could use holy magic. Okay, did she notice when the master used light magic on him during training, or did she realize it from Mask's wounds? Inori asked her, "When did you realize I couldn't handle light magic?" Arya said, "Honestly, never. I just decided to take a wild guess. I had nothing left to fight with anyway. Although for a moment, you were terrified to touch my flames." She laughed and said, "It didn't look like you at all. It was pathetic." The flames spread across their bodies, and their health bars started to beep. "I'm dying," Arya stated. "Your vulnerability to light doesn't make me immortal, and I don't have time to recover from the fire." Your berserk state triples all your stats when activated. I'll die first. Absolutely not. His eyes could see the reflection of her durability through the numbers. You're serious, and so am I. I won't believe the words of my enemy. Besides, for the first time in my life, I fought with a clear desire to kill, to win at all costs. I don't mind saying I had fun. The main character looked up at the sky and said, I command you to stop the magic. He returned to his normal form, and the threads began to cut into his body. He said that he told her he wouldn't kill her. He had offered another way. Arya gasped, and a moment later, she woke up to find Fenrir beside her. It said she was awake. She smiled and said, Fenrir, where am I? It replied, You are home, in the cave behind the waterfall. Arya looked at her hand and said, My hand is still here, Inori said. I don't see the joy on the victor's face. She opened her eyes, surprised, and said, Inori. She asked him to wait, and asked if she had won. The main character replied, You forced me to give you a command. That automatically meant he had lost. Don't you want to drink blood? I went monster hunting for a while. Otherwise, you would have drained me of all my strength. Arya shouted, a little embarrassed. What do you mean by that? Inori replied, I literally collapsed from exhaustion. Fenrir looked at them, confused, and Arya turned beet red, her hands in her lap. The main character said, You were ready to risk your life to kill me. I'll have to set you straight. Okay, just let her ask anything. He'll answer all her questions.